October 20th and 21st. Industry for the inaugural MedTech World Symposium.
I believe that it's going to really change the way that we look at medicine globally.
Welcome to this inaugural Medical Cannabis World Malta Conference.
We're all in a very exciting industry at a very exciting time.
We have racism against a plant simply because of how we were socialized.
When you have a child that's very severely ill and in hospital all the time, that's absolutely no life. And what medical cannabis has done for my son is give him a better life.
People just need to take it upon themselves to look into this because there's real science there starting to back all of this up.
We have what can be seen as a growing mental health crisis.
Because there's no oversight there, because there's no standardization, you get these dangerous products.
The research is so lacking.
Formulating products, services, educational models based on wellness is the future of cannabis.
The best thing about this event is gathering like-minded individuals, academics, business people who all believe in basically furthering medical education about cannabis.
The thing that interests me the most with this conference is the support from the government, and you don't see that as directly with the other countries.
So I think Malta has an unprecedented position where it can take the lead at EU level.
The industry is at a very early stage, so we can shape it and mold it in the way that it needs to go.
There is an opportunity here for cannabis to play an incredibly important role in improving the general mental health of the entire population.
Welcome to the inaugural MedTech World Symposium. Discover how blockchain, AI, quantum computing, IoT, big data, and other emerging tech are taking healthcare to new heights, creating a patient-centric, collaborative, and efficient medical ecosystem. Leading experts will address the opportunities and challenges the industry faces and debate deep learning, bioprinting, augmented reality, smart implants, and much, much more. Log on to med-tech.world and register today, October 20th and 21st. We're gathering online with the best from the industry for the inaugural MedTech World Symposium.
I believe that it's going to really change the way that we look at medicine globally.
Welcome to this inaugural Medical Cannabis World Malta Conference.
We're all in a very exciting industry at a very exciting time.
We have racism against a plant simply because of how we were socialized.
When you have a child that's very severely ill and in hospital all the time, that's absolutely no life. And what medical cannabis has done for my son is give him a better life.
People just need to take it upon themselves to look into this because there's real science there starting to back all of this up.
We have what can be seen as a growing mental health crisis.
Because there's no oversight there, because there's no standardization, you get these dangerous products.
The research is so lacking.
Formulating products, services, educational models based on wellness is the future of cannabis.
The best thing about this event is gathering like-minded individuals, academics, business people who all believe in basically furthering medical education about cannabis.
The thing that interests me the most with this conference is the support from the government. And you don't see that as directly with the other countries.
So I think Malta has an unprecedented position where it can take the lead at EU level.
The industry is at a very early stage, so we can shape it and mold it in the way that it needs to go.
There is an opportunity here for cannabis to play an incredibly important role in improving the general mental health of the entire population.
ready to go in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1,
Welcome to day 2 of our digital event. Yesterday we focused on medical cannabis. Today we're going to be focusing a little bit more on medical technology. The topics we're going to be talking about today are going to vary, starting from the digitized healthcare system, the future medical trends, and business opportunities that may be arising from this emerging market. Now, before we get into the conference, we'd like to thank the Honourable Chris Fearn, the Maltese Minister for Health, for honouring us with his presence and starting off the event with his speech. Let's get straight into it.
Introduction to the inaugural edition of MedTech World. Welcome note by Honourable Chris Fearn.
What kicked off as a small side event at the Malta AI and Blockchain Summit in May of last year has now flourished into a full-blown summit with a diverse program spanning regulatory frameworks to wearables, to voice technology and smart implants. All of this in less than a year and a half. Well done. In the past months of the COVID pandemic, MedTech has come to the fore. It experienced an immense growth in areas such as digital health, such as telemedicine, robotics, and wearables. In Malta, we also experienced this growth, and now there is really no turning back. In fact, we have kicked off for the very first time a telemedicine center here in Malta under the leadership of the primary healthcare department in Malta, and we've had over 100,000 consultations in less than a few months. In fact, today, when contacting primary care, a voice call is the norm and the video call is the norm rather than the exception. We're also working tirelessly to introduce inpatient prescribing at Mater Dei Hospital through Mario, our robotic pharmaceutical dispensing machine, and Sophia, the companion software which enables prescribing doctors and nurses at Mater Dei to take quick, safe, and efficient decisions. In fact, we're currently implementing the Sophia system at Mater Dei, supported by the development of 17 robotic dispensing machines across our main hospital. Our vision is to help professional staff, doctors, nurses, pharmacists, to prescribe and dispense the right medicine at the right time, at the right dose, with the potential elimination of human error. In fact, this is not the only robotic system that we have at Mater Dei Hospital, because we have introduced and are now implementing robotic assisted laparoscopic surgery at the moment for prostate-related operations, but we are looking further to expand this into gynecology, into liver surgery, and into ENT surgery. When thinking about MedTech, one cannot help but think about how medical data, how medical information travels between different healthcare systems. In this past year, in these last few months, we have taken important and challenging decisions to enable digital transformation of healthcare through the implementation of numerous projects, most specifically the electronic patient records. And in primary healthcare, we have done this within a space of a few months. And in fact, what kicked off as the initial program before the pandemic in February has now resulted in the establishment of electronic patient record setups in over 60 healthcare centers across the island. And we already have recorded more than 1 million patient encounters since launching this earlier this year. Public health have also embraced the digital transformation accelerated by the COVID-19 pandemic by developing several technologies in record time, such as COVID-19 Check, which is an app, a system checker app, symptom checker app to assess your risk of having COVID-19. Go Data, which is a World Health Organization outbreak management system used in Malta as well as in other countries across the world, and COVID Alert Malta, which is also another app. In fact, it's Malta's official proximity contact tracing app. In fact, COVID Alert Malta, this contact tracing app, was designed, developed, and delivered locally together with the Malta Information Technology Agency in less than 6 months since inception of the project, with a robust information security audit and the legal framework for this app to take place. In fact, within the last few weeks, because this has only been now available for the last few weeks, we have come up to about 15, close to 20% of the population who have downloaded the app. And more importantly, we have placed our code as an open source to allow full transparency in this venture. During the COVID pandemic, we also took the opportunity to switch our staff training online. We've done this by investing into a cloud-based education technology platform combined with an advanced learning management system, a virtual learning environment, and a student management program, all of which are on one platform. We therefore managed to facilitate the implementation of a variety of non-clinical skill courses and even actually enhanced their uptake. We are currently delivering over 50 online courses, reaching hundreds of our healthcare professionals. In the past 7 years, the Government of Malta has also, through the Converge and Mapping Tomorrow EU-funded projects, accelerated the digital transformation in multiple sectors, and we will continue to do this. The summit comes and is happening at the right time and at the right place. The unprecedented growth of MedTech, which has started to take place, and which is taking place despite and possibly because of the challenges of COVID-19, makes this an exciting time. We are looking forward to a future where we can see an increased demand for dynamic critical care models, for enhanced visual and virtual care using connected solutions, and for reinventing the ways that we prepare and that we combat nosocomial infections, including the large threats to public health and to microbial resistance. In the local community, we have noted an increased demand by patients and with patient engagement, and in fact the number of users on our MyHealth digital platform has grown exponentially, and we are now close to 30% of the population which are using this platform. We are truly encouraged by the active and growing digital health ecosystem powered not just by government but also by a number of active NGOs. And last but not least, we are positive to see the ever-growing educational and research efforts happening at the University of Malta. We are indeed at an important junction. And through the concerted efforts of all relevant stakeholders, including the private industry, Malta can be a MedTech and digital health innovation hub. With its unique character of being English-speaking, of being a member state of the European Union and part of the Commonwealth, and through an active government who is pursuing the vision of introducing MedTech into our healthcare systems. Through this, we can embrace the vision of digital health and MedTech for all and not just for the few. Thank you very much, and I wish you all a fruitful and good conference for the next few days.
Thank you, Minister Fern, for your introductory speech. With everything going on in the country and the world, it's of course great to hear that Malta is taking such important and holistic steps towards safeguarding individuals' health and safety using the power of technology. We start the day with panels on regulation and business, where panelists will get into the ins and outs of medical device regulations and of course the impact COVID-19 has had on the sector. We'd like to remind you, if you want to react with any of the speakers or other attendees, to log on to our Swapcard platform using the event code MedTech World. And just like yesterday, we're also going to have some polls for you, the viewers, to vote on, the results of which we will be sharing with you throughout the day. Before we get into the panel, we'd like to thank our sponsors, the Maltese Ministry of Health and the Malta Medicine Authority, for their support. And with that, let's get into the panels.
Medical device clinical trials.
Hello and welcome to another panel for MedTech. This time we're going to be discussing medical devices used during clinical trials. And with me today I have two very distinguished gentlemen, Dr. Lucio Fumi and Gugi Kofod. Welcome to the panel, gentlemen. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jeremy. Thank you.
So before we get into the particulars of the panel, can you please introduce yourselves, tell us a bit about your past and your present and future?
Okay. I am a physician. I'm a geriatrician by training. However, for many years, nearly 50% of my life, I worked for the pharmaceutical and medical device industry. I'm as a medical director or vice president of medical affairs for large companies, and then I set up my company of consultancy. I'm Italian by birth, and however, I've lived in the UK for 27 years, so I'm very much part of the picture here in England. I live in Oxford, and that's where I'm speaking from.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Lucio. And Gugi?
Yes, thank you. My name is Gugi Kofod. I'm the director of a small startup company. I've been working for a while in academia, where I worked with artificial muscles and rubber materials. I've been traveling the world for a bit and ended up in Berlin for 7 years running my own research groups. And now I'm back in Denmark, where I've started up at this new company which works on nanostructured particles.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's great to have you both on this panel, and I really want to get right into this topic. We have a lot to talk about, and let's start from you, Lucio. What was it that particularly interested you about this aspect of use of medical devices?
Okay, as I told you, at one point, I was a geriatrician working in a hospital, in an academic hospital. I had an offer from a pharmaceutical company, and I thought it was quite an interesting thing. I thought I would stay for 6 months and I would go back to clinical practice, and instead I stayed for the rest of my life. Mm-hmm. Not necessarily in that company, because I realized very soon that life in pharmaceutical and medical device companies is very dynamic. You lose your job, you find another job, and so on. And however, I had an extremely exciting and fascinating life. I came in touch with incredibly interesting developments at the forefront of medical technology. And I had also the luck of being able to compare, because as I said, because I work both for the pharmaceutical industry, but also for the medical device industry, for the biotech industry, and also for the medical food industry, I had the opportunity to compare And the comparison is even more interesting when we go to the topic of clinical trials, because clinical trials are different, but in the same time they are the same for all these different areas, and especially for medical devices. So I found that fascinating. Clinical trials for medical devices appear to the layperson simpler, and instead they are not. If you want to do them properly, they are even more difficult than they are for drugs because they are less regulated.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and when I was preparing myself for the interview, I actually went through a few of your publications, and I noticed that you mentioned this term, the CE mark syndrome, and I wanted just to explain a little more about that.
Okay, let me tell you how it works. If we go to the United States, for example, the United States, they have a regulatory agency called the FDA, the Food and Drug Administration. And the FDA, they do, as the name says, they deal with medicines, drugs, they deal with food and medical food and also ordinary food, and they deal with medical devices. In Europe, we don't have the same structure. The three things are completely separate from the regulatory point of view. We have the European Medicine Agency, which deals with medicines. We have the Food Agency, which is based in Parma, in Italy, which deals with food. And when we come to medical devices, we have a very strange regulatory situation in that there is no medical device agency in Europe. There are, of course, medical device agencies which are part of the pharmaceutical agency in every member state of the European Union, if you want. However, there is not such a thing as a medical device agency for Europe. There are, as I said, private enterprises, companies, associations. However, most of the work is delegated to private institutions that are called notified bodies that, as you can imagine, because they are private, there's a lot of conflict of interest because people move from regulatory agencies to notified bodies, to pharmaceutical companies, to medical device companies, and so on. And they release what is called the CE mark. The CE mark is CE means Conformité Européenne, is French for European conformity, and it's a certificate basically that certifies the quality and the safety of the medical device. Interestingly, when you go to the pharmaceutical world, you have two more things you got to certify because a product has a marketing authorization. You have quality, of course, you have safety, but then you have efficacy and you have cost effectiveness, which is not part of the regulatory process, but it's what you need if you want to sell your product to increasingly complex healthcare world. In the medical device industry, you can have the CE mark without any proof of efficacy. You've got to prove performance. That is, in other words, the device must perform as is written on the box. However, you don't have to prove efficacy. And this leads, in many cases, when we talk about very complex medical devices, and here allow me 30 seconds to make a very brief statement. Medical devices is an enormous category of different things. A syringe needle is a medical device. The face masks we all wear in this period of COVID-19 are medical devices. A hospital bed is a medical device. A condom is a medical device. They're all called class 1 medical devices. And then you have increasing levels of complexity and invasiveness. And then you reach phase 4, class 4 medical devices, which are, for example, coronary stents or joint prosthesis, titanium prosthesis, or machines for extracorporeal circulation, so microspheres that are injected intraarterially for local regional treatment of cancer. And of course, these are much more complex devices and are normally classified in class 3. However, that's where you really need to prove the efficacy and also the cost effectiveness of these devices. And the present regulations don't ask you to do that. And this leads in many occasions to what I define the empty CE mark syndrome. So you get the CE mark, a company, a medical device company gets the CE mark, and then they don't sell the product because you don't convince doctors, you don't have a clinical evidence behind your studies, and you don't convince doctors that your product is better than what's already available and maybe much cheaper and is already on the market. And this is a big loss. It's a big loss for the medical world, but more important than that, because I am a doctor, I think of the patients. It's a loss for the patients because they could benefit from something that is much more effective for the treatment of the illness. This is what I define the CE mark syndrome.
Okay.
The empty CE mark syndrome, Alan.
And Gugi, I wanted to move a bit over to you now. And so we stick a bit into the same realm. Can you tell us a bit about what nanostructured barcodes are exactly?
Yes, of course. Thank you. Basically, a nanostructured barcode is a direct part mark, which is applied directly to the product, but already during the molding of that product. So it's specifically for plastic products, and it allows to put very, very accurate, very, very high contrast, simple barcodes directly on the part during manufacture. And that gives you the advantage of being extremely accurate in your barcode, so you can make them extremely small and still be able to scan them. But also, you are sure that you won't be having any problems when you apply your direct part marks. It's a zero defect manufacturing principle, so all parts come out, and there's no risk of failure during the marking process, so you have no losses of any kind during that process.
Now, obviously, this aspect of quality control is always very important, particularly as Lucio mentioned. Do these nanostructured barcodes, is there some issue with regards to standards, or is it something that can get by?
Yes. So basically, the barcodes can be applied as any type of barcode standard. So you can also use the GS1 data matrix standard, so you can really follow the standards concerning marking. The nice other thing about them is that they're made of the material itself. There's no printing of any ink, and there's no damage of the material, so you're not destroying anything in the surface. So there's no risk of contamination of the medical parts during marking of any kind, which is, of course, extremely advantageous compared to basically all other marking methods.
Now, I'm assuming this is a fairly recent invention, so to speak. Are there certain issues that you think this could solve?
Well, in the context of this presentation, I'm looking at the prototype process, where it's often difficult when you have different revisions. You're going through the improvement process of the device that you're intending, and you're also going to clinical trials. You're sending out various generations, various revisions of your product into the trials, but it can be difficult to keep track of, especially when the parts go out to the patients and come back. Are you really sure exactly which particular part has come back and which particular part was involved in the study? And sometimes people lose the bag where the descriptions were on the bag. It's much nicer to actually have that information directly on the part, so there's no risk of losing that. So that's in the context of prototyping. But everywhere where you're dealing with quality issues or you're trying to improve your situation in production, it's also nice when the part has the information which is relevant to its production. So for instance, if you have a mold which has many cavities in it, and one of the molds, one of the cavities starts to fail, then it's possible to pinpoint the issue directly to that cavity, and then in an automated fashion you can reject all the parts that came from that cavity, so you can have a much safer production, at a much leaner production where you're not throwing away everything, but you're keeping what works and you're throwing away what doesn't work.
Okay, and this is just a question for both of you. Lucio, you mentioned the European Medical Agency before, and I also want to get you in on this, Gugi, but first I'd like Lucio to respond. What has been the behavior, so to speak, when it comes to these kind of issues, particularly nowadays with COVID-19? Is it is it a slow process to get through certain medical devices, or how does it work?
Okay, let me tell you that I am, of course, COVID-19, the pandemic has been a surprise for everybody, and we're all learning. However, I'm impressed by the behavior of the regulatory agencies around the world, I must admit, not just the EMA, the European Medicine Agency, but also the FDA in America, which is much more rigid normally. And instead, and also the Japanese regulatory authority, for example, the regulatory authority in other countries, minor, smaller countries like Israel or China or India, where they have been extremely flexible, and they have allowed for much shorter and much more simplified clinical trials. We talk about medical devices, however, we're not very much there, because COVID-19, unfortunately, is a well, as you know, as we all know very well, is an infectious disease, is a viral disease, and medical devices not very much involved. We're really talking of medicines rather than medical devices. So we really don't face that. However, having said that, the European Medicine Agency, for example, because as we are in Europe, we are all European, I think has shown a high degree of flexibility and rapidity in the approval of dexamethasone, for example, remdesivir, and this kind of drugs that are among the very few that have proven really and seriously effective against SARS-CoV-2, which is the virus causing COVID-19.
And Gugi, when it comes to your particular nanostructured barcodes, do you find this same kind of flexibility, or are there still some walls that need to be passed through?
Well, basically, our product is still entering the market, so we are not specifically facing the difficulties yet. But what we do believe is that we can help in that situation. When there are some issues regarding getting markings down on very small parts, and it's basically not possible to do it with today's means. So when you have small parts and you want to mark them, then suddenly now there's an opportunity to do that. Of course, we need regulators to get in on this so that they can become aware of these new opportunities, and maybe also to start calling for them, so that the manufacturers can start to fulfill the intent and purpose of the UDR and the MDR regulations.
Okay, well, that's all the time we have for today. I'd like to thank you both, gentlemen, Lucio and Gugi, for your deep insight. And
thank you very much for having this opportunity to present.
Thank you, Jeremy. Thank you, Jeremy, for the interview.
You're welcome.
It was very interesting.
Thank you.
Medical device regulation and notified bodies.
Hi everyone, my name is Oliver Bizatza from MedTech Europe, the association representing the medical devices, diagnostics and digital health industries in Europe. My presentation today is about the new EU Medical Devices Regulation, or MDR, with a focus on what it means for getting ready and on the fate of notified bodies. As we know, medical technologies are an incredibly diverse range of products, ranging from very sophisticated to very simple devices for preventing, monitoring, managing, and treating healthcare conditions. We estimate that there are at least 500,000 of such devices on the market today, and regulating their safety and performance is a special challenge because of how technologically diverse they are and how varied the level of risk they pose is to patients and users. But the legislation that tries to do this is the EU Medical Devices legislation. And the MDR, which is the new regulation published in 2017, is a big one. It replaces, as of 26th of May next year, former EU directives from the 1990s. And as you see on this screen, the new regulation is nearly twice as long in terms of length as that former directive. So it brings new details, new obligations, and special challenges that the regulated industry needs to get its head around and get ready for on time. While it is not a complete revolution of how medical devices are regulated in Europe, it does comprise a modernized and strengthened system with new requirements or new concepts introduced in very many respects. Some of them are mentioned on the screen here, such as simple things like labeling changes, which need to be managed within the company, to changes to the level of clinical evidence a manufacturer needs to bring to show really that a device works safely as intended, to brand new things like economic operator requirements across the supply chain, meaning not just obligations for the manufacturer, but also the importer, the authorized representative, the distributors, and so on. There's also a brand new database under preparation called UDAMED, which is a very large and ambitious project. And once it's ready, from May 2022 onwards, all actors, including the regulated industry, will need to regularly interface with this database to register devices and all sorts of other information. And there are many other changes too, including to notified bodies, which we'll talk about a little bit later. So while it is not a wholesale revolution of the regulatory framework for medical devices, the MDR is bringing not just more length, but a lot of novelty in terms of new obligations, more detailed obligations, and is really very important that everyone affected by this works early to get into full compliance. But you might ask, why was this level of overhaul needed in the first place? Why did we need a new regulation? Well, partially it was because there was a need to modernize the legislation. Compared to the early 1990s when the previous directives were made, there had been a need of becoming apparent over time to clarify which products really are medical devices and what risk category they should be in. Technology has evolved too, and interesting areas like cybersecurity, software, and artificial intelligence simply weren't the focus back in the early 1990s, and so the regulation has dedicated rules for those technologies too. And there was also an identified need to lay down requirements for traceability of devices in the European supply chains. So modernization was one area. There was also a need, let's be frank, to tighten the system in terms of the strictness of the obligations to increase trust in how we regulate medical devices in the EU. Some of the obligations related to transparency about the devices that are on the market and the evidence the manufacturer has that those products are safe and work well were important examples of this. And last but not least, there was a real need identified to strengthen the notified body system. Notified bodies are the gatekeepers of this legislation. They assess manufacturers' compliance with the legislation, and it was really important to ensure that they were operating to very high levels of competence and impartiality. And to be very clear, there were some negative experiences in the past with some substandard notified bodies. So overhauling the notified body system was seen as essential to get rid of some of the bad apples and leave behind only the organizations which were genuinely competent to do their duties. Now, although this change brings lots of new obligations and regulatory burden for industry, we support this overhaul. We think it was necessary to modernize, we think it was necessary to build trust, and we absolutely agree it was needed to strengthen the notified body system. And despite the workload it brings to us as manufacturers, we are investing heavily to comply on time, despite the challenges it brings. But let's talk about one special challenge, which is notified bodies, because it really is one of the biggest areas to manage as we transition to May 2021. Notified bodies are organizations that are designated and supervised by the national governments of the EU member states. They receive their license to operate from the EU member states, and it is their role to assess the conformity of manufacturers before most devices are brought to market. Some of them are public sector, some of them are private sector, but whatever they are, they must operate in a non-discriminatory, transparent, neutral, independent, and impartial way. And it is through designation and supervision by the member states that this is ensured. What do? Well, they assess independently whether our members, medical device manufacturers, have conformed with the law. They audit us, they assess our product files, and they check our quality systems. And if we do not pass muster as the regulated industry, notified bodies can and will hold back the certificates we need to commercialize device. And they have a very targeted role. Notified bodies can do these important activities because they claim and are demonstrated to have real competence in the technologies that they oversee. So they are notified and designated for a very specific product scope. And this is to ensure that medical technologies, which again can vary enormously in terms of science and design, are overseen and checked by organizations who are genuinely competent and expert in those technologies. And when a notified body has been involved in the conformity assessment of the device labeling needs not only the famous CE marking, but it also needs, underneath that, the number identifying the notified body that was involved. Now, what's really challenging with notified bodies is that they are needed to certify a large number of medical devices in Europe, but the number of notified bodies in Europe has been going down. Before 2012, we had nearly 90 notified bodies in Europe, and now we're down to 56. This is partially because of the ongoing efforts to really strengthen the system and make sure that only genuinely competent and independent notified bodies operate. But there has been a reduction. And those 56 notified bodies, if they want to remain operational under the MDR, they need to apply for designation and they need to be designated before they can certify devices. 46 organizations out of the 56 we have today are understood to have applied, but as of now, only 17 have passed the very long and rigorous process, meaning that only a fraction of today's notified bodies are currently allowed to certify devices according to the MDR. And while this number will inevitably go up over time, it does mean that there is a limited certification capacity in Europe right now to transition to the MDR. So it's really, really important to not only have your own house in order as a manufacturer and to have complied with the obligations, but to have access to a notified body who can check your conformity and issue you the certificates you need to sell in Europe. And finally, there's a special consideration for the British notified bodies, because after Brexit, after the 1st of January 2021, it'll no longer be possible for the 4 UK notified bodies listed on the screen to continue operating in Europe. And so at least 2 of these, BSI and SGS, have contingency plans. They have set up branches or had existing branches in the EU 27 member states, and they've transferred over a lot of their capacity to keep operating. In the case of BSI, they've already been notified under the MDR back in November 2019. SGS is still awaiting their designation. And so if you work with one of these notified bodies or the other, you may or may not be able to keep moving ahead right now with getting your devices certified. So all this is important because not only because the British notified bodies can no longer operate out of the UK, it's also important because historically the British notified bodies were very, very impactful. Together, they are estimated to have accounted for nearly a third, at least, of Europe's certification capacity for medical devices. And their disappearance adds to the concerns that there's not enough notified body availability out there right now. Thankfully, they have contingency plans in at least 2 cases. And I have to say that by now, although there were always concerns about Brexit, we understand most big manufacturers who worked with British notified bodies in the past have by now switched to ones based in the EU 27. So is it a challenge? Yes, and it happened in the middle of our transition period, but the understanding by now is that most affected manufacturers have been able to find a backup plan. I hope this presentation has been interesting for you. I'm available to answer your questions bilaterally if you want to reach out to me, and thanks a lot for having invited MedTech Europe to this presentation. Bye-bye.
The impact of COVID-19 on the medical device industry.
Hi, good morning. Today we'll be discussing the impact of COVID-19 on the medical device industry. Together on the panel I am joined with Professor Anthony Saracino-Groth from the University of Malta, Dr. Christopher Barbara, the chairperson of the Department of Pathology at Mater Dei, Karen Farrugia, Senior Pharmacist at the Medicines Authority, and myself, Julian Fern, also Senior Pharmacist from the Medicines Authority. COVID-19 has had a great impact on the economy and on the industry of medical devices throughout. It has had an impact on healthcare facilities, from hospitals to clinics, and it also had an impact on manufacturers. Manufacturers are finding it hard to find raw products, are finding it hard to keep up with demand, and this is also translating down the line in the supply chain to distributors, to procurement, and whatnot. COVID-19 has also had a major impact on the regulatory scene. The medical device regulation was due to come out in 26 May 2020, and it has been postponed by a year to 26 May 2021. Maybe Karen wants to speak a bit more in detail about this point.
Yes, in fact, the postponing of the new regulation on medical devices was due to a fear on the shortages of medical devices, that they wouldn't conform with the new regulations, and so European Parliament actually agreed to postpone it by a year to May 2021.
Is it true that this was also the reason, since the MDR is much more robust and much more heavy in the regulations than the directives, that there would have been a shortage when it comes to
medical devices in general, especially those used for the actual COVID-19 pandemic?
All right. In terms of domestic manufacturing and ad hoc manufacturing, as we said, there is a large demand for PPEs in the market. The regulations being postponed has allowed the directives and the route of certification to be as is, which is much more lenient. We are currently seeing a large number of domestic and manufacturing popping up in countries around Europe where we're being affected. Maybe Professor Inglot has something to add about standards and how healthcare authorities are tackling such ad hoc manufacturing.
Yes, from a regulatory point of view, from a quality point of view, in this, if there was anything that we saw in this pandemic, it was that one had to rethink, reformulate, redesignate things all throughout. If you look, for example, even if you start from the beginning, any product that you have starts with research. We connect a lot of research with medicines, for example, but it's the same for medical devices. You need that basic research. You need the applied research. And what happened is in this COVID was that we had to curtail this in time. Hopefully, we did not curtail it in quality, hopefully. This could learn. Probably the end result of all this would be to go halfway. Maybe taking 10 to 15 years to develop a product was a little bit too much. But now going to less than a year might be going to the other extreme to guarantee quality. It's the same with research. For example, we had a lot of what we call in research as preprints. Preprints means that you publish it without a comprehensive peer review. And I mean, some of them were very helpful because one could see what other people were doing. But on other cases was that we had preprints that lacked the robustness that is needed in this field. And it's the same when we go to tests. It's the same when we are going with vaccines, for example, at the European Medicines Agency Management Board, of which I form part. There is a lot of effort to ensure that the quality in the registration process and the quality in the assessment process is kept there, and also that there is an amount of independence of the people who are doing assessment. Now this is the impact that we are seeing now. So the challenge that we are facing is that we have to be robust. On the other hand, we have to be realistic in time. And this would affect us on how much we decide, for example, how much false positives, how much false negatives will we tolerate. What is most dangerous, to have 5% false positives or to have 10% false negatives, for example. All these philosophical aspects will come into being, and they are challenging the not only the capabilities, the technological capabilities of society, but even the intellect in taking these decisions on whom life or death could depend.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, can I add on, Professor, to what Professor Serafino has just said? Because with the first wave that we had with COVID, where we were already observing what was happening in China, in Italy, in France, in Spain, we had already started preparing to make ourselves ready for diagnosis of cases, for testing and contact tracing. This is before we had the first case. Having a good supply of disinfectants available. I still remember contacting Professor to get the recipe from the pharmacy department, according to World Health Organization, to manufacture ourselves our hand rub, okay? And thank you for giving us all the help we could. But then we had to go to the procurement department to get the raw materials. So when the outbreak started in Malta, then we already had the basic materials available. I had already made contracts with the companies to do the real-time polymerase chain reaction test. We were looking at studying our positive cases to check their antibody titers. And all this can happen using teamwork, a team of people who are engineers, who are capable of manufacturing even locally, of the pharmacists who are really capable of telling us about all the medicines we require, all the alcohol rubs, all the disinfectants, all the antibiotics in cases of secondary infection. And we had to make sure that all the items which we required, the pharmaceuticals as well as the medical devices, were in place. In the meantime, the engineers were going around the hospital, creating more hospital beds with oxygen points in areas which we would never have imagined, like lecture rooms. The library in medical school has been converted to a ward with oxygen points and so on, which we are today using. So this preparedness was not for nothing. It's all very useful materials which are being done. But this has all to come with teamwork, not only locally, because I am sure I have every 2 days meetings with WHO, with ECDC, and discussing with other virologists in member states on their findings. We've seen so many findings which were true, others which were false. We've ordered a few items which we thought would help in the treatment of COVID-19, which ultimately we found were not really the real treatment for the disease, for the infection. So we have ordered even some items which we cannot use. We have to look as well at some kits which came from abroad, which in their literature did not really confirm what we tried in the validation as well. So this is why it's important that we talk to each other as specialists in the area, so that we share as much information as we have as possible. So if I did one mistake, my colleague will not do the same, or I will not do the mistake which my colleague did. And altogether, I think this has worked really well. Like today, virtually, we're giving all the hints that are from our experiences to others.
And then there were the things that we normally take as obvious. We nearly forget about them. For example, the normal supply of quality oxygen, for example, which one had this requirement, which we all knew these oxygen points, which were more or less unplanned from the point of view that they were not planned with the establishment of the hospital, if you have a library. And then you have to test these. you have to purge, for example, all the systems, and you have to purge them with oxygen. So you have to calculate not only on the consumption of oxygen, but also on the amount of oxygen you needed to test the systems to ensure that the system is working properly, so that when you come to use it, you will find it in good order. Some of the oxygen, for example, we import. So you had to see that the places where you are importing this oxygen is producing enough, because probably the demand would not be only increasing from Malta, but it would be increasing. We get the oxygen from Italy, for example, and Italy at that time was requiring huge amounts of oxygen. We were also becoming used, for example, for the oxygen in being piped at Mater Dei Hospital. But we had to start thinking of people requiring maybe supply of oxygen, higher supply of oxygen in tanks, for example, for the nursing homes, which may not have piped oxygen. So you have to think of these things that do not occur immediately as possibly for use, and similarly with several other mundane things that one would normally take them for granted.
If I can add further to what Dr. Barbara was saying on the sharing of information, what's very interesting on a European level, when practically on the regulatory point of view, the EU member states were part and are still part of a subsection of the Medical Device Coordination Group. Practically one particular subgroup is dedicated to in vitro diagnostics, where COVID tests are involved. And during this pandemic, every week there were teleconferences with different member states and obviously different national competent authorities. Malta, one of them, obviously was following these groups, and there was sharing of information, so national strategies, what was going on, information on the actual COVID tests, reliability, specificity, and all these aspects which helped different authorities and are still helping. These groups are still going on, but it helps different authorities cope in such situations and getting the latest information at hand.
Yes.
Perhaps one thing that came good out of this situation, where we think, is that we felt all along, both regulators and academic people, the importance, the relevance of communication.
Yeah.
We had to feel people close to us, and this was not, in Malta, being a small country, we always like to communicate, and we always communicate with several places as a matter of course. But I was happily noting that even big countries now felt that need that we usually used to feel as a small nation, as a group. But now this need was felt by everybody. Nobody was too big not to consult anybody else, and so you would be witnessing around discussion tables, round executive meetings, such as in EMA or in other bodies, where you would have seen everybody now participating. Everybody was feeling that he is in the same boat, looking out for knowledge, looking out for things, and looking out how to cooperate and to understand one another.
Yes, as some very important points have been raised: teamwork, quality, as Karen said, from the Medical Device Coordination Group, or the MDCG. They have been meeting, the groups have been set up from 2017, and they've been meeting on a bi-yearly basis ever since. As Karen said, the IVD working group, specifically because of the COVID test, has been meeting weekly, with very much increased frequency, every week, every other week,
till
2
July,
times a week,
yes,
if need be. And from that you can see that there's a lot of sharing of data, a lot of sharing of knowledge. There are a lot of sharing of fraudulent tests, where there's tests where people, unfortunately, are taking advantage of the market, taking advantage of
the shortage as well that there was,
and are creating fraudulent tests, which at the end of the day only serves to create a larger impact of COVID-19. I think you can very easily say that tests that were developed earlier during the first wave of the pandemic, as opposed to tests that are being developed today in the second wave, have a much higher percentage of reliability, a much higher percent of assurance setting. I know for a fact that Malta was doing some validity testing on some of the tests. I don't know if Dr. Chris Barra.
Yes, Julian, this is what you're saying is very important, because when we go for purchasing, and we have to do accelerated purchasing because the items were very much in demand globally by all countries, we used to start the validation, okay, and using forum, all right, a forum with different virologists all together. These were sort of friendly fora between Europe, also with WHO, with China, and so on. And we were all sharing our validation results, okay? So that when we used to get the same validation showing that particular kits were fraudulent, immediately, then we could inform higher authorities so that with Karen and her group, they could transmit this so that people will not be caught in this particular trap. We had to go fast and choose the right things, and thankfully, all these people working together helped so much. This is not only for kits, but also for particular medicines, for particular devices, and so on. We've seen heat blocks which don't work. We've seen thermocyclers which don't give the right temperatures, and so on. So each time we alert as well, and this alert system has really worked, I think, not only throughout Europe, but worked as well globally. And we've learned a lot as well from each other on the different techniques which really work, like looking at fecal samples, looking at gastric aspirates, at sputum, not only nasopharyngeal swabs. Today we're looking at saliva, we're looking at antigen tests today. So we're all working together, and if we find something which doesn't work, we quickly alarm so that this is transmitted so quickly to our neighbor.
Yes. Also on this point, this is a global effort, not just a European effort. Yeah. The regulation is being postponed, again tying it in. A number of tests that have been developed outside of Europe, from the US, from China, from Japan. There have been local derogations, EU derogations, to get the test into Europe before the test has been validated and re-validated from the European Commission side. So a test which has data that has been published and tried and trusted from the FDA of USA has been accepted, and there have been a number of derogations across Europe. This further shows that we are all in one boat, so to say.
Yeah, the derogations are actually national derogations, so it counts for the particular country which actually granted that national derogation. What I can say also, for all this pandemic got about the challenge of having CE-marked, which is obviously according to the medical device directives, CE-marked COVID tests. So because of all this communication, the teamwork, guidance even provided by the EC, as early as April 2020, there were already around 78 different types of RT-PCR tests, 13 antigen tests, over 101 to be perfect, early April 2020, antibody tests, most of which were rapid tests. So all this work with different national competent authorities, even exchange of information, giving the standards, even to highlighting standards to manufacturers, and even highlighting the importance of conformity assessment so that they actually abide with all the assessments needed in the directives. This helped to at least have a very good substantial amount of COVID tests available. Obviously what is still a big challenge is, as we said, fraudulent devices, keeping them in check, performance studies. That is what is still challenging all over the globe, but especially for us, nationally and in the EU.
Yes, as Karen said, the EU Commission very early on gave out the standards for PPEs, free of charge access. They gave them out to all the national competent authorities of Europe. So any manufacturers or any local derogations could be based upon the standards, and the quality was therefore better assured.
That's right, Julian. This is so important that you are giving us the standards, because when we imported quite a lot of PPEs and tested the standards, we found that not all were up to standard. So this would have put our healthcare workers' safety in peril over there. So this is so important for safety reasons.
There were even legal prohibitions. So when they see that there are fraudulent tests, national authorities actually issued legal prohibitions in that country. Obviously, there were communications where they didn't need, or they thought the competent authority didn't think that a legal prohibition would be needed. They actually had communications on what they think the national strategy should be, or which tests, like self-tests, weren't very, weren't seen as the perfect, obviously, test to use, because it's used by a lay user, so they prefer the healthcare professional actually performing such tests. And then these national derogations were practically to particular tests, or practically for particular tests mainly, and they give a time frame, for example, 6 months. They practically make it available on the market, even though it won't be CE marked, but with the guarantee that in that time frame, example 6 months, the manufacturer continues doing these conformity assessment procedures, etc., so that by the end of that time frame, the product is CE marked, and then only the CE marked product will be available on the market. So that was the...
Unfortunately, this is all the time we have. So I would like once again to thank the panelists, Dr. Barbara, Karen Farrugia, and Professor Anthony Saracino-Inglot. And we'll see how the COVID-19 situation develops and how the medical device industry further adapts itself to the scenario.
Thank you to the panelists for their valuable insight on the various aspects of regulation and business. It's of course great to hear that COVID-19 has almost put the industry into hyperdrive and pushed innovation, not only for medical devices, but also the systems we use to keep track of all the moving parts in the medical sector. Next up, we're going to be digging into patient-focused tech on topics such as telemedicine and precision medicine. We'd like to remind the viewers that if you'd like to interact with the speakers and the other attendees, to log on to our Swapcard platform. And before we get into the panel, we'd also like to thank Tabib.mt for their support. And with that, let's get into the next panels.
Telemedicine.
Hi, my name is Michael. I am part of the Tabib.mt team, a leading telehealth platform here in Malta. And today I am joined by Profs Victor Grech and also Dr. Malcolm Falso. And together we will be discussing telemedicine here on the island, where it's sprouted out from, where it's come from, and how it is developing at this point in time. So let's start with telemedicine in general, okay? So as we all know, COVID did obviously sort of create a new space for telemedicine to be introduced here on the island. However, how much do we actually know about it, where it's actually coming from? Profs, from a medical point of view, have these conversations been happening for a very long time? Or have these conversations only been happening because the awareness just sprouted out from COVID itself?
Good question. Like they say, necessity is the mother of invention. So even back in the early mid-90s, when the internet came about, we had telemedicine happening, in the sense that, for example, people who went to distant places, like military, evacuating wounded soldiers out in the fields in third world countries, people could consult with specialists in highly specialized centers about things they were seeing, trauma to deal with, unusual diseases. So obviously if you're in the middle of tropical Africa and you find something unusual, you can, for example, contact the London School of Tropical Medicine and send pictures, for example, and have some expert giving you advice. So it's been around for a long time. But obviously with COVID, there's been a huge mushrooming of demand for this, because people do not want to go out. And it's one of these things, like, once you become accustomed to not having to go out of the house unless you absolutely have to, not having to venture out into this ridiculous traffic, and then having to contend with finding a parking space, then I think everyone can see the advantage if one can possibly not avoid facing COVID, going out in traffic and having to find a parking space. I think everyone agrees that this is beneficial for everyone.
Thank you, Professor Greg. And Malcolm, from a legal point of view, have these conversations been happening in the past as well? Maybe you could elaborate on that, please.
Yeah, sure. So I think, as Victor pointed out, I mean, this is not a new phenomenon. It has been around for multiple purposes. I mean, in particular, for the purpose of creating or facilitating the ability to provide medical services by practitioners to their patients. COVID, being the global pandemic that it is, has obviously exacerbated, I think, the need for that debate to come back to the fore and to consider the implications of telemedicine applying both within a singular jurisdiction as well as across borders. So how exactly are we going to allow or how are we going to adjust what already exists in terms of regulatory framework, in terms of existing rules, in order to ensure that telemedicine becomes a workable solution. I mean, similarly, Victor mentioned traffic, whereas you have the whole mobility debate, which has grown in proportions over the last few months because of the wish to return to a new normal, which is a better normal. So I think the debate for telemedicine, for making those adjustments which are necessary in the legal sphere, that is the part which I would focus on. What adjustments would need to be made in order to ensure that this can be, a feasible solution to what is perhaps an everyday problem which has been there for many years. And what's interesting, I think, looking at, we've mentioned COVID, but when you think about it over the past few years, there have been a number of other pandemics which have not been proved to be enough, however, I think, to stimulate this move from the way we know telemedicine now to what we want it to be in future. You've had Zika, you've had Ebola, you've had other pandemics. And now I think the thrust really is there to do what's necessary to ensure that telemedicine will be here to stay post-COVID.
That's something very interesting, actually. I mean, you raised a very good point. You started to compare sort of COVID with other outbreaks in the past. So, in your honest opinion, what do you think actually is the main difference, given COVID right now, with regards to obviously the push for telehealth services to actually be sort of pushed out further, especially here on the island?
Sorry for the long procedure each time. I think really it is because, I mean, at least in my 40 years, despite there having been, past disasters and past pandemics, I don't think there has anything so serious, so close to home. And this across the world, this is global. And I mean, profs will correct me if I'm wrong, but I mean, at least from what I can recall, there has never been anything on this scale in the past. And I think it's also, when you consider the strata of the population, the demographics here, those which are most heavily impacted by the pandemic. And when you look at the elderly in particular, who are that part of the population which generally perhaps may be subject to certain limitations insofar as mobility is concerned, insofar as access to their medical practitioner. I think that has all had all of that has had a significant impact. Also, I think the need to protect our frontliners, our medical practitioners, the need to keep them behind a screen as much as possible to ensure that, you know, given the acute need for them to remain fit and healthy, to take us through this pandemic, I think that has again been an important differentiator between past diseases.
Thank you, Michael. And profs, from a medical point of view now, obviously, you know, I mean, why hasn't telemedicine ever taken off here on the island? Is it mainly sort of cultural issue here? You know, is there the fantastic need to actually educate the whole culture for the necessary change to actually happen? And building on that as well, how, you know, from obviously your experience working in the field and you yourself being so vocal about telemedicine and how it needs to be pushed forward, could you give us some more insights as to how it has developed, comparing it to ever since COVID started and prior to actual COVID as well?
Well, quite simply, prior to COVID, there was no actual framework like Tabib set up. There was no catalyst for people to bother to go through the effort to set up this sort of service, because it takes time, it takes money, it takes effort, it takes commitment, it takes investment. So given COVID, it became pretty clear that something like this needed to be done. So shuttling back and forth between the two questions, people used to think that you had to have a face-to-face interview with a doctor for things to be done. Now let's take some actual examples. Take, for example, dermatology. In most cases, a dermatology consultation, for example, can be done online. Take a psychiatry interview or a psychology interview. Again, although you need to see the visual cues, how the patient is behaving, how the patient is responding, it might actually be simpler online because the patient's face is revealed to you, whereas if the patient is sitting close to you, we have to be wearing this sort of thing so as not to potentially infect each other. So the stimulus was, in recent times, we have not had anything this scale. I mean, the last big one, really big one, was the Spanish flu pandemic, which was actually much worse. But back in 1918, there was no internet, so there was no option to have any of this available to us as it is now. Now, I want to be clear here. There are some things where you cannot do it unless you are face-to-face. But if you have, I'll speak about pediatrics, I've even managed to examine throats, because cameras nowadays on mobiles are so good that although I can't be physically there looking down a child's throat, a good picture will suffice. And then some things you ask the parents to do. So you'd be surprised how much you can do with telemedicine, but you can't do everything. And this is where the legal aspect comes in and the medical legal aspect comes in. We have to be aware as doctors, and to some extent the patients as well. I mean, if you've got abdominal pain and it's acute, and you know, this could be potentially appendicitis, if you've got chest pain, this could be a heart attack, you go to hospital or you see your doctor face to face, depending on what you have. So there has to be an element of common sense by the patient and an element of wisdom by the doctor. This is not good enough, I need to see you, come to hospital, come to clinic, whatever. I hope that answers the question.
Michael, if I may interject on this point, because there's a very interesting facet to this question, which is the wisdom, or let's call it, you know, common sense. What you get with experience as well as a medical practitioner. I think you will know that for certain things you need to draw a line. No, it is simply not sufficient for me to look at something or interview someone over a particular platform for me to be able to take a considered view, and therefore there is no replacement in that case for the physical interaction with the patient. But I think that the beauty of telemedicine is that if through that you can cut off or eliminate a lot of the time wastage which goes in the process of getting to a particular place in order to carry out this physical inspection, let's call it that, or visit. If you can create the convenience and the cost efficiency of actually providing the service as well, but in a different medium, I think then that further justifies the use for the platform. And combined with that, I think it's important to mention that yes, we've made comparisons with 1918, but even more recently, the reality is that the kind of platforms which are available nowadays, the kind of technology, the ability potentially to regulate this technology is there, whereas it was not there in the past. From a legal perspective, there are still significant hurdles that we need to go through, and perhaps we can delve into them in a bit more detail later. But I think we are definitely placed now. We are in the right place at the right time to take this to the proverbial next level.
Thank you very much for that. It was obviously very interesting, and yes, Profs, I can definitely vouch, for what you're actually saying, because obviously, within the past months, I have been having a lot of discussions with numerous of people, who would be stakeholders in the sort of telemedicine front, and yes. For example, one of the main questions that I am asked about, from coming from a very hesitant place, is from HR managers, for example, saying they're a bit reluctant to actually believe that sort of telemedicine can prove to be useful for their employees, for example, in the sense that employees might feel that it is easier to sort of fake sick sometimes, you know what I mean? Because then they might actually think that that because I'm behind the screen, then the sort of doctor that I'm speaking to wouldn't really catch me out in a way, you know what I mean? As in from your experience, how can you rest assure these sort of HR managers that, listen, although it's behind the screen, there are many different ways of how you can tell that a person is sick, for example.
Well, you have to remember that medicine is history and examination, so especially in pediatrics anyway, a large part of what we do is looking at the child and talking to the parents, not just the physical examination. This is the same with adults. So someone might, I'm sorry to have to delve into adult medicine and into people trying to fool people to take sick leave, but since we're there, it's probably pointless trying to fool any of us that you've got back pain when we are a bit experienced, because you're just not going to slip past us unless we let you. So there are ways, yes. I'm not going to reveal them on camera though.
Fair enough. You don't need to, don't worry. And Malcolm, with I mean, from a legal aspect now, and I mean, is there any form of current legal framework surrounding telehealth here on the island, or is it still being processed and being developed?
So, as we can see, I think from many other areas, not only telemedicine, often regulation has a hard time keeping up with innovation, with technological advances, and that is probably the same. That's probably the situation in the case of telemedicine. I think the starting point always has to be the regulatory framework which already exists. So the regulation of healthcare professionals, the regulation of data. Let's keep in mind that we are here dealing with the most sensitive type of personal data that one can find, and therefore the most heavily regulated from a GDPR perspective. That's why I spoke about adjustments earlier. I think no, there is no set regulatory framework for telemedicine. But to give you an example, us as a firm, what we have done when we started receiving inquiries about the setting up of telemedicine platforms, we started looking at it from various different angles. So, putting together a multidisciplinary team which could focus on the consumer aspects, the medical aspects, technology, innovation, innovative services, and obviously data protection. So it's a matter of looking at what already exists. I mean, we identified multiple pieces of local legislation which would be relevant to consider to create a regulatory framework for telemedicine that works, and seeing where adjustments need to be made, and also being clear as to where certain lines need to be drawn, to make it clear that no changes would actually be possible whether you are dealing with face-to-face, between a face-to-face service and an online service. So, for instance, if at law you are obliged to exercise utmost care and diligence and skill in the performance of your functions, the fact that you are doing so remotely does not exonerate you from your obligations, from your responsibility at law, and potentially from the liability which may arise as a result of you not fulfilling those or meeting those standards.
Thank you for that. Because time is running out, if there is anything, any form of predictions, medically and legally, that you see in the forthcoming, imminently and gradually as well, what would these predictions actually be? Do you see teleconsultations actually gaining a lot of traction over here? Do you see telemedicine, growing into what we all want it to grow into, basically? Or could you give us some insight on that? Maybe with Prof. Greg starting, please.
I think that for as long as we have COVID around and things are a little bit quiet out there, people may still be tempted to some extent to go to doctors, despite the fact that, waiting rooms are ideally empty, and that's how we work, but you're still at some risk, small risk, but at some risk. But I am a pragmatic man, and I suspect that as the traffic eventually builds up to what it was, and parking spaces vanish into the black hole that they used to be before COVID, I think this will become an increasingly attractive way of doing things. That's what I think.
And just drawing a parallel on the way I, as a lawyer, I'm performing my duties towards clients nowadays. It is quite clear that post-COVID, things will change in the way that we meet clients, interact with clients, in the way we network and reach out to other practitioners from other countries. I think traveling time or the need to travel for face-to-face meetings will be somewhat reduced, because the experiment on for using remote means of communication for the holding of meetings and the closing of transactions, but in some other jurisdictions even for the holding of court sittings, to give you an example, they've been successful effectively. So why return to the old normal, which was ridden with certain unnecessary inefficiency? So my outlook for the future is a positive one insofar as telemedicine is concerned, and at an EU level I think there will be a strong drive to try to harmonize, to try to bring some form of harmony or conformity amongst member states in the manner in which we are going to regulate something which is offered online, which is therefore of its very nature not tied to what is happening in one particular country. You know, we're trying to look at a framework which will cover the whole of Europe, where you may have, you know, a patient of Maltese descent who is living in a country which perhaps is not necessarily English speaking, or where the patient might not feel comfortable dealing with practitioners here at MedTech. The ability to call Profs Greg and be visited online and still, you know, and still get what he would have got had he been sitting in the same room as I am, insofar as the treatment, the diagnosis is concerned, also the treatment, even the ability potentially to have, you know, e-prescriptions, which is something which already exists. So very interesting times ahead, and I think it's important that, you know, telemedicine takes this opportunity. It's an unfortunate opportunity, but it's one nonetheless, and I think we need to make the most of it to ensure that this can improve the way things are post-pandemic.
I completely agree with you, Malcolm, and I obviously completely agree with you, Prof. Greg, as well. Thank you very much for tuning in. If you as the viewer wants to dissect that epic 1.5-hour journey to actually visit a doctor for 10 minutes and dissect it into only a 10-minute conversation from the comfort of your own sofa, kindly visit tabib.mt. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Malcolm Fatson. Thank you, Profs Victor Grech. I wish everyone a lovely, lovely day.
Precision Medicine.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you to my presentation with the title Digital Engineering meets Digital Help. My name is Sander Warzak. I'm head of the Chair of Engineering Design here at the Friedrich Alexander University in Erlangen-Nuremberg. And with my talk, the next 20 minutes, I want to explain to you how the good digital engineering methods from mechanical engineering could help to empower digital health. Up to now, the concept of digital twins neglects the user-product interaction, which we could see here on this picture. So as I told you, we are working with digital human models, and they could be utilized to visualize, to analyze, or to optimize the user-product interaction. I will show you later with some examples. Yes, digital human models are ranging from purely anthropometric representations, you all know, from CAD systems, Jack and Jill or Human Builder, up to mechanical models. In this picture you see the Anybody digital human model. Yes, comprising the human musculoskeletal system. The question now is, you can see here on this picture, how can we consider the user-product interaction in the context of digital engineering? I showed you already some examples which are coming from mechanical engineering, and now I want to show you how these methods from mechanical engineering could help to empower the methods in the field of digital health. Yes, and for that I want to introduce you the concept of digital twin couples. Conventional digital twins, so to say product twins, we already know. These are digital representations of the physical product. And what's new? This is new now, the digital twin of the user. We can call it user twin. And this user twin represents an extension of the product twin, and it's important for the product user interaction. So it captures the data and could process the interaction of the product with the user. And the data for that could be collected by sensors on the product or by sensors on the user. You can see here, for example, with variables. And non-measurable parameters could be calculated on basis of these sensor data. For example, internal body stress could be simulated by a musculoskeletal simulation. And with that, it's possible to optimize the interaction of the user and the product and to predict optimum parameter for the user-product interaction. And to understand this, I want to show you some examples on the next slides. examples coming from the design of mobility products. We start on the right-hand side, vehicle seat ergonomics. Yes, that's what we see. It's the optimization of a vehicle cockpit layout, which is based on biomechanical strain parameters in the human body. So, and the human product interaction is defined by using affordance features in the CAD system. So the affordance features, these are interaction features, interface features between the human model and the product model, and then it's possible to do a musculoskeletal simulation of this digital human in connection with the product. In the middle, you can see a second example, the car boot design. It was the evaluation of different car boot variants based on spinal loads in the user while loading or unloading with a beverage crate. Yes, we saw the smallest person, the 5 percentile, was not even able to accomplish the task for a SUV vehicle. And we saw that the spinal load is highly depending on the combination of the user's height and the height of the car boot. On the right-hand side, you can see another example, the wheelchair design. It's about the optimization of the seat height by reducing the reaction forces in the shoulder joint. This was possible by a set of musculoskeletal simulations together with a optimization algorithm. Here we see some more examples. Here we see the bicycle and the skiff geometry optimization. So these all are kinematic and dynamic product models. We can generate the user product interaction automatically, and it's possible to optimize the product geometry. As we know, for example, there is a optimum height for our seat at the bicycle. If the bicycle seat is too high, it's hard to go by bicycle. If it's too low, the same, and we can find the optimal seat height for riding a bike by simulation. The same for a rowing boat. You see here the nice rower, and you can imagine that there's an optimum riggering, there are optimum parameters to find where the fitness parameter are optimal with regard to the parameters of the boat. And in the example of on the right-hand side, it's a leg extension machine design. It's even the optimization of the seat and of the geometry of this machine, even to reduce the shear forces for reduced risk of ligament rupture, for example. Yes, I think these are even very nice examples which show you that even the cooperation between the contact between human and machine and product could be optimized by very good methods from digital engineering. This is the last example where I want to show how digital engineering could empower digital health. And the example is about a knee joint. The knee is the most loaded joint in our human body. And the overall goal here is to design amorphous carbon layers for total knee endoprothesis. We know from our machine elements department that even amorphous carbon layers are well suited against wear and tear of surfaces. So we need knowledge about patient-specific stresses and lubrication status, and this we are doing in the first step with our musculoskeletal simulation. This we are doing with an extension of digital human model with a detailed knee model and model of the endoprothesis, and are performing a simulation. And then in the next field, here you can see here, we are using the forces which come from the first step from our musculoskeletal simulation. We put into our contact simulation, which is soft and transient, and get the pressure and the stress as a function of the material and the fluid properties. And with this information, we can go into the third step, where where a musculoskeletal multi-body simulation, as well as the thermo-elastihydrodynamic simulation of the knee joint is already done. And then this information could be used to define the tribological stress collectives and to design the layer architecture of amorphous carbon layers. And this is a big advantage. You see here that hardcore mechanical engineering, machine element engineering helps to find new methods for digital help, even to empower digital help and to find good solutions to engineer the total endoprothesis for the knee joint. I think a very nice example. Yes, now I'm at the end of my presentation. I showed you how digital engineering concepts address and empower digital health needs. And I showed you that until now the user and the user product interaction is still widely neglected. And as an answer to this issue, I showed you the concept of digital twin couples and some examples where digital human models could successfully be used in product engineering of user-centered and biomechanical products. That's all, and that's me. If there are questions, don't hesitate to contact me. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you all for those presentations on the various aspects of telemedicine. With everything going on, it's of course great to hear that there's an interesting increase in creating, investing, and also researching new technologies for medical professionals and patients alike. Next, moving on to innovations in medical technology, where we have a number of individuals who will be describing their vision of the future of the industry and what must be done, what's already been done to further improve our lives. For those watching on Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch, we'd like to remind you that if you'd like to interact with the speakers or other attendees, you can log on to our Swapcard platform. And we'd also like to thank our sponsors, the University of Malta, for their support. And with that, let's see what experiences the panelists have to share.
Artificial intelligence.
Welcome to this AI-focused angle of the MedTech World Digital Summit. So my name is Dr. Jajay Gatt, and today's theme is conversational artificial intelligence in healthcare, which is a subject that is extremely topical and very close to my heart, especially during this COVID time, where we think about enablement of patients and automation. So on this panel, we are going to be specifically focusing on how conversational artificial intelligence is changing the surface of healthcare. And I am very pleased to have such a stellar panel with me. So I'd like to introduce Sylvia, Matt, and Nupur. Welcome. I'm going to say something brief about each of you right now. So Sylvia is a human rights lawyer with over 15 years of experience in rights-based advocacy and international policy work, particularly around legal accountability mechanisms. Her latest ventures have been in the intersection of AI and healthcare, and specifically leveraging technology for good. And it's so nice to see that level of passion in this field. She is the managing director of the COA Venture Fund, which invests in early stage medtech companies. So we're really fortunate to have Sylvia with us here today, and I'm going to make sure we extract her perspectives on the ethical applications of AI. So Sylvia, let's start with this right now. Why is it timely to have a debate about AI ethics now?
Frankly, I would say that, the debate about AI ethics is not just timely, but long overdue, as experts have been warning us for some time now about the ethical implications of AI. This is, of course, amplified by many of the cultural shifts that we're currently seeing to make technology more human-centered, a call for reform for some of the toxic culture in Silicon Valley, And at the end of the day, AI ethics is deeply transformative work. More than ever, we need to start building a stronger framework for accountability. But AI ethics is not just this kind of painting, superficial layer of paint. It is fundamentally deep work that will require much leadership, thoughtfulness, and strategic thinking.
Thank you, Sylvia. And from deep work, let me introduce a dear colleague and friend, Matthew Fenech. Welcome, Matt. Matt has worked for 10 years as a clinical academic before moving into technology policy, where he's authored reports and publications on socio-political challenges of applying AI in healthcare. His degree is actually in computational cognitive science, and he avidly develops guidelines and standards on the subject. Matt is going to touch on the work of AI agents in healthcare, and I'd like to get him started right away with this. Matt, are AI agents here to automate tasks away from humans, or are conversational AI agents going to augment the capabilities of the human race?
Thanks, JJ. A real pleasure to participate. So I'm afraid I'm going to have to give you a bit of a consultant's answer here, in that it depends really on the use case of the technology you have in mind. And there's certainly a role for AI automating away some tasks, particularly routine, repetitive tasks, which frees up healthcare professionals to spend more time doing what they want to do, which is with their patients. But like other tasks, with other tasks like diagnostic tasks, there's actually good evidence that the best results are achieved when AI augments human decision making. So there's scope for both.
I really like the idea, Matt, of freeing up time for humans to focus on what they are best, right? Which is emotional intelligence, cognitive abilities, which are particular to us humans. And we'll unpack that shortly. But let me welcome Nupur Kohli. So Nupur, welcome. Nupur is a healthcare leader. She's a qualified medical doctor and a supervisory board member of UNICEF in the Netherlands. She's a director of a healthcare consulting group there and the author of a book called Chill, which I hope you'll all research now, which contains a very useful guide to surviving stress and improving productivity, very much needed in this period. So Nupur, let's get you started with this. You write about productivity in Chill, and it's one of the main pillars of your book. Is AI a productivity enhancer for doctors, or is it just another fad, another piece of tech which will push away in some time?
Thank you, JJ, for such an interesting answer. And I definitely believe yes, because when AI can help in the process of decision making and take the pressure from the medical information overload that the doctors receive, I believe AI can be a productivity enhancer. So I would like to say when AI and doctors can work together as a team, that will be very successful in productivity.
I like this idea of combining these different forms of intelligence, right? Artificial intelligence and human intelligence, and the sum of the two parts becomes something very, very, very unique. Okay, let's go back right away, panel, to the first topical point which we started with, right? Which is this concept of conversational AI agents. Let's start off with a definition. Matt, can I throw this at you? Can you unpack what a conversational AI agent is?
Of course. So many listening to this would have heard of chatbots. Increasingly, these are relying on more sophisticated technology, more sophisticated types of natural language processing. Recently, there was a big splash made, for example, with the release of GPT-3 by OpenAI. But of course, other technologies could underpin certain chatbots, such as much simpler decision trees. Now, in healthcare, they're increasingly finding roles at all stages of the patient journey. So, for example, chatbots can be used to help with administrative tasks like appointment booking, like appointment rescheduling. And in fact, I believe that's the type of tools that, for example, the EBO is involved in making. Other types of chatbots can help users understand their symptoms so as to facilitate the process by which they reach a diagnosis, by which they interact with their healthcare professional. And that's the type of product we build, for example, at Ada. But increasingly also, there's also chatbots that are involved in providing treatment, particularly in the area of mental health. So one that comes to mind is Wobot, which provides, I believe, cognitive behavioral therapy type interventions. So talking therapies, but provided by a chatbot. And what we need to remember with all of these things is, particularly in the last two categories, what we have here are novel healthcare interventions. And any healthcare intervention, by its very nature, is going to carry risk and benefit. And we need to be very mature, particularly as the field is maturing, that we talk about risk and benefit. And we need to be aware when designing these tools, developing them, and when deploying them.
I love this idea of open communication, Matt, that you closed with, this idea about talking about the risks and benefits, because sometimes the hype which surrounds AI is actually problematic because it moves us away from the difficult discussions, which are the important discussions. You touched on behavioral therapy interventions. I think this opens a whole interesting discussion about the application of AI ethics. So I'd love to bring in Sylvia over here to start unpacking the ethical considerations. So Sylvia, although we've seen a lot of interesting work, particularly by the EU Commission, but not only, there presently is no international normative framework on the ethical application of artificial intelligence. So how can we ensure that AI is implemented ethically in this very sensitive area of healthcare?
So, I mean, at the end of the day, there can, of course, be no assurance, even with an international framework, but there are some practical considerations that we can take into mind. I do want to acknowledge that the EU has done great work in terms of framing some of the ethical issues, and specific to healthcare, there seems to be a global convergence around four main principles. One is informed consent to use. Secondly, safety and transparency. Thirdly, algorithmic fairness and eliminating biases. And lastly, around data privacy. The international framework is really needed mostly because of the existing disparities that exist. And I do hope that we get more into the philosophical debate later on in the conversation. But the fear, of course, is that without kind of these principles or guiding principles or framework, that these disparities would be amplified. When we take into mind some of the practical considerations, I think that really there's a public side to this and a private side to this. But the kind of roles that I would look at are firstly in terms of the design. You know, how can we ensure that AI is designed in healthcare to be ethical? And again, taking into consideration some of the principles that I had mentioned, I think that the role of investors and the role of funders also has, you know, something to play in terms of ensuring that the things that we invest into actually adhere by some of these principles that have been articulated. And lastly, there's, I think, this concept of building a pipeline of practitioners who have learned about AI ethics in medical education, and just making sure that there's a pipeline of practitioners who take into consideration some of these ethical principles earlier than later on when there are kind of cases of breach or violation.
It's lovely that you touch on this idea of AI ethics by design, right? Which are principles you also have in privacy, right? Privacy by design, privacy by default are two principles we see in GDPR regulation. I think it's also a lovely debate to have about the cradle to grave concept of AI implementations and making sure that the tutelage, the overview of these ethical principles occurs in all the stages of the use of AI within healthcare. So it's really great that you touch on this point, because it allows us to shift this discussion into operations. And I'd like to bring Nupur in over here. So as we are introducing new technology which is going to challenge the operational norms, I'd like you to wear the hat of the healthcare provider, and let's start looking at this debate from the perspective of a healthcare provider. What changes, Nupur, do you think are necessary for these providers to adapt better to the arrival of AI in healthcare, in their industry?
Well, AI can make healthcare more efficient, faster, and friendly. But for that, there's also a preparation needed. So I believe prepare healthcare professionals for the use and implementation of AI. And for this, proper training is needed and guidance to learn the right skills. Also to prepare the healthcare users on how to use the AI. So what are the rights of the healthcare users? What information will be saved? The acceptance of society of digital tools also plays a big role in how efficient we can use these tools. So I believe from a healthcare provider's perspective, we should also not forget the social impact of the use of AI and how we can make that experience as positive as possible also. So here we talk about AI understanding the healthcare user, using the right language, data sets that fit the population. And finally, I believe that healthcare providers should be aware that they play a big role in the evaluation process of the technology. With their feedback only, technology such as AI can be improved. So these are all things we should definitely not forget.
It's lovely that you started with the concept of education, which ties so nicely to Sylvia's point about having an educated pipeline of professionals participating in this. And it's interesting for us to reflect on what other states are doing. Estonia, for example, has introduced this idea that if you are a professional in any of the industries, you require a certificate to prove that you've undergone AI and AI ethics training. And that suddenly changes the landscape, the intellectual quotient with which professionals enter into the scene. And I'd like to keep delving deeper into what you said, Nupur, and bringing Matt in over here. So Matt, we're talking about this huge raft of operational changes which are necessary, which start off with education, but certainly also move into process change. If we had to dial it back to the title of this particular session, which is about conversational AI agents. So specifically, how can we operationalize conversational AI agents to make sure that they are not simply ethically implemented, but that they are clinically safe for us humans?
No, of course. And in fact, I'm also going to borrow on things that both Sylvia and Nupur have said, because there's so much of this which overlaps. And it's very much, I mean, it's a big question, right? But it's very much about ensuring that we're thinking about safety throughout the software development life cycle. This is, we're talking about ethics by design, privacy by design. We can equally talk about safety by design, about having multidisciplinary teams, designers, engineers, technologists, doctors coming together and baking in the concepts of safety, which of course mean different things in different fields. So engineering risks are slightly different from clinical risks, but they need to be thinking at the process of ideation about how they overlap and who's responsible for what, and baking that in from the start and not having it as an afterthought. So that's, in design and development. Once the product is on the market, then continually and proactively examining and challenging the safety of your product. And there's a lot here in existing regulation, for example, medical device regulation, about the requirements for post-market clinical follow-up and post-market surveillance. And so being really engaged with that process, being responsive to user feedback is one way of really seeing how your product is performing in the real world. And then to also borrow from what Nupur was saying earlier, there's something about user training as well. These are new technologies. We don't really understand exactly how they're going to interact with existing healthcare systems, which, let's face it, aren't designed to be the most efficient things in the world. They've grown organically. There's a lot of the baggage of history in healthcare. So how they interact is going to be something that we're all going to have to learn together. But what we do need to have is developers training users about how to use them. There's a lot about we can understand from the discipline of human-computer interaction. A lot we can learn from other safety critical industries like aviation, for example, about automation bias and alert fatigue. So this is a new field, but we should not forget everything that we've learned in other areas of technology that we can apply to this field. And that's certainly something.
Matt, it's great that you touch on safety, and it's great that you touch on some areas which we still don't know enough about, right? Because that brings us to the theme of accountability. And I'd love to bring Sylvia back in. I'd like to reintroduce some legal principles over here. So Sylvia, how can we leverage accountability mechanisms to ensure that the AI elements that we introduce in healthcare are not only ethically and safely implemented, but that they don't generate unintended consequences, which are often a very unfortunate artifact which occurs in AI implementations?
So again, I would say that this has kind of a private side to it and a public side to it. On the private side, I know we've touched a lot about ethical design. And again, I think that there needs to be a level of accountability for some of these private corporations to do some internal auditing around safety, whether that's, also directed by regulators or not. And again, just, I think some pushback and accountability that, just because you have an AI for Good initiative, that doesn't mean that you're actually designing ethically and designing with safety in mind. So I think there needs to be a little bit of a deeper dive in terms of some of the, papers and white papers that corporations put out, and a higher level of accountability. On the public side, I think that, if we take a bit of a step back and think about also how AI governance is taking place currently and who's driving AI governance, I think we also need to ask the question, who's sitting at the table when we come up with frameworks, whether multi-stakeholder or international or domestic, and what do these drivers have to gain? I would say that in this field, in terms of safety, I think that it's a lot of private sector leadership, and we really need to make sure that there's an equitable representation, especially on the public side, that there's not just kind of default superpowers, but that there's actually an inclusive mandate to include multiple perspectives. When we say safety, are we talking about safety of, the first world countries, or are we considering things like the global south? And then again, for safety, I think that there's two aspects to this. There's the preemptive aspect, which is always best in the legal world to get things cleared and, accountable on the preemptive side, and just making sure, again, that there's accountability measures prior to breaches. And then there's the post-breach side, and I would say that currently there are, a lot of liability mechanisms, tort law, and the EU actually put out a paper last year that, the EU has not yet come up with kind of a more broader general liability framework, and that member states, each state seems to have, their own liability laws and regulations that seem to at least provide consumers with enough protection for now. But again, the key here, I think, is trying to be as preemptive as possible and really going deeper into who's actually driving the conversation around AI governance.
I think I'll unpack something which you touched on earlier, which is the concept of inclusivity. Let's widen that, Sylvia, and bring in Matt and Nupur, perhaps, if you wish. I want to widen it down to the social justice discussion over here. I think one of my concerns is that AI might become the next great leveler, right? It is going to be the key demarcation between those states which are able to wield the power of AI to produce social goods or economic benefits, and those which are simply not capable of doing so because of lack of education or funding. So I think I'll put this to Matt, but Sylvia, please feel free to add anything on Nupur. Could AI be increasing inequalities from a social justice perspective, Matt, rather than actually allowing us the right tools which we need to create a more just and equal world?
Yeah, I think we certainly need to be aware of these risks. I wouldn't be here if I didn't passionately believe in the opportunities that I can bring, but in order to be a good friend to the field, we also need to be critical of it and understand where these risks are. And developers and technologists, when thinking about healthcare, they need to be aware both of the long-standing issues of health inequalities. So, the concept of this inverse care law has existed for a long time. Those who need the greatest care are usually those who receive least care, and those who need the greatest care are usually in the lowest socioeconomic groups. There was something recently about the coronavirus app in the United Kingdom, which could only work in iPhone models 6 or above, or above 6. And many people said, well, why don't you have a higher iPhone model? Well, some people simply cannot afford that, and that's in an advanced economy like the United Kingdom, let alone in the global south, as Sylvia was just saying. So there's long-standing issues of health inequality, but also thinking about the new inequalities that these technologies could create. What if you can't access the technology? What is, because you can't access the technology, you can't contribute your data to train the technology in order to be able to get the benefits, and then you're digitally excluded on multiple levels. So, this is a real difficult issue to think about, and rather than just thinking about problems, there isn't sort of one solution here, but certainly we can think about really good stakeholder analysis here. Who are we developing these products for? What is the problem we're trying to solve? How do these people want this problem to be solved? Have we even asked them what they think the role of this technology is? And that's why any design, any development, any ideation needs to start by really understanding who the product is for and what problem it's trying to solve, and asking these people.
Perfect, Matt. Sylvia, chime in here. Let me bring you in. How can we address the needs of those people who are digitally excluded?
Thank you, Matthew. I couldn't nod more vigorously. Just everything you were saying, I absolutely agree. I think that when we think about disparities, we have to really consider kind of the colonial history of our world, and just the existing legal frameworks that have already excluded certain populations. And when I think about kind of access to both healthcare and to digital technologies, if you think about our global population currently, 50% don't even have access. It might even be more than 50%. And so, I have been involved in some advocacy efforts around the other 50 and how we bring in the other 50. How do we bring in perspectives that we're not used to seeing sitting at the table, contributing, like you said, really having a critical analysis of the stakeholder participation. Is it the usual players? Is it just perpetuating some of the disparities that have always existed back from colonialism all the way till now? Or are we really trying to bring in a perspective of equity that really addresses systemic disparities and, historical disparities as well? So, I know we could probably have a panel just on this topic alone, but, I think that there's some serious considerations, and I think with the potential that these technologies have, this is an excellent opportunity to actually consider how we can level the playing field and how we can bring in more equity considerations. And like I had mentioned earlier, some of that deep, transformational, thoughtful work instead of just perpetuating the same power disparities that exist currently.
Thank you, Sylvia. I'd love to hear far more about this NGO, the Other 50, and if we had time, that would certainly be something I'd pick on. But let me try and squeeze in the very last question before we close off to Nupur. I asked Nupur at the beginning of this session to wear the hat of the healthcare provider and to see that, all our discussion through that lens. Let me ask this to Nupur, and maybe also bring some pragmatic value to the people who are following us today. So Nupur, having heard this entire discussion, where should the healthcare provider implement AI first to get the correct level of benefits and safety and ethics and an application?
I believe we are closing with such an important question, and to start, Matt has already said that first of all, AI builders, governments, and healthcare providers, they need to work very well together. And also to chime in a little bit on what we talked earlier, I believe it's also so important on how AI is explained to people and where it is available and what healthcare providers are using it. And then when we know who is responsible for the decisions made, we can also look at where to use it best. And we also need to make clear, I believe, how AI can actually add value to well-being. So not only to health only, but well-being as a whole, and decrease the workload of healthcare professionals. And I will give an example of, especially in COVID-19 times, how big the pressure is on healthcare professionals. So a survey carried out in the Netherlands with 1,600 responding doctors shows that 13% of the doctors feel at least once a week mentally very tired to daily very tired. So the need to relieve this pressure is so important. So at the point where this decision making is, AI will help the most, and better decision making leads to better healthcare. So where is that needed? And I personally believe that we should look at the whole healthcare spectrum. So not only at diagnosing, but really look at in how many different ways can it be applied. So indeed we get more equality and do not get more inequality. So that's the scope for developing solutions. And another important thing that I would like to point out and that we're missing here is us also working together with the science community, who are carrying out several different types of research that will also help us to evaluate what AI is doing, because only with evidence-based medicine we will be able to convince the outside world as well how much this is needed. And I wanted to give another example of the Netherlands. It's called FACTIS, which is a healthcare system analysis, And 97% of healthcare invoices are digital nowadays. And Vectis just sifts through all this data to highlight mistakes in treatment, workflow inefficiency. So we already made the first step. But to close this, we really need to build trust in AI in healthcare, and I think we should do that together.
Brilliant, Nupur. Thank you for bringing back the spotlight on two such important concepts, well-being and trust, right? And societal trust is so critical to the adoption of AI. So thank you, Sylvia, Matt, and Nupur, for your excellent insights. I really enjoyed this, and I look forward for doing this all over again next year with you guys. AI has the potential to transform how healthcare is delivered. And I believe that AI can not only provide better care, but can do so to more people, which is such an important societal goal. So as to create a more inclusive society. I think the panel with us today has touched on some macro perspective, right, in AI, and we've done so very lightly. There is still so much more to explore, so much more to debate, but I hope we've defined some of the boundaries which exist between aspirations, realities, and hype by providing insights into this extremely fascinating subject. So thank you all for watching, and thank you, Sylvia, Matt, Nupur. It was amazing to have you here today.
Robotics in the operating theatre.
Hi, I'm Daniel Teo, a managing partner for Honeywell Lake Ventures, a VC firm that invests exclusively in medical devices. Robotics is so ubiquitous today that it has infiltrated almost every aspect of our lives, from industrial robots that manufacture goods at efficient scale, to the Tesla, the standard bearer for autonomous vehicles, to contactless food delivery by robots during COVID, and even in law enforcement and surveillance. But in today's operating theaters, robots are still a rare sight. Now, it's a shame because this is an area where innovation is so badly needed. More than 400 million surgical procedures are performed around the world annually, and this does not include another 150 million cases where lack of access to safe and affordable surgery has resulted in disability or deaths. Surgery also touches almost everyone, whether yourself or a close family member, and surgery terrifies more than any other medical procedure because it has the potential to be invasive, painful, and risky. And so surgical innovations should concern everyone, and I, for one, would like to see our surgeons armed with the best tools that technology can afford. Yet my home electronics like an iPhone or Amazon Alexa has probably more computing power and intelligence built into it than many of the medieval surgical tools we use today. Now, that is not to say that surgical robotics is not already attracting a lot of attention. For one, its 24% annual growth rate mushrooming into a $25 billion segment by 2025 significantly outpaces the 5% annual growth rate in medical devices in general. For the past 2 decades, Intuitive's Da Vinci system single-handedly dominated and drove the market in surgical robotics without much competition. With 900 units shipped in 2018 and more than 1 million procedures a year, it has solidified its leading position in the field. However, in its attempt to establish a broad beachhead, the $1.5 million Da Vinci is arguably overspec'd for most surgical procedures, resulting in healthy debates about its cost effectiveness. Its huge permanent footprint and its lack of portability is also proving disadvantageous. One study suggests that because of its complexity, new surgeons with less than 200 robotic procedures under their belt are probably better off without the system. Fact is that many hospitals purchase a Da Vinci robot sometimes for branding and bragging rights, but actual usage is still quite low. With about 6,000 systems deployed worldwide, most of the large metropolitan and teaching hospitals that need and can afford a Da Vinci have probably already purchased one or more. We are therefore seeing instead a growing trend, a preference for smaller, more economical, portable, fit-for-purpose robotic systems, especially in purchases made by regional, community, and for-profit hospitals. And unlike the preceding 20 years, they now have no lack of choices. A large number of other companies have recently launched their own surgical robots, Medtronic with Mazor and Hugo, Stryker with Marco, CMR or Cambridge Robotics with Versius, and others that are either approved or on the verge of approval by regulators. In all, our research has identified over 100 startups, all with potentially deployable robots in the next 5 years. Now, underpinning this growth is development in a number of surgical innovations that we at Honeywell track within the framework of see, treat, and heal, the three complementary elements that surgeons look for in a robotic ecosystem. In see, or surgical visualization, most of what we consider standard of care, including CT scans and MRI technologies, are at least 30 to 60 years old, with only incremental improvements over the decades. They also come with a baggage of problems, including harmful ionizing radiation, contrast agents that damage the kidneys, long processing times, and high costs that comes with large, clunky devices occupying valuable real estate in a hospital. Fortunately, we are seeing dozens of startups in various stages of rolling out new visualization technologies. One such example is the rapid development in hyperspectral and multispectral imaging. Enabled by quantum improvements in computing power and AI, they now can allow us to see and differentiate anatomical structures in ways never possible before, and therefore enabling tissue characterization, cancer margin analysis, and a host of other medical applications. In surgical navigation, there are similarly dozens of startups deploying new innovative tracking and articulation technologies. Now, human tissue is extremely delicate, more so when it is distressed or diseased, and so the development of entire families of soft actuators has made it possible for these soft robots to handle human tissue without damaging them. These involve different kinds of actuation mechanisms like mechanical, pressure, or magnetic activated devices that can operate at high precision but with a feather-like touch. Similarly, in treat, new innovations in energy-based therapeutics are right now on our doorsteps. Devices that can cut tissue, seal vessels, or otherwise treat impacted tissue and organs with greater precision and less collateral damage than ever before. And in heal, time-consuming suturing by hand, which exacts a mental toll on the surgeons and their eyes, is increasingly being replaced by automated systems, while various other technologies like cold plasma and other antimicrobial new materials offer improved infection control and tissue regeneration, leading to faster and better healing. At Honeywell, we've devoted the past year to identifying and evaluating the startups that are most likely to succeed in transforming the way our surgeons see, treat, and heal. We've compiled a huge database of nearly 600 companies in the various fields and are tracking these companies, cheering them on, and investing in the best of them. If this is an area that's of interest to you, or if you have a technology that might fit within that scope, we invite you to visit our website and reach out to us. Beyond this, we remain steadfast in our vision that all of this will one day lead to more intelligent surgery. For that to happen, we are seeking the next wave of innovations in digitalization, standardization, interoperable devices, and finally, fully autonomous medical devices. Thank you.
Smart implants.
Hi and welcome to another panel for MedTech. This time we're going to be focusing on smart implants. With me I have Professor Piers Cambry-Wismeyer and Donald Dudley. Thank you for coming on the show, guys.
It's a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. So before we get into it, tell us a bit about yourselves, a bit of a bio.
Okay, so I'm a medical doctor. I teach anatomy at the University of Malta, and my original interest was in cancer research. It still is, but I also do work on biomechanics, where I collaborate with the engineers, including my colleague here, Donald, and on stem cells and other things as well.
Mm-hmm. Donald?
Hi, I am Donald Dudley. I am the main PhD student behind this project. I am a mechanical engineer. I have in the past mainly focused on designing robotic systems, but then I met Piers Cambry-Wismeyer, who came up with this idea. And so I was very keen to develop this project into designing this new hip implant.
Mm-hmm. And that's really what we want to talk about today. Professor Cranberry-Wismeyer. Tell us a bit about this hip replacement that you've been working on.
Okay, so first of all, we should point out that hip replacements are actually a very common problem. If you can see on this image over here, we have the amount of hip replacements happening in Europe per 100,000 of the population, and you can see in some countries like Germany, you have around 300 hip replacements per 100,000 of the population. Malta would be around here with around 70, okay, which is funny considering that we have a rather large population also with low levels of exercise, and this can be discussed in a number of situations, but it's not to discuss here. Because of this situation with hip joint replacements, there is the need for, you can see also on this map here where we have Malta with 76 per 100,000 of the population. Mm-hmm. Because of this need for hip joint replacements, we are living longer now, and therefore a hip joint replacement normally lasts about 10 to 20 years. Now, if you have a hip replacement at 50 or at 60, 10 to 20 years, you might only be 70 years old. And you might need another hip replacement. Your hip replacement might be not good enough, and you might live till 85, for example, the average age of life in Malta. So it is very important that hip joints last for a very long time. And we decided to try and derive a hip joint which would actually be better than the ones which are already out there. The reason why we actually need a hip replacement is, again, if you look at this image over here, we have what happens in arthritis, which is because of the weight on the hip joint, the cartilage, the red stuff you can see over there in that image, degrades, and because it degrades, bone starts to rub against bone. There's no cushioning, there's no buffering, and as the bone rubs against bone, we get the severe pain which is characteristic of arthritis. And although this can be temporarily controlled for a little bit with drugs, eventually the pain is so hard and the defective walking is so severe that one needs to actually replace the joint. So we decided to work on the basis of this basic principle, that, as you can see on this image, hip joints suffer from quite a high level of arthritis, whilst ankle joints, on the other hand, which are lower down in the body and therefore should be carrying more weight, actually don't suffer from so much arthritis. So we said, why is this? And if you look at the shape of the joint, one of them is a ball and socket joint, so you have a ball working into a socket, whereas the other one is a hinge where you have movement only in one direction, whilst in a ball and socket you have movement in all kinds of different directions. Now, if you have that, because it's a ball, you have a lot of pressure on one point, and over time, if you get wearing, as the joint gets worn out, as you can see here, the weight is distributed nicely over the whole thing, but as it wears out and you don't have a perfect fit anymore, and this happens both in the natural hip joint and also in a prosthesis, in an artificial replacement, eventually you get a lot of pressure on one point, and that pressure on one point results in the hip joint becoming less and less effective and eventually needing to be replaced. So we decided to work on this and try and replace. In fact, here I've shown you a number of x-rays as well, so you can see this in reality. You have the curved curvature of the hip joint. If you look at this image, the curved surface of the hip joint over there, as opposed to the relatively flat surface of the ankle joint. And therefore, because there's a flat surface, which allows the distribution of the weight over a much wider area, we get less pressure and possibly less degradation. And this might explain why the ankle joint suffers less arthritis. So the whole point of this project was to try and make the hip joint into a number of ankle joints. That's the easiest way to try and explain it. In terms of more engineering detail, I think Donald will be the person who can explain it most, but I can show a few images as well as needs be.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so as the professor noted, Donald, you could probably tell us a bit more about the mechanical aspects of this innovation. Can you tell us a bit about that?
Yes, so essentially, as Pierre said, Pierre noticed that the stress distribution on the ankle is much lower than that on the hip joint, and so for this reason, instead of having a spherical joint, we used these cylinders and we integrated them together at 90 degrees. So in total we have 3 cylindrical joints which are at 90 degrees. The main reason of incorporating three cylinders is to replicate the 3 degrees of motion of the hip, because with the hip you can perform 3 types of motion: forward and backwards, sideways, and you have internal and external rotation. With a cylindrical joint, you can only perform only one type of motion along one plane. So for this reason, we have these 3 cylinders stacked at 90 degrees to each other, and this enabled us in order to reproduce the same motion whilst achieving the same functionality. As we have observed on the market, there is nothing like this type of design since their introduction on the market. Hip implants have always followed the ball and socket design. Now, another main advantage of using cylindrical joint is that the polyethylene, which is the main type of polymer which is used in hip implants, becomes stronger when it's subjected to linear motion. This is in fact a disadvantage with current ball and socket designs. So when you have the ball and socket is going in 3 directions. So it's going in different directions, and as a consequence, this will cause the surface structure to become convoluted and essentially will become weaker. And by time, this will result in increased wear. By introducing this cylindrical joint, all the motion is linear, and this would cause all the motion to make the structure even stronger. And in fact, when we tested the implant, we have observed that the structure resulted in lower wear.
Mm-hmm. And you just mentioned testing there. Quality control with these kind of devices is essential. How do you go about doing that?
So basically, during my doctoral studies, first I designed a test rig. So basically, we got a hip implant designed with our novel system consisting of the 3 cylindrical joints. And we try to simulate 3 aspects. We have the motion, the load, and the environment. So basically, we consider the walking gait cycle. And during the walking gait cycle, the loads on the hip implant can increase up to 3,000 newtons. The main reason being at one instant, all the loads are being supported on one leg, and this would cause an increase in the amounts of loads being exposed on the joints. And this is one of the main reasons why osteoarthritis is one of the leading cause for degenerative diseases in hip joints. So first we built this test rig. We tested it at the University of Malta. Then we have observed that we have satisfactory results. Of course, this test rig was only a prototype. So for this reason, after we observed that we had satisfactory results, we machined a total of 8 implants. We sent them to Germany. This is an accredited testing lab facility for 4 implants. And they've been tested to simulate 5 years worth of use. And when we compared our implants to those which were tested under the same conditions, same materials, exactly everything the same except for design, we observed that actually our design produced much lower wear than that produced by the conventional ball and socket implants. And this is mainly attributed to the cylindrical design, which allows motion in one direction and the increased contact area, resulting in lower contact stress.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and back to you, Pierre. Obviously, yes. At the end of the day, there has to be some kind of procedure to get this implanted.
Yes.
Have you approached orthopedic surgeons or anyone in the medical sector?
This is a very important point, Jeremy. So obviously, yes, with the first of all, in actually planning the design, we actually had 2 orthopedic surgeons regularly collaborating with us, and we showed them the prototypes and improved the prototypes based on their feedback. And this was also very helpful. One of the things which is particular, which we could do locally, and if anyone is squeamish, they should look away a bit. But if you see the image I'm showing now on the screen, we actually did a mock operation using the 2 orthopedic surgeons and an orthopedic nurse from Mater Dei Hospital actually did a mock operation on a cadaver in the anatomy lab. I teach anatomy. And we have cadavers which we normally use to teach medical students how to become doctors. But the cadavers are nowadays prepared in such a way that they remain soft and they mimic a live human being. And therefore, the surgeons could actually implant the hip which we had introduced, which we had produced, the prototype, into a cadaver. And they were impressed by how easy it was, because we made sure it would fit with existing joints and things of the sort, existing tooling, and things of the sort. And apart from that, they were impressed that there was very good mobility. In fact, one of the comments was that the patient after the operation could theoretically do yoga inside the operating theater. In other words, there was extremely good mobility. And again, maybe Donald will have more chance to extend on this, because this again opens up a potential niche market for our replacement, for our prosthesis.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, essentially, when we introduce the cylindrical design, this has enabled us to explore other design solutions. And in fact, one of the main problems with ball and socket implants is that they are susceptible to dislocation, meaning that the ball can escape out of the socket. Since we have cylindrical design, we came up with a further novel feature which enables the components to interlock to each other. And in fact, as a result of this interlocking mechanism, one can extend the hip, can flex the hip joint without dislocating. And as a consequence, this resulted in a very stable joint. This is a very attractive feature, especially with young patients who are still into sports and exercise. So we think we will, as Pierre said, we can go into this niche market.
Mm-hmm. Now, as some of our more observant viewers may have seen, both of you actually come from separate departments at the university. We have Pierre, who's focused on the medical aspect, and then we have Donald, who's more in the engineering department. Now, how did you guys come about working together? What can you say about this collaboration you've had between you?
Okay, so I will start off. It's interesting that Donald's engineering supervisor, so I was one of his supervisors for his doctorate. His other supervisor is an engineer, Professor Joseph Bohajar. And we met many years ago, actually, in a similar environment to this one, when I was filming another TV series with European Union funding to encourage kids to get into science. And I was looking at various people from Malta who were studying postgraduate science of different aspects, medicine, engineering, physics, etc., abroad. And I interviewed Prof. Bohajar, and since then we've become firm friends. And one of the big advantages of working in a small university like Malta is that we are 100 meters away from each other. The different faculties are right next to each other. So basically, it's very easy for me to cross over and discuss an idea and show prototypes and actually put things together in a face-to-face format, not just over emails and video links and things of the sort. And because of this, when I came up with this idea, I immediately discussed it with Joe. He immediately saw the benefits in it, and together we opted for applying for MCST funding, Malta Council of Science and Technology funding, and we achieved this, and through this we could employ Donald, who has done a sterling job in actually not only taking an idea all the way from design to prototyping, but also building a local jig, a first-time local jig in Malta to test it, and then getting it to a point where we actually are already at a competitive place in the market.
Mm-hmm. And obviously at the end of the day, this has to, if all the testing goes well and you're successful, this has to be produced somehow, and it has to be commercialized.
Yes.
At what point is this at?
Okay, so as Donald mentioned, we have already had the implants tested, and a lot of the testing which is required already for something like FDA approval has already been done. Mm-hmm. However, there may be some particular special tests which still need to be done, and obviously our budget is run out at this point. However, we have patented the device worldwide, and for any combination of materials, actually, not only for the metal and polymer which we worked with in this prototype. And therefore, at this point, it is a case of trying to find partner industry who obviously have the experience of taking a prototype all the way through the final development stages to eventually come to registration and market authorization and then marketing. And we are in communication with a number of these potential clients, potential buyers who would be interested in the HIP and would take it forward. Obviously, I'm not at this point in liberty to mention who they are.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so we have the last few minutes left. Before we close off the panel, is there anything either of you would like to add?
Okay, so if you can look at the images now, one of the things to be aware of is that the rise of this problem is happening all over the world. As we live longer and as we get bigger, we get more obese, okay, there's a trend of increasing, as you can see, across the whole world. So this joint is going to become more and more important. In fact, the amount of replacements happening worldwide are always increasing, okay? So we're talking about very, very large amounts all over the world. And this is one of the points which Donald mentioned, which I think is worthwhile having a look at. So normally when we're standing up, the weight is distributed over both hips, over one and the other. And therefore it's relatively limited. You're carrying a very small amount. But if you can imagine, if you're walking on a single leg, you can actually have 400 to 500 times of body weight. So if you take about a 70 kilogram man, you're talking about almost 350 kilos of weight. And that would be even more possibly when you're stepping down, for example, onto a stair. Okay, so the amount of weight you're actually carrying on an individual hip joint is actually pretty massive. And this is the kind of reason why you need to do extensive testing. So the wear, as Donald said, actually we showed that we could do very, very, very well in actually showing the wear down. And this required a lot of collaboration and a lot of devices. So again, it's easy to see the nice terminal thing, which is over here. This is the classical ball and socket joint, whilst this over here is ours. And as you can see, it's made up of multiple joints. You can see there's different surfaces, metal, polymer, which is totally different from here where we have just one combination of metal and polymer. Okay, but to get there, you actually have a lot of iterations. So these were different iterations which were produced by Donald and even previous students, okay, who actually started developing from what we originally came up with, which looks very different from to what we have now, to the final product. And because of this final product, as Donald has said, apart from the very much reduced wear, we're talking about 300 to 400% reduced wear, okay, so 3 to 4 times as much. That's massive reduction. Apart from that, because of the fact that it is made of these different surfaces, we actually have the possibility of a huge range of motion. So the best hip joint presently on the market can flex and extend to around 140, 150 degrees. Ours actually can extend to well over 200 degrees, okay, in flexion and extension. So this would allow people to do the kinds of things which they couldn't do with a normal joint replacement. Like, for example, things which are very particular in certain cultures, like in the Far East. For example, squatting very far down, okay, squatting almost while you're eating on the floor, squatting to the ground in a sense. This kind of thing would not be possible with most hip joint replacements, whereas in ours, it seems to be something which is possible. So we are looking again at these kind of niche markets, young people who need a long-term replacement, people in certain kinds of cultures who need a certain kind of movement, which would be accepted as standard normally in their case. And our novel design actually allows this. The other important thing to point out, which Donald has already mentioned, is it's actually made of the same materials which are already on the market. So there's no new toxicities, and as you asked, Jeremy, one of the things is now taking it to market. So when you have no new materials, there's no new toxicity, and therefore the route to market should theoretically be simpler and a bit faster.
Mm-hmm. Well, I hope for the best for both of you. If this is clearly a very innovative and definitely helpful kind of medical device. Thank you so much for your input, guys, and we'll see you on the next panel.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Origami engineering for the brain.
Hello, everybody. My name is Mike Kareem. I am the CEO of Oxford Endovascular. We have developed origami engineering for the brain, a technology to treat brain aneurysms. Our product is Oxyflare. It is a next-generation flow diverter and is a marriage between medicine and engineering out of Oxford University. Our project is part funded by the Horizon 2020 SME instrument within the European Commission. Our two inventors are Professor James Byrne, who has been a professor of neuroradiology for the past 30 years, is one of the world's leading experts, and Professor John Yu, who is a professor of engineering science at Oxford University. We spun out at the end of 2015, and we have gained several patents within Europe, the US, China, and Japan, and we innovate at the Oxford Science Park. Now, brain aneurysms are surprisingly common. They affect 1 in 50 people. They are weaknesses in the blood vessels in the brain that can rupture at any time. Every year, 750,000 people have ruptures. Now, 50% of these patients will die, and 66% of survivors will have permanent brain damage. So it's an extremely important condition to be able to prevent. Now, during history, open brain surgery has been a mainstay of treatment over the last 30 years or so. It's very successful, but has the complication rates associated with open surgery, such as long hospital stay, and there's still a risk of rupture because the aneurysm is still remaining. Endovascular techniques or minimal access techniques have developed over the last 20 years or so. And the gold standard is coiling, whereby little micro platinum coils are put inside the aneurysm through a microcatheter to cause the aneurysm to be blocked off. But there's still a risk of rupture because it doesn't actually cure the aneurysm and actually does not work as well as open surgery. Over the last few years, the concept of diverting flow away from an aneurysm has come into being. And an early flow diverter concept, which is now a market-leading device, was introduced in 2009. However, the challenge with existing flow diverters, which are stent-like structures, is that they have poor fit and placement, and they will often migrate, and as a result, multiple devices are often used to compensate for this. Now, this causes great expense and also creates more risk of reinterventions. The market for treating brain aneurysms is huge and it's growing. It's over $1 billion US, and it's growing at about 10% year on year. The doctors who treat this condition are neurointerventional radiologists and neurosurgeons. 50% of the market is in the US, and the other 50% is in Europe and the rest of the world. Now, the challenges with existing flow diverters is that they are made of a woven mesh of strands of metal, which lack the radial force to fit in blood vessels in the brain. And they often get distorted because of their structure and will move out of positions. Now, thought leaders we have spoken to have said at least 50% of placements are high risk, and we cannot treat all the patients that we would like to. Reinterventions are fairly common, and if we look at the adverse events that are reported, there are over 500 reports of flow diverters not opening properly during deployment. And if someone is able to deal with this fundamental issue, then this is something that would move things forward. And this is where our technology fits in. Oxiflow is origami engineering for the brain. We take a tube of nickel titanium alloy and apply a unique design which can be laser cut from this tube. This allows our technology to have optimized radial force along its length, allowing it to place and open accurately, exactly where the doctor intends to place it. It has memory which keeps its shape, and it is conformable to whatever blood vessel it is placed in. It will require only one device to be used, which will make it a more effective technology, reduce reinterventions, and also save time and cost to all of the hospitals that will use it. The great thing is it doesn't require a new technique and will go in on existing reimbursement codes. Now, we have developed a delivery system to enable this device to be placed, which is used within existing equipment. We're actually very proud that we're the only British company and one of the few European companies involved in this space. In terms of the placement of the device, it places through a microcatheter, just as other stents and coils are placed in the vessels, in the blood vessels in the brain. We've gone through several stages of development of the technology, and our latest prototypes fit perfectly into the blood vessels, and they've gone through a series of animal studies which have de-risked the design iterations. We've done hundreds of placements on the bench in anatomical models, under X-ray conditions, and into various acute and GLP standard animal studies. Typically, we use the rabbit aneurysm model, which is standard in this space, and our device has been shown to remove aneurysms in as quickly as 30 days and out to 6 months, which is typical of the follow-up periods in the experimental conditions that are used by companies. So to summarize our in vivo results, we've seen very accurate deployments and 100% opening of the device. And this compares favorably with what's seen with existing technologies. We've seen strong apposition to the vessel wall and high visibility. We've seen zero migration of our technology, and extremely good endothelialization has been seen with no vessel damage and no arteries blocked. So it has been shown to be safe. We are now in our final development stage of the technology with our design modifications on track as we expand the capability of the device to treat the widest neck aneurysms. And our final device will show superior flow diversion for larger neck aneurysms, improved visibility, which will enhance placement accuracy further, and recapture and redeployment capability, which has been requested by users. This will increase our IP portfolio and enhance our valuation and attractiveness for an exit or distribution agreements. We've already had a number of major players approach us for interest for collaboration. We've had a number of validating awards for our technology. I'd mentioned the Horizon 2020 SME instrument, but we have also this year, during the COVID lockdown, won an EIT Health Award investment known as the COVID-19 Rescue Instrument. And we were one of 11 companies across Europe that received that support. We've also recently won an Innovate UK Smart Grant that will continue to help us on our journey. We are very supportive investors. We are open to experienced MedTech investors joining our journey and welcome any inquiries from interested parties. We're very proud to be developing this technology using origami engineering. So please join us in saving lives and treating brain aneurysms. Thank you for your time.
Automation in catheter manufacturing.
Hello, I'm Brian Mathias, Business Development Manager with Syneo, based out of West Palm Beach, Florida, and Angleton, Texas. And I'm joined today by Dimitri Velikan, who's also Business Development Manager or Director of Business Development for Machine Solutions, MSI Vonte. Both of us cover the area of Europe, and today we're going to talk about automation in catheter manufacturing. Typically, a lot of manufacturing sites, such as automotive, have a high level of automation. We don't see a lot of this in catheter manufacturing. It's not commonplace. Why do you think that is, Dimitri?
Yeah, so I would agree with you, Brian. I mean, mostly automotive sector is quite well automated, which is not the case in medical. So medical device market is quite manual, yet due to very tight tolerances and challenges we are going to discuss within the next few minutes. But right now, that particular market hasn't really seen a lot of automation levels so far yet.
Okay. But we do see a difference between automated machines and automation. So an automated machine would be something such as the Vonte tipping machine, where we have an automated process and controls which you can talk to. And there's a difference between that and automation, which we'd consider sort of a lights out operation, where you walk away from a machine and it runs through the night. So just to explain that difference, where would you see that?
So typically in a catheter manufacturing world and many customers' facilities worldwide, we really see mostly process automation where some certain particular steps are automated, or let's say it's semi-automated, so where you still have an operator loading and unloading the parts, but let the machine do the rest and let's say form a tip or form a hole. But in terms of parts handling, there is that's sort of still needs to be. I mean, we see automation there at certain level as well, but a few challenges, especially with the size of the extrusion, with the type of the extrusion we are using, with the different coatings, and so on. But in general, the process which exists on the market, they are semi-automated to a very, very high level. So once you still have to have an operator load and unload the parts into the machine, and maybe automate different stations together, which will transfer the parts from one station to another. But even there, we will face with a lot of challenges around it, which needs to be considered when you design your part and when you design your product. I'm not sure what experience you've done, Brian, with this, but that's what I have seen so far.
Yeah, that's pretty much what we see is commonplace around the industry, catheter manufacturing industry. What is important that an automated process can produce better results than a lot of automation of something that's done by hand. And I think we can all see that at certain steps, such as you mentioned, cutting, drilling, tipping, grinding, forming. They're better with an automated process than something that's done manually. So it is important to automate the process, even though you fully automate the line. Okay?
Right.
And we see some challenges around the automation, and some of them come into ones I'm thinking of are inspection, because a lot of parts need 100% inspection. That sort of takes away the opportunity to automate, because even in an automated process, the part would have to come off and go to a manual inspection station. Other variations, like you mentioned, is the tolerance of incoming parts and product variation in volumes. Is there anything else we can think of that sort of prevents automation?
I think you pretty much covered it. I would also say that inspection is a quite hard step, because there are different ways and how the customers would like to inspect their parts. There are different optical systems available, like for that type of inspection, and the level of quality customers would like to see or would like to get through the inspection process might limit the implementation of automation processes for sure. Beside this, I would say we are pretty much covered all that limitations.
Yeah, and that brings us on perfect to the next point, is really, are catheters designed for automation?
Yes and no. I mean, as you know, there are few type of products which are available on the market which you could easily automate. It depends really on the type of geometry you wanna make. Depend on the level of difficulties you wanna achieve with the final product. I mean, with the shape of with the tip, maybe with the size of the hole you wanna cut. So it's really hard to answer this question. I would say some of the products can be automated to a certain degree. Some of the products really needs to go through the manual or semi-automated stations due to certain challenges we face with the input material.
Yeah, and that comes back then to the design of the catheter from the start. If it's not designed to be made in an automated fashion, then you're looking into sort of revalidation costs and changing the steps and scaling up to high volume production. And from what I can see, around the world, is catheters, when they're made for low volumes, get validated, and at the early stages they're not made for the scaling up.
That is correct. Yeah.
So how do you think decisions around the specification and tolerances at the design stage can affect the ability to automate? And I think a good example from my side, and I'm sure you can talk about more, is sometimes when a product is designed, a medical device is designed or made and validated, it's then reverse engineered for the specification. So if a hole is made in a part at 1 millimeter plus or minus 0.1, that becomes the specification. Even though it might not be relevant, that hole could have a size of 1 millimeter plus or minus half a millimeter, which would make it more automationable. Do you see that around, your
Yeah.
parts of the industry?
Right. So within the tip forming space, we also face with a lot of similar situation. For example, when you design you design a tip and would like to have a certain transition inside of the lumen to go from some specific ID to desired ID. Some customers put a spec there and would like to have a controlled ID transition within their tube, which in most of the medical device applications is not relevant. The national plastic transition during the forming phase is more or less great and will cover all, let's say, 90% of the medical device applications which you see on the market. And if you really put a spec saying that the transition inside of the catheter by forming a tip needs to be controlled, you need to use a certain specific mandrel with a specific shape in order to control that transition. And every time you would use that mandrel, that might prevent the automation a little bit, because that you need to maybe feed this part over the specific mandrel to a specific portion. You need to have that position from the back to a specific lens. All this adds additional automation and complexity later on in the automation machine, which just prevents overall automation. If you would just allow natural transition for many tubes, this would be more easier. It will allow for more easier parts handling into their system and also easier handover to the next station.
Yeah, I think what you're saying there is an automated process could give you a better result than the actual original specification, right? If you had something like a bond would give you a more consistent, although it would be closer to the top end maybe of the specification, it would be more consistent and more repeatable.
Right, yeah, right, and it's also depends what product. I mean, if we're talking about bonds, there are also there is something which also needs to be considered when you design some butt weld joints and might actually define your specification more loosen in order to accommodate in order to automate it maybe in a better way. But overall, things can be, when you design a product, the engineer needs to consider how they want to make this part in general. Even on a semi-automated station, there are a lot of things which needs to be considered, starting from the material going to the final shape, even to do it on a semi-automated station. And later on, if you would think one step forward, you also need to take into consideration maybe an additional automation process which can come after you implemented your semi-automated line. So there will be an additional topics like you just mentioned, maybe that whole spec, or maybe national transition specs, which might be more might be not so defined, so strict, which would allow for easier parts handling, for easier automation, and still make a product which will meet final desired functionality requirements.
Yeah, and that's great. I think we can both identify some disconnects between facilities with R&D and manufacturing, and it's often the case that we become the connection. The outside sales guys coming in become the connection between R&D and manufacturing. So when something's designed, we'll give them the advice at R&D stage to help them become manufacturing.
That's true.
Or make a manufacturable process.
That's true, because we see it also a lot from a manufacturing standpoint of view, and we can already make a connect inside the company, or maybe provide some feedback, what the engineer, R&D engineer needs to consider right from the in the design stage before design freeze, in order to easy manufacture this part. So it's sometimes we really establish this connection between R&D and production facilities within the companies, because sometimes we recognize just teams just don't talk to each other, or maybe just don't think on some difficulties they can face during the automation phase or during semi-automation phase.
Just a different focus, right? The R&D
Right,
focus
right.
is to get a functional part. The manufacturing focus is to get a high volume part out the door, and they
Right,
don't.
right.
They don't use the same technology sometimes, or the same budget, or whatever else comes into it.
Right.
And I
right.
think by engaging with manufacturing and the machine supplier, we can offer things like prototyping, some testing, development parts that can bridge that gap.
That's correct. That's correct.
Yeah. So that brings us to the next point, I suppose, is do we think this will change? Is there any appetite for automation in catheter manufacturing?
Yeah, I would say definitely yes. And within the last 2 years, I have been asked, by many times by a lot of customers on if you guys can automate it. Do you envision we can automate this process? Can you help us? And it's always product and maybe process dependent, and needs to be really reviewed separately. But I see the training is going there. I see that few customers were trying already to automate it. The wish is really there. I mean, I definitely see the trend is going there, because the most desire, of course, will be to become more productive. And I think that the main driving factor beside the automation, since we have a very high burden in terms of selling costs of the product. So companies are really looking at how to reduce the manufacturing costs, and automation is only the way how to do it, especially considering not such low automated field like a medical device production. So of course the desire is there, just a matter of implementation of it. And I've seen, and we have done together even few automation projects where it just works great, and have just I can recommend the customers really review it step by step. Maybe start with a few simple processes, and then modular add additional stations to the automation line. But yeah, obviously the desire is there. So
yeah, and it's only ever possible to automate a repeatable process, right? And one of the other challenges that come in there is product variations, because you might have a product that will run over a number of French sizes with a number of different identification markers, and even into the stent manufacturing, different lengths, different balloon sizes, different geometries, things like that, which there's such a wide range of products that you'd want a high volume, consistent product to even consider automation.
Right. That's probably the biggest challenge, due to there's infinite number of French sizes. You just need so many. You would need a different, very big variations of lines in order to accommodate it, and it's a challenge. It's a cost burden, but I mean, there is a way how to do it. I mean, you can always think about maybe multi-line system which will cover different French sizes, and have some inline inspection which will sort out those French sizes differently. But in general, yeah, it's for sure it's a big challenge for customers even start looking into this. So I would agree with you. But both of us can help out and with the first steps, and maybe brings few processes together, and then add additional processes on top of this. So but as you said, the first you need to have a repeatable process. If your semi-automated process is repeatable enough, let's say if it's a tip forming or cutting or hole drilling, then you can start thinking about maybe how you wanna feed in the tube in a more automated way, how you wanna sort it out in the beginning, and do the same thing during the after inspection. So
you're definitely right there. You automating a repeatable process. When you automate a process that's done manually and it's inconsistent, automating it isn't going to make it better. If anything, it's going to make it worse and have a less yield. And you know, we know from experience when we've automated Vontae systems with Cineo, tip forming, you've got that repeatability and closed loop systems and things like that. And those are the sort of things we need to look at on repeatability and inspection of incoming parts and things like that. So yeah.
Right.
Okay. So that's just about covered everything we wanted to look at. Any other comments or additions?
I think from my side, I would just only maybe add that customers can really be open to automation, or should be open to automation, as that's definitely it's definitely a future trend within this potential market niche. You just need to select wisely the supplier. You just need to select wisely, first of all, or bring your semi-automated stations under control with a high level of repeatability, and that's what we can also offer you in terms of tip forming with the built-in closed-loop temperature controls, or with the senior cutting and drilling systems, which provide a great level of repeatability. And once you get there, we would support you with any additional steps you can add on top of this and expand this line to a more automated line for your manufacturing facility.
Yeah, totally agree, Dimitri, and I look forward to working with you on some of these automation projects, hopefully in the near future.
Yeah, same ways.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Well, it's great to hear from our panelists that research is moving forward in this field, and hopefully medical devices and the technology around it will get to those that need them as quickly as possible. With that, I want to thank you for staying with us this morning. We're going to have a short break and we'll be back later to dip into some more content. In the meantime, feel free to send us some questions in the chat for the speakers to answer, and we'll see you after the break.
Welcome to the inaugural MedTech World Symposium. Discover how blockchain, AI, quantum computing, IoT, big data, and other emerging tech are taking healthcare to new heights, creating a patient-centric, collaborative, and efficient medical ecosystem. Leading experts will address the opportunities and challenges the industry faces and debate deep learning, bioprinting, augmented reality, smart implants, and much, much more. Log on to med-tech.world and register today, October 20th and 21st. We're gathering online with the best from the industry for the inaugural MedTech World Symposium.
I believe that it's going to really change the way that we look at medicine globally.
Welcome to this inaugural Medical Cannabis World Malta Conference.
We're all in a very exciting industry at a very exciting time.
We have racism against a plant simply because of how we were socialized.
When you have a child that's very severely ill and in hospital all the time, that's absolutely no life. And what medical cannabis has done for my son is give him a better life.
People just need to take it upon themselves to look into this because there's real science there starting to back all of this up.
We have what can be seen as a growing mental health crisis.
Because there's no oversight there, because there's no standardization, you get these dangerous products.
The research is so lacking.
Formulating products, services, educational models based on wellness is the future of cannabis.
The best thing about this event is gathering like-minded individuals, academics, business people who all believe in basically furthering medical education about cannabis.
The thing that interests me the most with this conference is the support from the government, and you don't see that as directly with the other countries.
So I think Malta has an unprecedented position where it can take the lead at EU level.
The industry is at a very early stage, so we can shape it and mold it in the way that it needs to go.
There is an opportunity here for cannabis to play an incredibly important role in improving the general mental health of the entire population.
We're ready to go in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Welcome back to MedTech. This morning we had an amazing response with hundreds of attendees tuning in. During the break we had a poll going on where we asked you which technology you think would catch on, and most of you seem to think that AI-powered self-diagnosis would be the most important, closely followed by wearable health monitors. Now, coming up, we're going to have some panels on the important aspects of digitalized healthcare that should be taken into consideration for newcomers, such as cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, and confidentiality. We'd like to remind you to use our Swapcard platform if you'd like to interact with the speakers or any of the other attendees. And we'd like to thank our sponsors, Digital Health Malta, for their support. And with that, enjoy the upcoming content.
Changing public perception to allow digital health ecosystems to flourish.
Hello, I'm Ryan Grech, one of the co-founders of Digital Health Malta. I would like to welcome you to this panel entitled Changing Public Perception to Allow Digital Health Ecosystems to Flourish, which will delve into the need for digital health ecosystems to support this rapid growth of MedTech. Joining me today are Professor Shamin Gauci, Superintendent of Public Health in Malta, and an Associate Professor within the University of Malta with a special interest in epidemiology, communicable disease, and health promotion. Another panelist, Dr. Dylan Attard, colleague co-founder of Digital Health Malta with a passion for digital health, currently a surgical trainee. And finally, Dr. Stefan Buttigieg, another colleague of co-founder of Digital Health Malta, specialist in public health and vice president within the European Public Health Association. So starting the topic off, I think my first question is to you, Professor Gauci. I think that public health has never been so important than the current age we're living in. The coordinated response that we've seen from the public health teams in many different countries, including Malta, they have definitely saved lives. What do you feel has been the most important tool to this success?
Yes. First of all, thank you for this invitation. It's a pleasure to be with such an esteemed panel of people and also dedicated people. So basically, COVID-19 has come at a time whereby we were on our way to plan things into digital health. However, what happened was that the COVID came so suddenly that we started seeing a number of cases, and as the number of cases started to increase, we found ourselves that we needed to have the tools to be able to help us. And what happened was that we started off immediately with digital technology so that it will help us in our work. And this has helped us a lot. And in fact, today I say, I wish we had introduced all these tools that we have today before at the very beginning, or even if we had been prepared even before. So we have set up a lot of systems. One of them is the Go Data, which is an adapted database from WHO, which was actually first set up to deal with the Ebola outbreak. However, this has been adapted by the very good people we have, which I'm pleased to say that they are public health specialists as well. One of them is Stefan, who is on this panel as well. And this has been adapted to deal with COVID. So it gives us all the information that we need in terms of the public health aspects. There are other things which have helped us along the way. One of them is also linking the results that we give to the patients through also digital health. So a patient does the test, gets the result through even My Health System, which is the national database for getting all the results. And we have linked this very beautifully, which is very good, even for getting the results very fast, but also even now in the age where we have countries asking for a negative test before traveling, they can actually show their My Health COVID results actually there and then to at the airport. So this has been one of the things which has advanced a lot. We have also advanced into going into using the tools to support our structure. So one of them is symptom checker, whereby we have a web-based technology whereby we actually ask people to input their symptoms, and this will guide them on the risk for COVID. And this will actually also guide them whether they will need to go for a test. So this, apart from giving us the information of the symptomatology that we have out there in the community, so we will have this syndromic surveillance in the community, but also will guide the people to actually and encourage them to go for testing, which is very important, especially for people who are symptomatic. And then we have our contact tracing app, the COVID Alert Malta, which has been taken up very fast. In fact, it's been 3 weeks now, and we have over 70K people who have actually taken up this, installed this app. And if you look at the uptake of the population, it's almost now 15% of the population who can actually have a phone, who has actually taken this up and downloaded and installed this on their phone, which is an excellent uptake from our end, because if you look at other countries, they have actually taken this uptake very, very, very slowly. But in Malta, it has been taken up very fast. And we actually already started seeing positive cases actually inputting the code, and actually people who are actually receiving the alert, and they call our helpline and actually also go for testing. So this is picking up cases which the human being, without the support of digital technology, will not be able to cope. So these are just a few snippets. To me, COVID has made us do advances in digital health, which we would have taken years to do.
I think it's actually quite encouraging what you're mentioning. I think the uptake, especially when compared to other European countries, is quite magnificent. Where unfortunately countries like France, countries like the UK, the engagement might not have been as good. Turning on to you, Dylan, now, keeping with the theme of COVID-19. So Digital Health Malta, a recently founded NGO, yet with its limited resources, it still contributed to the pandemic response. Can you take us a bit through how it kind of did so?
All right. So first of all, thank you, MedTech Summit, for the invitation. I mean, it's an honor for Digital Health Malta as a small association to be able to, first of all, help it organize the panel, as well as participate in this panel. Now, moving on to your question, I mean, obviously, like many other countries, the initial COVID-19 wave took us by surprise. I mean, even Malta is a small island. We always thought that we were safe from the rest of the world, sort of like in a bubble, and no pandemic is ever going to reach us. However, it did. And cases started increasing exponentially in the first couple of days and weeks. And now, us being doctors, as co-founders of Digital Health Malta, we were also suffering from the pressure of increased work at hospital, as well as increased responsibilities and the working roster. So whilst trying to maintain and serve our responsibilities at work at hospital, working on the front line as best as we could, we also had the responsibility to utilize Digital Health Malta as best as we can, and try to help Malta fight off the pandemic through whatever means we could. Now, obviously, Digital Health Malta, our means were trying to deploy digital health tools. The first tool which we launched was an automated chatbot on Facebook, which we named When Young, after the first doctor who was the first to issue emergency warnings regarding this different sort of pneumonia. And we launched it on Facebook as a sort of small Facebook page, and surprisingly, actually, people were exponentially started to interact with it. I mean, the first couple of days there was like a rather slow response, but eventually we also made it onto the news, and people were interacting with it, asking the various questions that they had during the initial waves of COVID. I mean, now 6 months after, or how many months, everyone is sort of like a professional in answering these questions. But I mean, at first people didn't know what's a virus, what's a bacteria, whether they were taking antibiotics. And this chatbot, this simple chatbot on Facebook, was serving to answer these questions, as well as supplementing the good work that the local healthcare authorities, public health, were doing. Another tool which we launched was a telemedicine platform. Us being doctors and working, our colleagues being GPs or other healthcare practitioners, we were noticing that they were having trouble to open their face-to-face clinics, with either to protect themselves as well as their patients. So they wanted to connect with their patients online, but most didn't know how to connect. Was Facebook safe? Was WhatsApp safe? How are they going to pay us? And so sort of Digital Health Malta stepped in to launch Malta's first telemedicine platform. It was a fully fledged telemedicine platform with all the tools like an electronic healthcare record, to ensure that the healthcare practitioners were connecting with their patients, and Digital Health Malta had also the means, fortunately, to be able to sponsor this platform and offer it free of charge to the healthcare practitioners. So we didn't take any charges. We invited any healthcare practitioner interested to log in on this platform and offer his service and connect with the patients online. I mean, even though with our limited funds as an association, we managed to in the initial couple of weeks of this pandemic to launch this platform. And apart from helping Malta fight the pandemic, apart from helping patients connect with their healthcare practitioners, we were starting, kicking off the revolution of utilizing digital health tools. I mean, if you had to ask people a year ago to connect with their patients, with their doctors online through a formal service, in which, for example, they had to pay, or else to communicate with a health chatbot on Facebook, they would either have loved or just dismissed the idea. So it was kind of exciting for Digital Health Malta to help kick off this digital health revolution and help the local authorities fight this pandemic.
Thanks for that, Dylan. Moving on from Digital Health Malta now a bit to you, Stefan. So I think we've both been working now for a number of years when it comes to digital health, you probably more than I have. And I think in the past, me personally, I have felt like I was kind of paddling against the current when it comes to digital health, finding resistance in general from the whole healthcare industry, really. Do you feel that, particularly as Prof. Gauci mentioned earlier, thanks to COVID, the shift in public perception to digital health has started?
Thanks, Ryan, and thanks for all of us for being here today. Yes, there has been change, and I think one of the most important things that happened here is that we have collected now a robust evidence base that basically states that digital health interventions are widely accepted in Malta. Before, there was this thought that, so that technology, I don't think they will take it up, the older age group, they won't use digital health, they don't use the smartphone. So there was a lot of this perception, both internally and externally, that these tools won't be used. What we know is that this pandemic has proven us otherwise. And for example, when we launched COVID-19 Check as part of the public health response team, for example, we had, let's say, incredible response. And by the end of the pandemic, now it has kind of calmed down a bit. But we had 43,000 submissions plus. That means how many times the full form or the full workflow was completed. That's quite encouraging. You have the app downloads of the COVID-19 contact tracing app, COVID Alert Malta. We also, for a short while, we also had COVID, which was a chatbot which was specifically designed for Malta. And that in the beginning, even that, we collected evidence that it was used. We had to wind it down simply because we were focusing our energies on other important projects, which were very, very important anyways, and which fulfilled our role, but was critical to see that people actually check it out. Also, we mentioned Facebook. Imagine televised press briefings, so many people watching them. Even if you just see on the top left corner of every live stream how many people watch the stream, I think Prof. Sharma will be more than happy to tell you the numbers, but big numbers. So these are all different kinds of digital health interventions. For example, in primary healthcare, I believe that just in the first few weeks, for example, the first 2-3 weeks, we had more than 20,000 telemedicine consultations there. All of these. So you had the public, you had the private, and bringing it all together, started realizing that, yes, people use digital health. And one last thing that I even forgot to mention is that even My Health, for example, there was an increased uptake, which was immense. If you
guess it looks like kind of the wheels are in motion and the cogs are in motion, and we're finally seeing that people, if you educate them correctly, I think they do uptake these things. And like we were saying, Stefan, I think Malta did quite well in a lot of this digital health input for the pandemic. And to that end, I think, Professor Gauch, if I can turn back to you, what is your vision of a more digitally enabled public health in Malta? How does kind of MedTech and digital health fit into the picture?
Yes, in fact, what I say is that many people are longing to have this pandemic over. True, everyone, I think even the whole public health team wish to have some time to ourselves. However, I really believe that some of the things that we have learned, some of the systems that we have inputted, we need to keep. For example, Stefan mentioned the fact that we televise our briefings, our COVID bulletins on Facebook. Okay, so we see how many people are actually able to actually see it at that point in time, but also be able to see it later whenever they can find some time. So that is providing all the information at the right point in time to the people who can see it at any point in time of their day. So this is one important means of communications that we have set up. Indeed, we also did the setup all in-house, so we can actually continue doing this. Also, not only for COVID, but also for other topics. What's important as well is that you have features. For example, when we had the height of the pandemic, we didn't used to get the journalists within the room. We used to communicate also with the journalists. So the journalists were participating with us, asking the usual questions as well as they do, even in person. So we used to manage to fulfill all the things that we used to do when we are face-to-face. Something else which I really want to keep, and I insist that we will keep, is that before we used to commute from one place to the other for meetings. Like I used to waste a lot of my time going from one place to the other to have meetings with other people. I know it's nice to meet people physically. However, we can do without actually meeting people physically. What's good as well, for example, I had an urgent meeting today, which I had to call within 5 minutes. That couldn't be done with a physical meeting. So I actually sent an invitation to 7 people, and actually we were in line within 5 minutes. So we did the meeting and all is over. I mean, you can easily also work from home. So before we used to say, I need the phone, I need this. When you have a meeting, I will come in to work. But we can work from home. So this is even more better, even for family-friendly measures. So we can have people who will have their own family, can continue to take care of their younger children. Perhaps they have older relatives and they need to take care of their older relatives. So what we have learned through this pandemic, these tools that we have included, I wish that we need to continue using them. So this is something which we have learned. If we want to do something, I believe that COVID forced us to do some things perhaps, but we need to learn that if we really want to do something, let's do them when it's the right time.
Thank you. So I think, like Professor Gauch is saying, digital has now been ingrained in our lives, and we've just have only around 3 minutes left. So I'll turn to you, Stefan, and if you can keep it a bit brief, if that's okay. So basically, do you feel that digital health Malta's importance as a strategic pillar in digital health is currently being recognized, or will need to be recognized eventually?
Definitely, Digital Health Malta will bring together 4 main pillars, which is research / academia, all the other NGOs. So it's not just Digital Health Malta, but also, for example, NGOs like Malta Health Network. You have the government, which also plays an important role, and you have the private industry. And the fact that we're a volunteer organization strategically positions us to be non-biased and at the same time offer like a robust network to help us move forward as a nation when it comes to digital health.
Thank you. So let's turn our final intervention now a bit more international. Dylan, so COVID, I think, had a lot of negatives, and what we've been seeing over the past 20 minutes is that it certainly has accelerated digital health transformation. Now, whereas in most industries, I think investment has perhaps slowed down, the narrative in the context of digital health has been quite the opposite. I think I've read that in the US, the investment in digital health, has kept on booming. And I think the latest estimates for Q3 were around $4.6 billion invested in digital health, which is a phenomenal number. So this trend has been increasing similarly in Europe. Dylan, do you think that this will go on, or is it, kind of just the latest trend?
I personally think that this will definitely continue to keep going on and eventually also increase. I mean, this is very exciting, especially for us doctors, us frontliners, us healthcare practitioners. The healthcare industry is going to be undergoing some very exciting changes in the next coming months. COVID has fortunately aimed to be one of the accelerators to bring about this change. I mean, before digital health, telemedicine, for example, more specifically, they were facing considerable barriers from policymakers and business organizations, which were mostly concerned about, for example, patient safety. And they were even designing some policies which were actually there to protect the businesses rather than, for example, the patients. And these restrictions were decreasing, were easing off slightly before COVID. Now they're being even lifted further. So this pandemic is shedding the light on the benefits of, for example, the safe remote testing, of the benefits of digital health, of associating technology with healthcare. So yes, I do think that the digital health, the healthcare industry in general, even especially in Malta, we're going to some very exciting coming months when it comes to investments and digital health infrastructure.
It's always great to hear. So I think that what we saw in these past 20 minutes is that digital health is truly one of the answers to improving healthcare in general. Obviously, it's not just the only one. I think that a supportive ecosystem is required for the acceleration of digital health. And I think, like Stefan earlier hinted to as well, that public education is really quite key in order to ensure that people understand the benefits and the limitations of digital after all. Unfortunately, that is all we have time for today. It's been great having you on, and I want to thank you for being here.
Digital Health Mobile.
Hi, my name's Liz Ashall-Payne and I'm the Chief Exec at Orca. Welcome to today's session, which is all about digital health apps. The title of today's session is Ambiguous Advice, Questionable Quality, Determining and Distributing Quality Health Apps. Before I get into the detail surrounding digital health solutions and health apps, I just wanted to set the scene for the world of health apps. So currently we have access to over 360,000 health and fitness related apps. And every day we see 5 million people download one of these health apps. What's also quite interesting is when we talk to healthcare professionals, they can see the opportunity with health apps too. So 80% of healthcare professionals are already using smartphones and medical apps. And over 90% believe that these apps can improve patients' health. If we just do another little drill down and have a little look at digital health apps by category, you can see that over the last few years, we've seen a significant rise in solutions that can help health condition management. And this is really where we can leverage a lot of benefits from digital health solutions. Just doing an even further drill down into those products that can help with health conditions, this is what that world looks like. So 28% support mental health, 16% diabetes, and so on. And basically, what this picture tells us is that if you can think of a health condition or a health need, there is a solution for you. The question isn't really therefore, is there a solution available? The question is there a good solution available? And what are the barriers to us using these solutions across our health and care systems? Well, there are 4 big barriers to using and taking up the opportunity of digital health. The first big barrier is awareness. People, populations, patients, healthcare professionals, healthcare systems aren't actually aware that these solutions even exist. The second big problem is access. Once you become aware that there are thousands of products available covering every single clinical condition that you could possibly think of, where do you go to access them? Unfortunately, the app stores don't work. If you type in a word like dementia, you might get 1 or 2 results found, you might get none. So access at its most basic level is a challenge. The third big barrier is trust. Trust. How can you know which products are safe? How can you know which ones are quality? And unfortunately, this trust issue is not unfounded. Our research has shown that only 15% of digital health tools meet the quality criteria that you would expect. And so we shouldn't just trust all these products. The fourth big challenge is governance. And what I mean by governance is managing any ongoing risk. So if I'm your doctor and I recommend a solution to you that I know to be safe and that I can trust, how can I be assured that it's not just safe today, but it's safe tomorrow and next week? How do we manage any future risks? And within the world of digital health solutions do update and change all the time. And so this governance is a real challenge. And it's these barriers that we at Orca have been working to break down for the last 5 years. And we've learned that there are 5 key steps in breaking down these barriers and ensuring that you can find and distribute high quality solutions to the people who need them the most. And I'm going to talk you through each of those 5 steps. So the first step sounds really basic, but you need to know which solutions are good. And this is a hard challenge. There are around about 2,500 standards, regulations and best practice guides available. So the first thing is, well, which of those are applied to which products? And the world of regulation and standards keeps changing. There are new standards and regulations emerging all the time. So you need to then know what the future world of regulation looks like. So what we've done at Orca is we've built a layered approach to accreditation and approval. This accreditation and approval process starts with the Orca baseline review. This is around 300 questions that we ask of a product across data, security, clinical assurance and user experience. And we take products through the Orca baseline review using our review engine. The review engine is a solution which allows our reviewers to know which questions they need to ask of a product and hand off to experts at key points of risk. Once a product's gone through that Orca baseline review, we then work with national bodies like the NHS, or in Holland and the Netherlands with the GGZ, or in New Zealand with Health Navigator, to build their national accreditation and to understand, well, what does any additional questions need to look like? We then take products through those enhanced review components, which are additional questions, which then, once passed, lead to accreditation. Because we have this layered approach, it means that everybody can benefit from the work done through the Orca review. And this review process is ever repeatable. Every time the product updates and changes, we re-review, meaning that the review itself tells you about the product today and not just at a point in time in the past. Now, once you know which products are good, the second step, again, sounds very simple. You now need to tell people which ones are good. And the way in which we do this is we create digital health libraries or app libraries. We do this across the NHS. We have around about 400 digital health libraries in the NHS alone at national, regional and local level. But we also do this internationally, working across Europe, Middle East and further. These digital health libraries need to house the high quality solutions. They need to have an ability so that the end user can search, filter and find the best product, not just available, but for them and their personal preferences and needs. All of our digital health libraries enable you to do that. So you can now search, using a word like anxiety, diabetes, COPD, and then filter according to your personal profile, so your age. Gender can sometimes play a role. Any impairments you may have, hearing impairment, visual impairment, cognitive impairment, what you want that product to work with, Android or Apple. Do you want it to work with your Fitbit, etc.? This allows you not only access to a good list of products, but also the best one for you. Once you've told people which products are good and they know where to go, steps 3 and 4 about working with clinicians and clinical teams. What we do here is we work with healthcare professionals who use these libraries, and they get an additional feature called Orca Pro, which turns these libraries into formularies, enabling them to again search, filter and find the right product for their patient, and now recommend via text message to their patient the product that they've found. Step 4 is about integrating products into pathways. So it's not enough to say, here's a list of products and here's how to recommend products. We also need to be working with our clinical colleagues to say, and this is the best product for these patients at this point in the pathway. And so that pathway integration is absolutely critical. What we've seen from the Pro accounts is that this is the biggest activation tool we have available to us. So over 70% of recommended products from a healthcare professional to a patient will result in download. So this is amazing activation to help our populations gain access to high quality solutions. Step 5 is also really important and is quite often one that's overlooked. But we need to support the ongoing sustainability of these products available to us. We need to ensure that the cost of these products is paid for, so that at point of prescription there is a true prescription. The product can then continue to maintain and be on the marketplace so that we can get the value from it. What we've done with the NHS, and we're keen to do this further and wider internationally, is that we've partnered with London procurement partners to create a dynamic purchasing system which is filled with high quality solutions and can easily be procured from. These procured solutions then get placed in local app libraries and can be formally prescribed via healthcare professionals. Now, really, we need all these 5 steps to truly unlock the power of digital health. And actually, now has never been a better time. What's been interesting is with COVID, we've seen a significant increase in the number of health apps being recommended. So please do think about these 5 steps when thinking about how to drive uptake of high quality digital health. Do reach out if you want to speak to us. As I said before, we're now working across 3 continents, covering 40 million people, and we're keen to know about anybody else working in this space. Thank you very much for listening.
Cybersecurity.
Welcome to this session of the MedTech World Digital Summit dedicated to cybersecurity. My name is Dr. JJ Gatt, and today's panel is about the dual paradoxical role that technology poses. On one side, it's an enabler, but on the other side, it's an equally plausible risk creator. Our title today is this: the more technology becomes part of the healthcare infrastructure, how are hacks to be avoided? And so, as we move from defining risk to finding proactive solutions, let me introduce you to our excellent panel today. So welcome Alan, Daniel, and Elliot. And I'll welcome you all one at a time and give some background information. So let me start with Alan Platt. So Alan is a co-founder of CyberHive, a UK-based cybersecurity firm, and he combines commercial experience with an in-depth technical background. His company co-developed a security solution with the University of Oxford. And I hope to extract from Alan today some real-world insights. And maybe, Alan, let's start with this right away. My impression is that most cyber attacks actually start as the result of human error rather than a structured system vulnerability. Is this something you've witnessed?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much for the introduction. It is great to be here. And I completely agree. We see human error as one of the biggest problems in cybersecurity. The thing is, criminals don't need to go looking to develop complex hacks to bypass security systems. They're just using simple off-the-shelf toolkits to exploit simple weaknesses. All they need to do is wait, and eventually somebody will make an error, opening the door for them to get in. And attacks that start this way can actually be very, very hard to uncover. On average, it's taking companies more than 6 months to even notice that they've had a data breach.
That's an interesting insight. So thank you for that, Alan, and welcome to this panel. Next, Elliot, we're extremely lucky to have you here. Elliot is the CEO of Practical Cyber. Before that, Elliot was actually a federal cybercrime prosecutor in the US and spent most of his formative years working as a tech general counsel and entrepreneur. He co-edited the book Cybercrimes, a multidisciplinary analysis, which is an excellent reference work for practitioners, so go look for that. Most relevant to us today, Elliot's present occupation focuses specifically on the cyber risk mitigation aspect in medical devices for digital health. So welcome, Elliot. We're lucky to have you here, and let's start right away. In your experience, what are the major cybercrime risks for healthcare?
Well, thank you very much for that kind introduction. So healthcare is a very broad category, so I'm going to focus my comments on one part, hospital systems. Hospital systems already rely extensively on computing technologies. For example, personal computers and business applications. Networking technologies like switches, routers, servers, and wireless access points. They use cloud services like AWS and Azure. They have many third-party software service providers integrated in their network. There's a widespread use of electronic health record software. There are medical computers wheeled around patient to patient. There are mobile charting done with medical-grade tablets. There's digital medical imaging done by sophisticated computer-based machines, MRIs, CT scans, ultrasounds. You even have computer-assisted surgery and procedures using robotics, artificial intelligence, and/or augmented and virtual reality. And there's a plethora of digital medical devices, too numerous to list. So almost every week, hospital systems today integrate new computing technologies. And they further connect their computing technologies into these large, hard-to-defend networks. Now, of course, the networking of these powerful computing technologies offers great promise for improving the delivery of healthcare services. But as you said in your opening, it also materially increases the risk that cyber attacks will harm patients by, 1, interrupting services such as a ransomware attack that shuts down an entire hospital system. 2, you could modify device operations or electronic health records that could cause a misdiagnosis or alter prescriptions, or even, the third, as Alan pointed out, steal patient data. But broadly speaking, the main reason for these heightened cybersecurity risks is what's called an increased attack surface. Attack surface means the total sum of physical and digital vulnerabilities that can be exploited to carry out a cyber attack. And the size of the attack surface for today's hospitals is enormous and growing. So in a few minutes, I will explain why this enlarged attack surface makes hospital systems so vulnerable to cybercrime.
Perfect. So I'm going to hold you to that promise, and we're certainly going to go back to the concept of the attack service. I'd also like to unpack the concept around cloud computing and how that applies to healthcare. And I know that we'll touch on this with Alan in just a minute. But let me welcome now another fellow lawyer to this panel, Daniel Torres. Daniel, it's great to have you here. Daniel has been working on IT and healthcare sectors for about 12 years now. He mainly focuses on this role that the law plays, on one hand trying to protect privacy and other rights, and on the other hand the challenge of often restricting technological development. So this dual role. So Daniel, let's kick off right away. So do you think that conventional legislation falls short in protecting us from cybercrimes, and particularly in the healthcare industry, where data is so much more sensitive and therefore a breach could have a far more complex set of ramifications?
Hi. Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to share this panel with the three of you. To your question, although the law is many times seen as the last to arrive, I tend to disagree. In fact, it plays a role, even if sometimes it has to lag behind technology, but it doesn't mean that's a bad thing to happen. And several examples of the law trying to go ahead don't go quite well. And in fact, many models of thought and action were introduced by the legal field before coming to computing. And on this sense, on this point, I would give you the reference of Alain Soupiot, an author, French legal author, that is really interesting on this approach.
Okay, thank you, Daniel. So let's get the session started going back to the original title. And I think going to the roots of the topic can really help us explore this interesting area in some detail. So, Elliot, let's reflect on this very basic but critical question. Why is healthcare so vulnerable to cybercrime?
So again, I will focus on hospital systems. So to understand why hospital systems are so vulnerable to cybercrime, let's look at them from the perspective of cyber criminals. So consider these facts about today's cybercrime. 1, it can be very profitable. 2, the most profitable aspect is likely ransomware. Now these are attacks that use encryption to render a business's computers useless, trying to force the victim to pay a ransom. Now the profitability comes from the fact that so many victims are paying the ransom, which only emboldens and motivates the criminals. And if you know where to look, you can buy a ransomware software package that comes with tech support. You could try it for free and then use it to launch ransomware attacks anywhere around the world. So hospital systems are very appealing ransomware targets. Criminals know that hospital cybersecurity has historically been poor. Down a hospital, even for a few hours, creates an incredible exigency and pressure. And that, as I explained earlier, hospital systems have a very large attack surface. So let's delve into that for a second. Hospitals deploy these large, sophisticated computing networks that include many third-party connected devices and applications. What this means is that to reduce their attack surface, the hospitals must diligently and intelligently implement a defense in-depth strategy that covers defensive technologies such as firewalls, intrusion detection and prevention systems, anti-malware. They must secure the many digital medical devices throughout their operations. They have to timely patch a dizzying array of software, some of which is no longer supported. They have to encrypt all data at rest and in transit. They have to perform log management of an astounding number of devices as part of an effective threat detection and analysis system. And somehow they have to rely on their overburdened, tired workforce to perform their important cyber defense role. And remember that many cyber attacks, particularly ransomware, start when an employee opens the wrong email attachment.
Right.
Now, each offensive element alone is tough enough. You have to properly customize and implement it and then continuously update it, because cyber threats continuously change and get more sophisticated. The combined challenge of all these defensive elements exacerbates the complexity, which further increases the attack surface. Hospital systems are only as secure as their weakest link, and unfortunately many hospitals have far too many weak links.
Absolutely. So I think it's worth unpacking what you just said here and maybe bringing Alan into the discussion. If you're looking at this large attack surface, clearly an attack on a public, awfully underfunded national healthcare system could have, crippling effects, especially in sort of this pandemic period in which every element of efficiency is needed to run an organization. So if we had to point to what you said at the beginning of the panel discussion relating to cloud infrastructure, Alan, do you think that cloud infrastructure could help improve our level of defense, or is it itself an even wider surface of attack which we should be worried about?
That's actually a very good question. Let's think about this for a minute. If you think about the likes of Amazon, Microsoft, Google, Alibaba, the big cloud providers, they all bring in literally billions of dollars of revenue from cloud services. And that means that if they themselves suffered a major data breach, it could destroy them and destroy trust in their businesses. That means that they can actually afford to spend vast amounts on security, and they do. So their cloud services have some of the best security monitoring in the world. And if you compare that to the kind of efforts that most companies could muster, it's simply untrue that their services are going to be less secure. They're going to be, in practice, much more secure. Problem is, it's not just about the infrastructure, it's what you do with it. So imagine, for example, you were to create a database of patient data on Amazon Web Services, and then leave it on there with the default username and password. It's going to be discovered and it's going to be hacked, of course. And of course, nobody would do that, would they? Well, if I say that that's exactly what happened to the Dow Jones, to Alteryx, to Experian, to Accenture, to Verizon, to name just a few companies. Also, typical cloud infrastructure might have many thousands of lines of configuration to keep it secure. And what's the chances that there are no mistakes in there? It's the human error problem again. And also, even if it was right on day one, will it still be right after 3 years of use and 3 years of modification? Thing is, the same's actually true of classic on-premise installations. And the way people think about that is that they secure them by hiding them behind firewalls and VPNs, restrict access. Thing is, they're not perfect either. Let me give you an example here. This particular one actually comes from a Las Vegas casino, but I think it's an interesting case study. They relied on a lot of on-premise infrastructure. It was all on private network, secured from the outside world by some very well-controlled firewalls. What they didn't know, though, is that as part of a recent renovation, somebody installed a really fancy fish tank for guests to look at. And it had an internet-connected controller. That controller was on the network. The attackers didn't hack the firewalls or the VPNs or the servers, they hacked a fish tank. They got access to the network through the fish tank, used it to map the network and ultimately funnel lots of valuable data out through that controller. Now, okay, not many of us have internet-connected fish tanks, but there are building management systems, IoT devices, personal laptops, mobile phones, even Wi-Fi connected light bulbs these days, and you can't control and validate them all.
Right. What an interesting point, which ties so nicely to what Elliot said earlier, that you're as good as the weakest link in the chain. And in your particular interesting story, it was the fish tank, which was the weakest link in this chain. And perhaps talking about this concept of causality and infrastructure, let's bring in Daniel here, because I'd like to overlay the legal perspective back on the main topical question that we set out to discover today. So Dan, we're talking about this idea about an attack surface, about national healthcare systems, which are often underfunded, which have huge attack surface and many weak links. I'm sure you'll agree that the EU started off quite nicely in 2008 when it started legislating to identify and protect what they called to be European critical infrastructure, which gave rise to a very important directive which we have now in place today. Should healthcare infrastructure be classified as a European critical infrastructure? Do you think we have come sufficiently along to now look at this issue not as being a national one in which states create their own internal legislation in a sovereign fashion, but something which is ultimately transborder, cross-border, which requires initiatives of a supranational level to be effective? So are we developing our legal thinking in this direction correctly, Dan?
That's a really relevant point, Judge. I believe that never, like in these pandemic days, we felt both the vulnerabilities of health infrastructure and the interdependence among member states, talking about the EU. And indeed, the disruption of these health infrastructures that no doubt that play a vital societal function could lead to a significant loss of lives and even material damages. I would say that in that sense, it would be not less than pipelines or power plants, maybe more. And so, although the health sector falls within the definition of critical infrastructure, in fact, as you said, it doesn't, in practice, is not applicable. The directive is not applicable. And so I believe if that was the way to move forward, it would allow us to make use of an already existing mechanism for cooperation, for coordination, for communication, and for the dissemination of best practices. So I think this would be a really good opportunity in fact. Now, considering the flow of data, particularly in the health sector, it's growingly difficult to look at these issues from a national perspective. And if you are from Europe, I believe you feel it even strongly. The sharing of data, first of all, it's vital. It's vital for the owners of the data. It's vital for providing medical services. Is vital for research. And so it's pivotal for society. And so we must provide a safe environment to offer the confidence this sector needs. And so European-wide initiatives are needed. And I think this sector is one in which the EU should be ready to dig deeper, as the GDPR showed us. It's possible. It's difficult, but it's possible.
Often, Daniel, states are not as well equipped to act internationally and cooperate broadly, which is why we need instruments to allow for the harmonization of principles, and protecting our critical infrastructure in healthcare is certainly a priority for European citizens.
Yeah, and it's true, and we must address this, unless we will be confronted by reality. Because if we take a step further and we think about respecting rights, particularly privacy rights, not in the context of closed systems or environments, but of big pools of data, that should be even more challenging. And certainly there are no borders there. So I think we should address this.
Agreed. A point well made, Daniel. And I'd like to now briefly move the discussion into medical devices. I think with the explosion of IoT, which of course AI enables hugely, it's interesting to look, and perhaps I'll bring Elliot into this, at the potential security risks and impacts that healthcare organizations face when introducing different digital medical devices. And let's also move the spotlight onto patient harm, right, which could actually emanate from compromised devices. So how can we mitigate these risks, Elliot?
All right, so I'm going to address the security of networked medical devices, also known as connected devices, straight on.
Right.
First, it's important to understand how connectivity of a device materially increases its attack surface. As soon as a medical device is connected in some way, either wirelessly, wired, using a persistent connection, one that's transient, one directional, bidirectional, the device becomes much easier to disrupt, and the potential disruption much more severe. Literally, it means that every cyber criminal in the world might be able to access and control that connected medical device. Second, it's important to understand that connected medical devices are, like every other computing technology, endemically vulnerable. They use firmware, operating systems, and other software, all that have bugs or might have bugs that allow attackers to find and exploit vulnerabilities.
Right.
Now, third, as I've seen in my cybersecurity practices, many device manufacturers, in their rush to commercialization, fail to properly secure their devices. So common mistakes include having insufficient cybersecurity knowledge and talent during all phases of device design and commercialization, failing to use secure coding practices when creating proprietary software, failing to properly address the vulnerabilities of hardware components and third-party software during purchasing, and then integration. And finally, another common mistake is failing to have an effective post-market system to identify and remediate new vulnerabilities in devices. So the current policies, procedures, and controls to secure connected medical devices are actually well known to cybersecurity experts. There's no magic about medical device computing technologies, but many device manufacturers just don't deploy these right procedures, because either they don't appreciate the size of the risks, or they just don't understand how to cost effectively secure their devices. So in my experience, the main solution is to get the device manufacturers to define and deploy the right cybersecurity expert during the full device lifecycle. But it's particularly important during the design phase. That's where the manufacturer, with the right experts, can create a cradle-to-grave system that cost-effectively mitigates device cyber risks, and it is the patients who are the ultimate winners here, because these devices, and the more they're integrated into the human body and the more they affect our lives, the bigger the risk.
It's interesting to see the American campaign at the minute actually touching on transhumanism in some areas, so the introduction of medical devices in the human body, which really come back to your point, which is the criticality of care from cradle to grave, and understanding that a continuous improvement cycle within that is absolutely critical, and that is where the law underpins the framework of behavior in the industry. And it's great that we talk about devices, and I'm going to move you all to start wrapping up now, but telegraphically I'd just like to move to Alan and really frame this within the context of COVID and all of us working from home, as I can see from your lovely colorful backgrounds. So we're all in this moment where we're using connected devices which may be less secure, be they email or other remote work devices. Alan, are these potential sources of data leaks within the context of the healthcare environment?
Yeah, absolutely. So we all rely on email, file sharing, etc., to share very sensitive information. And there's a UK official was recently quoted as saying that they're 95% sure that Russian hackers have attempted to steal coronavirus vaccine from the University of Oxford. And that research is a huge deal. Pharmaceutical development costs a fortune. It typically takes years for a drug to reach the market. And I saw some information from Johns Hopkins Uni that they estimate it takes between $2 and $3 billion to develop a new pharmaceutical. Yeah. And of course, it's not just pharma, it's also medical devices, diagnostic equipment that are being developed. Of course, they might be patented, but in the early stages of research, they rely on keeping the IP secret from copy makers. One really big problem is this problem of moving to home. It's given IT teams some real headaches.
Yeah.
Security setups are really designed to secure people in the office, and moving people so that they can work from home has actually required those IT teams to basically tunnel underneath their carefully fortified castle walls, opening up huge security weaknesses. And again, it's been done at speed, so it's prone to human error. I think the best thing to do here is to actually look at how other sectors are solving this problem of data security is a really good place to start. So at my company, CyberHive, we actually recently built an email and file sharing platform for parts of the UK government. Essentially, they wanted to use Office 365, standard Microsoft tech, because it's accessible from anywhere in the world, it's easy to administer, it's well known. Interestingly, they're also exactly the biggest weaknesses, that they couldn't rely on it, even with top-of-the-line Microsoft security in place. One human error from a system administrator will be all it took to leave national security data wide open. So we built this solution, we call it Gatekeeper, and it's a platform that sits between the end user and a heavily locked down version, and it's all secured by our patented trusted cloud tech, but importantly it provides protection against system administrator mistakes and human error, as well as providing full audit tracking.
Right.
And actually this is the first time the government have been able to use cloud for information at this level of sensitivity. They love it. It's dead easy to use. So I'd love to try to get that exact same technology out into the medical and the medtech industry to provide the same kind of degrees of protection.
Right, and with this final thought about simplicity yet security, let's end this panel here. Obviously 20 minutes are not enough to do justice to this subject. However, I hope that from this brief conversation that we've managed to stimulate, we created some more ideas to improve cybersecurity in healthcare organizations, and this idea that they need to hire informatics professionals, not simply to collect and manage or leverage data, but to protect it as well. I hope we managed to raise some awareness and outline the medical role cybersecurity has to play in healthcare. So thank you all for joining us today, and thank you panelists Daniel, Elliot and Alan for being so brilliant.
The use of AI and patient confidentiality.
Hello, hi, and welcome to my session. My name is Thanos. I'm glad you made it this way. I am a partner with Telemedicine in Berlin, and I advise companies from the healthcare and life sciences space in data protection law issues. Today, I'd like to talk to you about the use of artificial intelligence and patient confidentiality. As you know, we have a number of legal requirements when it comes to processing personal patient data. One of the big set of codes that we have is the General Data Protection Regulation, also known as the GDPR. Patient confidentiality is actually part of data protection law, but much, much older. Actually, from the ancient times, it was recognized that there is a specific relationship between a doctor and a patient. Beside these two very important set of principles, there are also further requirements in specific laws. If, for example, you're using personal patient data for clinical research studies, then specific codes of law in the EU might require you to respect certain other things. When we're talking about artificial intelligence and big data algorithms, we're always talking about something that may cause skepticism amongst a number of data subjects and especially patients. Why is this the case? Certainly one of the aspects is the so-called black box effect. People are afraid that an algorithm may do something with their data and they might not be able to control the outcome. It's important to address this when implementing a software algorithm that has capabilities beyond of what we have known so far. One of the common other issues is that such software may use data to a vast extent and may come up with something that hasn't been planned or known from the beginning. In both cases, transparency is key. Transparency is also one of the key issues and principles under the data protection law. The GDPR requires that every processing which is conducted is fully transparent to the individual and that a privacy notice or policy is handed to the individual, to the data subject. So especially with regard to artificial intelligence software, we need to disclose everything that the software is doing to the data subject, here our patient. Also, with regard to patient confidentiality, we need to inform the data subject, the patient, exactly how its data is being used. Beyond that, we should also consider what legal basis we are having here when we're talking about machine learning or big data. A contractual performance can be a legal basis under the GDPR. So if we have a treatment, then in theory, the use of an artificial intelligence algorithm could be part of that treatment, resulting in a lack of consent. In other words, we would need to obtain a consent declaration. This seems quite unlikely though, because under our current assumptions at least, we expect that most of the AI-based algorithms are not necessarily required for the treatment. In all these cases, it is most likely that we will need to use a consent declaration, and our legal basis is going to be consent. Consent has a downside. It can be withdrawn at any time with future effect. However, it also gives the data subject the feeling that he or she can at any time withdraw its consent and has therefore full control over its data. This is actually a good thing, especially when there's skepticism around AI. In addition to that, in order to cover patient confidentiality validly, we also need consent for a transfer to a third party. This might be required because many of the AI-based software algorithms that is on the market is currently offered by third parties. So when integrating an AI-based software algorithm within your hospital or other practice, you should consider a consent declaration that covers the aspects we just discussed, as well as patient confidentiality. In addition to that, the GDPR requires the principle of data minimization, also known as privacy by design. When looking at the implementation of an AI algorithm, therefore, we should always consider how it can be used in order to process as little data as possible. Some say that this contravenes the very principle of AI, which is based on the fact that as much data as possible should be fed into the algorithm so that it produces very, very important results. However, data protection law views this actually a little bit different, and regulators have also come out with a number of statements that ask for companies to reflect this in their processes. So with these three aspects in the back of your mind, transparency, data minimization, and consent, you should be able to implement an artificial intelligence software in a compliant way. And you should always keep in mind that patient confidentiality is also of utmost importance. Always remember that up until now, a patient would only disclose its patient secrets and its very, very intimate details to its doctor. The use of cloud computing software, for example, for doctors was not permitted in Germany up until 2017. Now, we're not only talking about cloud services, but about machine learning and the use of artificial intelligence algorithms. So we're looking to bridge a quite big gap. We can do that in a legally compliant way, but we should always look at a very, very transparent privacy notice and a solid consent declaration. I look forward to your comments. Please feel free to reach out to me, and I would welcome to have any discussion about this in the near future. Thank you and goodbye.
Thank you to the panelists for their insight. Working in the medical technology industry is certainly no walk in the park, and the work put into creating a quality product is definitely something that we here at Sigma appreciate. During the last segment, we asked you, the viewers, whether you would consider consulting a doctor through a digital service, and an overwhelming amount of you, in fact over 90%, actually said that this would be something you'd look forward to. So it's always good to hear that people are so looking forward to emerging technology. Now, coming up next, we're going to be delving into investment and funding for the sector, particularly how that may differ depending on the product or service you provide. And also, we're going to see how to source capital in this area. Now, we'd also like to thank our sponsor, Mullings, for their support. And with that, let's get back to the show.
The struggles of early-stage medtech startups.
Hi, my name is Aaron Green. I'm the Managing Director of Iridium Enterprises, and spent 7 years in MedTech working with a company called Nova Signal. I'm now an independent consultant since 2019, where I work primarily with early-stage MedTech companies.
Hey,
Nikhil.
My name is Nikhil Sadwani. I'm the managing partner at Catheter Consulting. I'm also a co-founder in a couple of companies. I'm currently the head of clinical applications at Promaxo, and I'm also independently an investor.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Giovanni Loricella. I am the Vice President MedTech over at the Mullings Group, and that is a boutique talent acquisition firm that's focused globally on building MedTech startup teams.
Okay, so we wanted to start off today in the session talking about the struggles of early-stage MedTech startups. And we thought an interesting way to go about the discussion would be to think about a company starting from the early days of its inception and going through the life cycle of the company and talking about the struggles that a company has along the way. So if we think about some of the first things that a MedTech company goes through, in my experience, one of the first steps is formation of the company and how you select your founding team and how you split up the founder's equity. So I'll just give my input here on the first stage and then ask for input from Giovanni and Nikhil. At the early stages when you're founding your company, I think one of the things I run across in my consulting is oftentimes you'll see a company was formed around maybe a couple grad students that are just about ready to graduate from a biomedical program or something similar at a university, and they have a professor on their founding team. When you think about your equity, I think one of the key things to think about is how involved are the team members going to be. So if you're licensing technology out of a university and the principal investigator on the technology is asking for 30% of the company or 50% of the company because they've spent 10 years developing the technology, you have to think about that going forward. That equity is something that you don't get back. And a person that's going to be taking that amount of equity has to have some involvement in the company, because that's really where the equity is going towards, is future involvement in the company. I think if I can start with Nikhil, your thoughts on that.
So yeah, in my experience, the companies that I've built with my partners, the first thing that we keep in mind is that everyone gets the right amount of share for the amount of work that they're going to do. There have been a couple companies where we've actually reduced the share of somebody, after a certain amount of time, because every time we set up shares in a company for somebody, what we do is we obviously go with the 4-year plan, and there's a 1-year cliff always. So it's that 1 year where you actually find out whether that person actually really is an asset to the team or not. And there have been instances where we actually have cliffed people. The percentage, I would say, yes, you need to consider how much percent to give somebody, but more importantly, I say, don't focus too much on the percentage in the initial times. You want to get the company from point A to point B, or at least to a point where you can add some value to the company. And if that person does add value to the company, then that percentage does make sense for them. And it also makes sense for you because, initially, obviously, your company is worth 0, right? So you could have 50%, 20%, whatever percentages you want to talk about. But at the end of the day, it has no value until you actually add value. So the first year is really important. And once you find out that the person really does not add any value, whether they're at 50%, you can clip it. So, but someone who takes 50% obviously is not going to be that invaluable to the company. There's a reason why they have that much percent. You see what I'm saying?
I see what you're saying. And yep. when you talk about the cliff there, so 4-year vesting with the 1-year cliff, are you referring to founders equity, like the common stock, or options, or how do you think about that?
No, it's the founders equity as well. So with everything that we do, we just keep it exactly the same across the board for everybody, whether they're going to come in late or early or whatever it is. Even with options, we sometimes what we do is we do an accelerated plan where based on milestones, or it's a 2-year vestiture. That's how we sometimes do it, but for the most part, it's a 4-year.
Mm-hmm.
And Nikhil, I have a question on that. In terms of, sorry about that. It's an interesting point that you bring up, and I'd be curious, how did those individuals react when you reduce their share percentage after you understand how they are or what asset they are to the company? I'd actually be more interested in the human behavior and their response to that once you've done that. What does that do for them?
For the most part, when people actually get cliffed, they're obviously not happy, right? But there's always a discussion beforehand. We just don't call them up and be like, hey, you know what, you didn't do this, so we're clipping it. That's not how it happens. It's a process. Everyone realizes why they're being clipped. Or is there a point where we can come to terms that, okay, you know what, you are valuable to us only for that particular part of the process. So what we're going to do is we're going to reduce your percentage to this amount, and we'll still keep the 4-year/cliff, but that percentage of yours is going to go down to this much. So we've done that. We've also clipped people, but yes, the human behavior, as you asked, they don't take it really, with a smile, obviously, but they understand. They understand, where they fell short, and technically, we've only done one cliff. The others we've reduced the percentage. So reduction of percentage, it happens. It's okay. But in the grand scheme of things, we also tell them, hey, you know what? Just imagine if this company is 100 million later, or 200 million, or whatever it is, you still are owning a certain percentage of the company, which will pay off really well. So be happy that you're still here.
I think reading in between the lines there, you're pointing out the importance of active communication along, throughout the growth of the company, but especially with the founding team. Yeah. So next up, going through the product life, or the company life cycle here, if we think about IP licensing, so a lot of medtech companies are licensing IP from either a strategic partner or a university. And one of the things I like to point out to the folks that I work with is that everything is negotiable. Large organizations tend to have a template that they're working off of, but at the early stages, I think it's super, super important that you negotiate your IP upfront at the beginning, because it's really the start of the company. So how do you think about negotiating on IP, Nikhil?
So we've definitely done that. I'm not really. I wasn't part of that discussion in one of the companies that we've co-founded. It's my other co-founders that did that negotiation. But from what I heard, obviously, the university started off with this big percentage, and they wanted this whole what do you call it, the royalty deal, as you may call it. They wanted for perpetuity, which is fine, but the percentages are something that, and as you said, they work off of a template. They always have this big number in mind, and they're like, oh, you know what, we've done all this work, so obviously we are worth this much. But at the end of the day, it's until you form a company around it, until you form a team that's actually going to commercialize it, it's worth nothing. So you gotta understand, you gotta explain it to them as well, that this is the amount of work that goes in, and this is the amount and obviously at the end of the day, everything's negotiable. So you don't just accept it the way it is. Our negotiation, actually, if I'm not wrong, it went on for like 3 to 6 months, I believe. So negotiations can go long. But
yeah, and Aaron, I wanted to ask a question to you actually on that one, just especially with your experience on the university versus the strategic partner. If you're going to be negotiating licensing deals, or IP rather, from either the university or a strategic partner, at least from your experience, who's more predatory during the negotiations of something like that? Which one's more difficult to negotiate against, a university or a strategic partner?
Well, I think that really depends. With the universities, in my experience, my experience is primarily with the University of California system. In my experience, that process can take some time, and it really depends on the workload that the Office of Intellectual Property has at that time, and it ebbs and flows. So you have periods of time where they're really busy working on a bunch of deals, and you have periods of time where they're not so busy. I think MedTech is often seen as the redheaded stepchild in the patent portfolio of a university, where universities recently have seen some big exits in pharma, and so they tend to spend more of their time in the pharma sectors because they have a blueprint that they're working off of. And with MedTech, I think there's a lot of opportunities there to pull out IP that is on favorable terms for the company. So next up, we've got our IP, we've got our founding team. How do you think about selecting the market that you're going into, and how do you think about focus in the early days? Nikhil.
Repeat the question, please.
Yeah, so when, let's say you've got your founding team, you've got your IP, how do you think about focus going into the early stages of product development and the markets that you're going to pursue? One of the things that I find in my consulting practice is that companies will have great IP and lots of ideas, no shortage of ideas. But how do you select the one or two markets that you're going to go after, and what's the importance of focus in the early days?
So yeah, what I have seen is, and this is funny, there are a couple of companies that I'm actually advising, and what I've seen in the initial days, I would say the initial months, keeping focus becomes a big problem because you're still in the ideation phase. You have this big idea, you have an IP, and many times, you know, if it's not an issued IP, it's still the provisional IP. You know, you're working around so many ideas that it becomes hard to focus, especially for the founding team. They're super excited, and what my job sometimes is to actually hone it down for them and ask them to focus on maybe one or two things, and that's it. If you don't focus on at least one or two of them, it gives a wrong signal to the investors. They want to see focus. They want to just see this one market that you're going after. They want to see what the response is from that specific market before you go out and venture into other avenues for that specific product line that you're thinking of. I've had issues with you know, a couple of my team members where they're super excited and they keep adding more and more ideas to a certain product that we're building. And I'm like, yeah, that's good. Keep it aside for now. We'll think about it, but let's continue to focus on this specific thing. You know, we have a pitch deck with that I don't like to change a lot. You just keep that one specific deck. You can add a little bit more information in there, but always keep it as consistent as you can. When you go out to investors, they want to see progress on that one thing or two things, and only then they're going to take you a little bit seriously. If you keep changing things and if you keep adding more ideas, yes, it's good, but do they see progress on the initial one, right? What have you actually done on the first thing that you mentioned? How's the market reacting? Do you have KOLs on your team from that market that you were talking about, right? So those are the important things that the investors want to see when you actually come up with an idea and the first time you go and project your idea out to the marketplace.
And I also jump in on that one, Aaron, as well. And especially on the focus piece, when you're developing a product, piggybacking off what Nikhil just said about the KOL feedback, you know, if you're generating multiple ideas, how are you getting the proper feedback for the potential end users, whether it's an interventional cardiologist or whatever type of physician or end user, even the patient, if you're going to constantly ideate and iterate, but never really go deep on the one initial idea that you're getting funded for, or that was the one product that was in your slide deck that you sold to the world. So I think if you stay focused on your one piece and actually make sure you get market feedback from the end users, that's a really good way of staying focused, at least on your initial idea.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that leads nicely into the next topic here, which is the importance of getting feedback from the market. So it's one thing to have a really great technology, a cool technology that's interesting to develop on. Maybe you're making some new breakthroughs. At the end of the day, you need people to buy and use the product. And so how do you, at the early stages of the company, how do you think about reaching out to potential end users, decision makers within either a hospital or a strategic partner? in order to get that valuable feedback to incorporate into your product design? Nikhil.
I would say don't shy. Just go out there, talk to as many people as you can. Many times what happens is if you think, in your mind, it's a great idea, right? And your first reaction is, these are the 10 people, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to get them on board and I'm going to get them excited. It's probably going to happen where only one or two get excited about it. The others really don't care, right? So you don't need to focus too much on who. Just open it up, reach out to as many people as you can. There's always going to be just a small percentage that's going to be super excited about it. There's going to be a small percentage of people who'll actually take you seriously initially, right? So just project it out, speak to as many KOLs as you can, and hopefully you get really good feedback from people who actually care for that product or in their practice have probably thought of that as a problem, and they're like, okay, you know what? There's somebody working on this, so let me get on board with them. And that's how you find out who is really important for you, and maybe they can become an advisory board member for you, right? And it's always good to have at least 3 or 4 advisory board members in the first few months of your company building, because you need that feedback. You need that constant, bring you back onto the tracks kind of a thing.
Okay, and we've got 5 minutes left here, so I want to move along to the next points. So one point I wanted to make there is just take copious notes when you're talking to folks out in the field. Anytime you get feedback from potential end users or decision makers, take copious notes and save those things like gold. So you've got a lot of feedback. You're working on product development. At some point, you have to have the money conversation. And so, how do we think about funding in the early stages? And if you can address non-dilutive funding as well as equity funding. We'll start with Nikhil.
So, with funding, what I would generally say is, yes, if you can get non-dilutive funding, great. That also does validate it for a lot of people in the marketplace. Investors like to see that, the NIH funding and all those DoD fundings. If you can crack those, it's great. There are some consulting firms out there that will charge you it's a minimal fee initially. They'll sort of help you shape your grants. So what I would suggest is, yes, do look for grants. Grants are great. There are a lot of government grants that are floating around. This could be of any country. There are so many countries, especially now. I know Canada is really, has a lot of money when it comes to grants. There are a couple of companies that I've been talking to in Canada, and they have been getting those grants, and those are not less grants. Is like between 500,000 to a couple of million, right? So that's good money initially for companies to go after, and that's all non-dilutive.
Giovanni, anything to add there?
I would say, to piggyback, I think you said that very well, Nikhil, but I would say on the people side, when you're going to pitch and actually asking for that early stage money, with the little time that we have left, what I would say is keep in mind that later stage companies that have regulatory approval or have a business model or generating revenue already, and may still be privately held. That's why we see a lot of these investors naturally start gravitating towards later stage funding. But because there's a business model that's easily invested in, it's really more of the objective business that investors can say, okay, that's a good ROI right there. In the early stage funding, it really is about investing in the people and the belief of who can be trusted to actually bring this technology forward. So when you have the difference of later stage, which is really an objective business investment, versus the early stage, the management team, the experience, and the cachet that they bring to the story of being able to carry this technology forward, because likely the technology that you're pitching for your pre-seed, seed, and maybe even Series A, the technology will likely be different by the time it's commercialized, or at least look different. So early stages, you're really developing, or I should say investing in the people and having that trust of those people on the management side who are going to lead the team going forward. And I think that's the major difference between early stage funding and later stage funding.
And
that's
the
true.
last
I just want to quickly add, anytime you go to an investor, the most important thing for them is the market size. Do you really understand the market? And the second thing is the team. The product comes later because the product's still not there. So they care for the team and the market size more than anything else.
Okay, and I'm hearing that we're running out of time here. I think the one last thing I wanted to talk about is, okay, you've raised some money. Now it's oftentimes the use of funds in the early stages is to grow out the management team. Giovanni, if you can address that, and then we're finished.
Yeah, to make it very simple, when you're building that slide deck and you're asking for that money, there's a difference between a founder who might be an engineer who has no one else or maybe a couple consultants backing them. You really want to be able to get traction enough to be able to bring on, whether it's a part-time CFO who can wear the badge of the company or a COO or something along those lines, because when you start to go ask for that money, having at least 2 to 3 strong players who are dedicated to the idea and the technology and the company is really a must-have. And I get that question asked very regularly by early stage startups. How do I build my management team, or how many is enough, or what do I actually need? I don't think there's an absolute magic number, but what you do want is you want a couple to a few strong, experienced professionals that believe in your company and idea to be able to make sure that you could tell that story to investors, to once again have that belief in the management team to move forward. So it's very key. It's very important.
Okay, so that's all the time we have. Thank you, Giovanni. Thank you, Nikhil. This was the struggles of early stage medtech startups.
Thank you, Aaron.
Thank you.
Human resource management during COVID-19.
Hello, my name is Nigel Job, and I'm the founder of RemTech Talent Management. And I'd first of all like to thank the people who've organised MedTech World Virtual Summit for inviting me to come and talk to you today about why medical device companies need to compete even harder to hire and retain top talent during the COVID-19 crisis. Now, over the last 20 years, I've been helping medical device companies of all different sizes, from startups through to large corporates, find their key hires and also retain them. Now, during that time, there's obviously been recessions, there's been good times, there's been bad times, and a number of things can be observed through this. And that is one of the most critical things for any company, and it's obvious, of course, is if you want to grow, you've got to have the right people to enable that growth. And if you choose people correctly and then nurture them and retain them, then you will achieve that growth successfully and sustainably. Now, when something like this comes along, a massive shock to the global economic system, like none that we've seen, even in that 20 years, obviously, I've seen recessions. But when you see a shock like this, there is a temptation to think that everything has changed, that we need to look at things completely differently. And to some extent, of course, we do. But with respect to hiring and retaining top talent, a lot of the same things apply. But there are also a number of things which need to be really cautioned over. The first of which is that all of a sudden, because there are a number of unfortunate folk that are out on the market without a job, and sometimes that can be through no fault of their own, because perhaps a business has run out of money, perhaps it has laid a load of people off, but it's a mistake to think that because there are a number of those people out there, that all of a sudden it's an employer's market, that the employer is able to dictate the terms, that they're able to hire people easily. And this has been demonstrated over a number of previous recessions that this is not the case. Certainly there are opportunities for companies, and what I'm going to be discussing over the next few minutes are a number of ways to put yourself in the best possible position, maximize that opportunity in terms of making sure that those people that are available are coming and knocking on your door, but also looking at different methods which would apply probably to all times, but need to be really carefully honed in order to make sure that you've got a proper strategy for growth with respect to your people. So why am I suggesting that it's not an employer's market? Why is the employer not necessarily in the driving seat? Well, the reason is pretty simple and quite easy to get one's head around when you look at it. With the exception of those people that are proactively looking on the market, those are the people that either are out of work or they're people that feel that there is a reasonable possibility they may be out of work. You have the other large group, which is the group where if you're looking for the real top talent, the people that are perhaps in shorter supply, which, let's face it, if we're looking at MedTech, then most of the people you look at are not in abundance, then these people are now less engaging in terms of looking for a new role. So in other words, if you're engaged with, say, a search company, or maybe you decide to approach people through your own network, then those people are much less likely to actually engage with the process. So imagine yourself, for example. If you're in a role at the moment where you know there is a good future for you and therefore perhaps for your family as well, then are you really going to engage with a new position that comes along, however attractive it is, however much money is offered, however much advancement is offered? You've got to weigh up that risk against the fact that at the moment the times are very tough. So immediately you can see that whilst you might have gained as an employer in the fact that there may be these unfortunate folk out there who are out of work, you've lost a large part of what would be the normal marketplace for your talent, which are the people that are currently in work and might, under normal circumstances, be persuaded to take the role that you're looking for. You also have other challenges with respect to retention, bizarrely, which is how secure is your own environment? Have you had to actually make any layoffs or redundancies that mean that people within your own organization feel less secure? So retention is also not a given in these circumstances. Certain situations will relate differently to different individuals, but in terms of hiring, the fundamental remains that in the medtech sector, the majority of the people that you'll be looking at, whether they're senior leaders, whether they are regulatory people, R&D people, whether they're salespeople, these people will be certainly the real high flyers, the top people that you want to drive growth. They are going to be in even shorter supply than they would be normally, unless you get lucky. So it may well be that that regulatory person that you need, that senior regulatory person, is just the person that you need who has been laid off from a company that sadly run out of money. In which case, yeah, that's a good outcome for that individual. It's a good outcome for yourself as an employer. But what if that individual doesn't have, say, the class 3 medical device experience that you require? They might be an applicant and they will certainly apply to your job if they see you advertise it, but they won't necessarily be the best person to do the role. The best person to do the role may well be working for one of your competitors or a company that's very similar to yourself, but you can't access that person because however good the search company you use or however good your relationship might be with those types of people, you will not persuade them in the current environment, or certainly not easily. So in terms of how we resolve that, let's look at potential solutions to that particular issue. So the reality is that all employers at the moment, certainly if they're looking for people of high quality, those that I would call the top talent, the people that are in the kind of 20% bracket, the top 20% of their peers, if you're really looking for those people to help drive your growth, you're going to have to compete just as hard now as you did before the pandemic. And there are a few ways in which you can do that to ensure that those real top talented people actually come to you when either they're looking for work, i.e. those ones in the group I described earlier, the ones that are proactive, but also those that when they're approached give your company a really good hearing. So the first thing that you can do is really ensure that you have a very good employer brand. Now, a lot of the very large companies, and those of you that are watching from a large company may think, hey, yeah, we're doing pretty well on that. And I haven't got time to obviously discuss all of the elements of employer branding, but it actually can be looked at not just at the employer level, but also at the hiring manager level. So it's really important, if you're a hiring manager, to actually consider, why would an individual want to do this job, and why would they want to leave a role in which they're reasonably happy at the moment to do this job. So it's absolutely essential that you think, even if you're not in sales, you kind of think like a salesperson. You have to actually put yourself into the mind of the potential applicant and really think about what we call the employee value proposition. Why would I want to take this role, and why would I want to remain with this organization? So that employer branding and the selling of the opportunity to the individual is absolutely essential, and it becomes even more essential during this crisis, where there is a reticence, certainly by a large number of the people you might want to attract, to actually move roles at the moment. So let's assume you've got the employer branding piece sorted, and you know that when individuals are going to be looking at your company or looking at this particular role, they're potentially excited about it. Then that's a really good start. The other place that's a really good position to really consider hard before you even start approaching anybody is to consider what great looks like. Now, there's some potential risks with this question, because the real risk, as I'm sure you're aware, which is a big subject within HR, is obviously the diversity issue. If you simply just look to find people who are similar to you or similar to people that have previously worked for the company, you're really not opening your net enough. And this is an opportunity now where you can say, okay, let's really make sure we open the net so that we're looking at people with diverse backgrounds, so that we're really focusing on what genuinely great looks like. So we're looking at those people who've really got the skills to do the role, and we're going to proactively approach those individuals that have the skills to do the role, even though they may have gone to a different university or they may come from a different type of company to the company we've hired from previously. So it's really, really important that you actually focus down on what is great for this role and what could great be like in the future, because your role will certainly not be the same in a year or 2 years to what it is now. So really focusing on what that person could be, but also then putting down a well thought out job description, not the one that you had for the same role 2 years ago, the one that is required for now, and really make the document itself as well a selling point which you can use when you're trying to tempt in these reticent candidates. Focus on what the role can be, what it will be, and what you'd like it to be, so that you can really define what great looks like, and then think about how you're actually going to approach those candidates and get them to engage with your process. So if you're hiring, you now know what sort of person you want to bring on board. So how are you going to go about doing that? Well, there's obviously a number of different routes that you can go to actually hiring people. At the moment, people are obviously going to try advertising because they will get a number of applicants. But my advice is you really need to look at a number of different ways of attracting candidates. If you're just simply using one particular methodology, you're perhaps not serious enough. You really need to be looking at a range of different ways to attract those people, particularly if you're concentrating on the group, which, as I say, is more reticent. So it's a little bit like, for those of you that are maybe in marketing, it's a little bit like a marketing mix. If you were trying to promote a new product, you wouldn't just simply use one methodology. You would want to use a range of methodologies. Now, whether you use people internally to manage all of those different methodologies, or whether you outsource that to a company, that's up to you. But my recommendation is, if you're really serious about getting people that can help drive your growth, you need to think about making sure you're properly accessing the market, so that some of these people who are a little bit more reticent can be engaged with. And if you've got your message right, you will manage to hire them. Now, obviously, I mentioned in the title about retention. One of the key drivers of retention is hiring right in the first place. So if you hire individuals that just happen to be available at the moment because these poor individuals are out of work, and they'll maybe say that they'll take a step down, do think very, very carefully about their motivations. It's very, very easy to say, yes, this person can do the job. So if I go back to the example I gave earlier about the regulatory person with class 3 device experience, if that person's out of work, they may well say, yes, I'll accept a role which is less money than I was earning previously, not such a broad remit, because they need a job. Now, is that the right thing for you as a company or the right thing for them longer term? Because the likelihood is, if they feel they've been kind of lowballed in terms of the job offer, either in terms of responsibilities or in terms of salary, the likelihood is they're going to be looking to move again in a very, very short period of time. Then you've got the whole process all over again. So think very carefully about broadening your net in order to focus on retention. It's a known fact that people who take roles when they are out of work, understandably will take roles that they wouldn't have taken had they not been in that situation, and as a consequence tend to have shorter tenures within that role afterwards. It doesn't always follow, and I'm not suggesting there aren't some great people out there that are currently between jobs. There are, and if you can attract those, then by all means hire them, but do compare them with others, because that's an important piece as well. So overall, my message to you today is, if you're going to be hiring, you need to be also thinking about retention. And when you are hiring within this challenging time, utilize a lot of the same methodologies you would before, but a certain amount of caution is needed to make sure that you're really applying a very rigorous process in order to make sure that you get the right people that are really going to drive the growth for your business and be the right people when we're out the other side of this particular crisis.
The process and challenges of raising capital for early-stage medtech startups.
Hello, everyone. We're here today with Simon and Jeff, and we're going to be discussing the process and challenges of raising capital for early-stage medtech startups. And I want to start out by thanking everyone for having us here today, but also giving introductions on both Simon and Jeff. My name is Giovanni Loricella. I am the Vice President of MedTech for the Mullings Group, which is a boutique talent acquisition firm that focuses on global medtech startups and building their teams. And so I'll pass it over to Simon right now.
So I'm Simon. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Autonomy. I'm more than 10 years in the medical device industry, and our mission with Autonomy is to end the use of animals and humans in clinical trials with our virtual patients.
Jeff?
Hey, welcome. Thank you, Giovanni. My name is Jeff Reinbrandt. I'm the CEO of Medical Technologies. I'm a new CEO. I've been a CEO for about 18 months, and this is my first capital raise. But I've been in the medtech space for about 18 years. I've spent some time at Boston Scientific and Guidant in clinical sales leadership roles, and also built out a sales organization in the U.S. for a small ablation company. Medical is working on using new and novel technologies to treat dangerous cardiac arrhythmias. In particular, right now, we're working on using cool therapy to deliver painless cardioversion to patients in atrial fibrillation.
Thank you. And I wanted to start by giving a little bit of background on both my relationship with Simon and Jeff, and a bit of an interesting story. So Simon and I met. Simon was exploring his next chapter in life as an entrepreneur in medtech, and certainly an engineer in the medtech industry. And we had met at TCT in 2017, and we were simply discussing what he was going to be doing next and looking at other opportunities. And his passion and his story that he was sharing with me, I looked at him and I said, it sounds like you want to actually start a company as opposed to join another company. And about a year and a half later, he reached out to me and let me know that he actually did start a company. He's actually starting to fundraise. He's building a team. And I was very happy to be at least initially a part of that whole statement, because I remember that conversation very well in Denver. And so that's my story with Simon, and I'm very proud of him for actually making it as far as he's done today, and we can't wait to hear his story. And also, Jeff and I have been we've been very strong connected throughout this whole COVID process, and he and I have been tossing around ideas on what it is like to raise funding for a medtech startup, especially during COVID, but even more importantly, first time raising funding for a medtech startup and the challenges behind that. So we've shared a lot of resources, stories, etc. And the very cool thing about this panel right now is that we will have two different perspectives on fundraising, one from Europe and one from the United States, and both very early stage startups that are raising funding for first time. So let's start with Jeff. talk to us about really the genesis of when you knew you had to start raising capital, how you got involved in MediCool, and then where are you today with this whole process? And to back that up, what are some of the tips and tricks after your startup, after your story, that you would advise early stage startups to at least pay attention to when they go out and raise money?
Yeah, thanks, Giovanni. I came on board about 18 months ago, like I said, and I really had sort of two roles at MediCool. One was to finish some grant work that we were working on, and the other was to commercialize the company. And, obviously that means raise some funds. And so, if I look at my story, you can almost put it into three sort of distinct little mini stories or chapters. The first was sort of our initial foray into capital raise. And we thought when I came on board, we started about this time last year, that we would go out, we'd raise an A round. It'd be all the money we need to get from, where we are today until strategic exit. We go to one VC group and we'd raise it. We'd be very specific. We had a nice tech overview deck that was probably about 50 or 60 slides, and somewhere buried in the back was a little bit of a discussion about the team. And so we did our initial foray. We pitched a VC group. The meeting was good. There were some solid questions that came out of it, and then we just kind of got quiet. And so I quickly turned the page to chapter 2, which was sort of do a little bit of a reassessment. And part of that is, kind of getting a realistic plan for what you're going to be able to raise and how you're going to do it. And so we quickly divided our raise into a couple different rounds into maybe more bite-sized chunks. So that we'd be effective and be able to put the money in that we needed to quickly. I think the other piece of it, everybody that raises money understands how important the pitch deck is. My pitch deck is now 8 slides. And the really sort of awkward thing for me was I had to move the org chart from like slide 52 to slide 1 and put my picture on it. And so I do spend a lot of time now talking about my team. Funny story, I was just watching Shark Tank last night with my son, and they use the quote again, bet on the jockey, not the horse. And so the team is as important as the technology, particularly at early stage. I think the other piece of that became really important and really apparent to me quickly was you have to cast a wide net. One of the companies that Giovanni connected me with over the summer, one of the angel groups said, look, every month we pre-screen about 35 companies. Of those, we may invite 5 to 6 to present to us, and of those, we may fund 1 or 2, and so it's a pretty wide net. In doing that, though, the other thing that I did that was very helpful to me was try to focus where I was going to cast with my wide net. So I put together a pretty decent profile of what my investors would look like. I do work with a law firm on startup funding in particular, and I'll come back to that. But they did a capital call, every 6 months and said, why don't you come down and present? And I said, well, I'll go watch first. And found out that they really are focused on tech-specific startups that do IT and apps, and that's just not our target audience for a Class 3 medical device. And so while I cast a wide net and use my network, I also try to be very efficient about casting that in the right place. And the last thing I'll say about that is it's kind of a network of networks. And so I found that as I asked people, investors, a good meeting for me was, hey, we're really interested in your technology and let's talk more. Or equally good was, hey, this isn't a good investment for us, but I know 3 or 4 other people that are. And so the network of your investors can be just as important. The last thing I'll say is it's really important to execute all the way to close. And this will kind of segue into what Giovanni said about COVID, but I had an investor lined up who's a great investor. We were through term sheet, and I kind of thought, okay, we're a couple weeks from depositing funds, and then COVID hit and the market shut down. And my investor lost the capability to invest what he was going to invest, and so we kind of in March went back into, okay, let's redo the round, let's reinvigorate our network and kind of see if we can pull it together, which we did. But in doing so, I found it to be very important to have a good specialized outside counsel that works in the startup space, because they can really help you with the process of going from term sheet all the way to close of your stock offering, your debt, whatever you're using, and bring it to conclusion in a professional way. So execute all the way to close. Last thing I'd throw out is have a good relationship with your banker, because your bank relationship will change as you're successful at fundraising. You go from like a small little bit of money in your bank account that's trickling out every month, all of a sudden some dollars are real dollars are going to start to show up. So it's just good to know your bank and your banker pretty well.
Thank you for that. And I do have some more questions, but we'll come back towards the end for that. Simon, very same question for you. What is it like raising funds in Europe for an early stage medtech company like yourself?
I think challenging, I would say. I think not easier due to Corona. And first of all, Giovanni, you really had an impact on me for taking the decision to start an own company. What is a big decision to go that route? And we started with that last year, in mid of last year, by first putting our own money into it, really going low budget, also the management team not having any salaries from that. But then we of course have seen that we already had initial revenue, but then wanted to accelerate also our product development. So we are in the software development area, so providing software for medical device companies to accelerate the process of their approach and also the regulatory process. So it's a bit different. And of course, we can be faster and also faster in having revenue, but we have seen that we wanted to grow faster in that. So in January around, we decided to go with the fundraising route. And then at that time, Scott McLaughlin, as our CFO and CEO, joined our team. He's coming from the US, has long-lasting experience in management consulting, also investor relations. And that helped a lot. And I can say being two people doing the fundraising round also helps, not just with the workload, but also to have a buddy you fully trust where you can talk about issues, problems, and when there's some pitfalls that you also can drink a beer together and talk about it. So this definitely helped, and also it helped that our software development team and our CTO could fully focus on continuing on the software development part, not distract them too much. And we had a very structured way of approaching the investors. So we had put together a list of them where we thought about if this investor is in the early stage seed phase, if they invest in health tech, in digital health, is the font size fitting, the runtime fitting, and so on, ticket size, also geography, because it's also important that a lot of investors only invest locally, not over the sea, for example. And then we did some kind of ranking and then decided to go as much with warm leads as possible. Here also the Bavarian startup community helped us to introduce us to investors. The others, we only did cold emails. And then the reaction was either direct reject or ask for the pitch deck or ask for an introductory call. With the pitch deck, we had another experience. We started with 10 slides and ended up now with 90 slides, but 80 of them are in the appendix. Yeah. So because now we learned that for each question of the investor, and by now we have all questions, I think that is possible, we have one slide in the appendix to answer this question. This helped a lot now in the conversation. And so beginning of March, we got our pre-seed investment with industrial innovators of around 100K with a convertible loan. And convertible loan is very nice because it's easy, fast, and also after the approval, it went really fast to get the money on the account, which was the perfect timing because then Corona hit. And it hit us quite bad because we had a lot of meetings, pitch events, and so on planned for March, April, May, but all was erased immediately. And also a lot of investors then also decided to fully focus to secure their portfolio instead of investing in new companies. And I've read that in the US, in the seed area, in the seed stage, it has dropped by 57%, the investments. So this is really bad. And then we had a different approach. So we were fully focusing on low budget, on bootstrapping, and also government funding. So we were able to secure 6 government funds from Germany and also Bavaria. This is very good because it's non-dilutive. You don't have to give away any shares, and it keeps you over the water. And also the pre-seed investment was also very good luck to have that or during this whole Corona phase. But then in May, June, the wind was coming back into the sail, and suddenly investors were approaching us again. And then we learned that Corona has changed the system a bit, because investors who previously told us they don't invest in healthcare, suddenly approached us and said, oh, we are suddenly investing in healthcare. It's now our top priority. So it's really changed the whole prospect then in June, July. Then we found a good consortium to put together and started with the due diligence process then in June, August. And currently we're hopefully finalizing the round. So we are still not closed it, but we're hopefully close to closing it. And within the next 1 to 2 months, then having also the final signature. But we know that you cannot celebrate before you have the money on the account and everything signed. And I think, Jeff, you know that very well. So the champagne is still in the fridge and not open yet.
Very good, Simon. So thank you very much and you actually answered one of my questions, and I want to toss it over to Jeff real quick before I get into a couple other questions. From where you started, Jeff, and what you can share to the audience, where you are now in your process, how long did that take? Where are you, and what do you hope for moving forward?
Yeah, good question. So I think my timeline that I would say, for a seed round or angel investors is somewhere in the 8 to 12 month timeline from when you start to when you finish. That doesn't mean that like an individual angel group is going to take 8 months to get to finish. It might, but that's whole process, finding the right ones, making the connections, kind of refining your approach, getting it all the way to funds. We're getting ready to start an A round, and so that will involve VC rather than angels. And so my anticipation is that's 12 to 18 months. And so I'm already behind, and I'm already kind of ready to start to add to my team to get us ready for that round. So I think pretty reasonable timelines there. You can do some things to accelerate it, but you should have an expectation that it's going to take a little while.
Thank you. So I think for the audience on this one, if we have to go with the assumption that 2 early stage, first time fundraisers in MedTech, the value that we could really add to the community are other people like yourself who may have never raised money before or are in a position in their careers and would like to become a CEO of a startup company or start one their own, but they've never raised money and they don't even know where to start. If we get really basic and go back to the fundamentals, when you both learned that you had to raise a fund or start fundraising, what were the resources? What were the mechanics? What were the steps that you took? And I'm talking about from the moment that you learned that you had to start raising funding for your company. Get very simple. I mean, did you sit in front of a computer and start Googling and with an Excel spreadsheet? Did you call your best friends? I mean, talk about that process of being very early stage mechanical on starting your process. Simon, let's start with you.
Yeah, I think communication is essential there. Talking to people who have gone through this, exchanging experiences, you learn so much from that. And you can make so many mistakes during the fundraising approach, and already learning about some of these aspects. You will never hear everything because there's so much involved and so much craziness in this that you can never expect beforehand. But what also helped us a lot is also to join an incubator. So it was a 3-month program here in Munich, where also the general manager is a very experienced angel investor, and they had a lot of courses about fundraising. And it's very theoretic, so it's not what you typically do in the practice, but it already gives you a lot of input about this. And Googling also, of course, there's a lot of literature out there that helps. Venture Deals, for example, from Brad Feld is a very good book about this that I've read now, I think 5 times, that always gives some additional input. But I think talking to others, this is one of the most important aspects.
I'd share a couple other things. I would echo all of those comments that Simon made for 100% for sure. The first thing that I really did was try to assess what our valuation was going to be and what our exit was going to be to kind of give me an idea of what the ask was. And so we went through a couple iterations with that. But that's really important. The networking piece is so important also. In my case, I was lucky to have, some friends that had been through a fundraise before that I could bounce ideas off from. I think, Giovanni, you were incredibly helpful as a resource, particularly over the summer and COVID One of the resources that Giovanni connected me to in the U.S. that I'll just share. I don't have any, stake in it, but I've been on the Gust platform. It's just like an angel investment platform where you put some information in about your company, and it helps show you angel groups that might be interested in funding you. I know there's several different platforms of that nature that can help, start the lead process. The other two pieces I would say is a warm lead and a warm introduction is very important, and your network will help you with that. Giovanni helped me with that. I had some friends that helped me with a couple warm introductions. Surprisingly, as I alluded to, in my opening talk, I think a lot of investors, if you present well to them, even if you're not a good fit, just like we're looking to raise money, they're looking to invest money, and they have a network. And so they'll introduce you to 2 or 3 other people in their network that are looking to invest in something similar to what you have. And so if you can help them, you kind of build your network into a new space.
Very good. My next question, and you touched on it on the warm introduction, Jeff, the difference between the warm introduction and the hyper selection of, if you have a list of 100 investors, 500 investors, 1,000 investors, do you sit down in a chair with an email with your slide deck attached and blast it to all 1,000 of them? Is there a focused approach? And then to make this question even more simple, how important is a warm lead and how efficacious could a cold email be? Let's start with Simon.
So we had this list of a lot of investors, and we also put this together ourselves. And as I said, we then really ranked it because of, for example, when you're looking for an early stage investor, and I think the early stage, the meaning of early stage, we learned also that is varying from investor to investor, what they think about what is early stage. So, and also we learned that in the US and Europe, this is very different. So, for example, when you say we are looking for a 2 million seed round here in Europe, everybody says, wow, it's a lot. But in the US, they would say, wow, this is on our really low end. So we are rather in the 5 to 10 million seed area, what they consider as early stage. So this is also very difficult then to learn and to see if there is the proper fit in this. But I think the warm lead, it is essential for many of this, because when someone who really appreciates what you're doing is then introducing you to an VC or an investor, it's much easier to get in contact. But what we have also learned is that these pitch events are sometimes not that helpful, that sometimes an email is more helpful than a pitch event. And we had some contacts where we just sent an email and then got very quickly a follow-up and then first introductory call. So I can also say that this cold approach sometimes works, but definitely a warm lead is more fruitful in the end.
Jeff? Oh, yeah. By the way, Jeff, before you start here, I was already warned that we were at the 5-minute mark, and I think we're probably a good minute and a half into that from Simon, so just paying attention to time.
I'll be real quick. I would echo all of Simon's comments. One of the things that I built is I built a profile of, the potential investor for me. And so, for us, we were looking for a group of angels. We had a certain dollar amount that we were looking for. They needed to be in the MedTech space specifically for us. And the other thing I always tried to find that was very helpful for me is someone that had a personal hook into atrial fibrillation. So, AFib is the most common arrhythmia. It's not that hard to find somebody that does. But of the people that are involved in my company, most do at some point. And so that helped us. I think warm introduction is essential. I got to the point where I was working what I felt was a large enough pipeline of warm introductions that I kind of let the cold sort of emails sit on the side and on the back burner so that I could develop fully the ones that were interested and push those to conclusion. And I think it's easy enough, or was easy enough for me through my network, people like Giovanni, mentors, friends of mine, to get a warm introduction, that I really pushed and leveraged that process as much as possible.
Yeah, that's true. We also went with our list to some people who have a good network and asked them if they have a good introduction. So that's a very good recommendation. Yeah.
So we're at the 2-minute mark or less at this point. But from what I'm gathering, especially on the early stage fundraising aspect, it's network, sometimes cold emails work. And realistically, because of the nuances of understanding how investors either associate what is early stage funding or what they're interested in investing, like you said, Simon, someone that's coming back to you over the summer and saying now they're all of a sudden a healthcare investor. So maybe they're changing, and COVID may have influenced that as well. What we're gathering is, at least if a great piece of advice for early stage investors is, fundraising is very difficult. It's a lot of work, and you never know where a warm lead might come from based on all the avenues that you have in order to potentially get an investor on the phone or at least on a video call during COVID days. So it could really take a multitude of resources or tools in your toolbox to be able to actively raise funds in COVID, or at least for early stage medtech startups in general.
Yeah, and I think the last thing I'd leave with Giovanni is there's a lot of capital that's there, and so it's really a question of, can you unlock it and find a good match between you and the investor? So don't get discouraged.
Thank you. Any last words, Simon?
I also confirm what you said, Jeff, that sometimes it's not just about the money, but also about input you get from investors. So be careful, not take the first money you might get out there, but also have a look and do your own due diligence on investors as well.
Well, thank you very much, the both of you, for sharing your insights. Incredible and invaluable, I'm sure, to all the audience out there who's going to hear this, especially if first-time fundraisers who don't even know where to start. So thank you very much, both, for your time.
The growing Chinese medtech market.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to my keynote. I'm going to talk about the Chinese market, the growing Chinese market, and I will take you into my slides. One short word about me. I'm Mareike Seselberg. I'm working for China Brand IP Consulting, and I am an expert for Chinese markets, anti-counterfeiting, and know-how protection in China. What do I want to talk about in the 10 minutes I have? First, China and Asia as a growing market. Second, trend e-health in China. Third, risk of counterfeiting. And fourth, copyrights and trade secrets in China. So let's get started. I have chosen here a statistic for my first slides to show you the growing market China. As you can see here, from 2014 to 2018, the Chinese market for MedTech more than doubled, and the trend is going on like that. So there will be more growth in the Chinese market. This has several reasons. For example, of course, the aging population. There will be more patients needing medical help, needing doctors using medical devices. And of course, there's also another reason, which is the living standards of the Chinese populations, which are getting better and better. And the healthcare systems are also getting better and better. One more reason for more medical devices being demanded. The situation in the Chinese market for medical devices is still very much import focused. This means that most middle and high-end medical devices in China were actually imported in 2018. As you can see here, for example, CT machines, 80% imported. Ultrasonic devices, 90% imported. Test equipment, most of it imported. ECGs, most of them imported. So that means that most high-end medical devices still need to be imported from foreign countries. The Chinese government is trying to change this. They have several plans, like, for example, Made in China 2025 and Healthy China 2030, which promote the pharmaceutical and medtech companies to be more innovative and to build more high-tech products. However, these changes will need time, and until that time, there is a high demand for foreign medical devices in China. There are some changes in the regulatory landscape in China in the recent years. not only for MedTech, but also for pharmaceutical companies. This means there are several new laws, new regulations in China, which make it easier to register your products for the market and to get a marketing license in China. Also, the Chinese government has taken some steps to eliminate registration backlogs or to increase transparency in the registration process. Also, promotion of research and innovation has taken place. So the Chinese government is actually doing a lot to promote pharmaceutical and medtech companies in China. And it's not only Chinese companies benefiting from it, but also foreign companies can benefit from these regulations, especially in the regard of elimination of registration backlogs and faster times of approval. One trend that I would shortly touch upon is the telemedicine in China. E-health in general and telemedic in specific. This is a trend that is really important for China. We have seen it in other countries too, but for China, it is already advanced a little bit more than in other countries. The reasons for this is simply a lack of physicians in rural areas. So for many people in rural areas, telemedicine is the only way to get a fast diagnosis or to get a consultation with doctor. It is already used in China and it is very well accepted by Chinese population. Also, it works quite well also in rural areas as the internet is normally very good there. So it's no problem to have a video call with a doctor, which is a problem nonetheless is that it's really very hard to make a diagnosis in many cases without using any medical devices. So we expect that in future there will be more patients needing medical devices at home for diagnosis, which they will then have to use during a video call with a doctor themselves. So they might need to buy some medical devices for their own home. This leads me directly to the next point, e-commerce. E-commerce is really important lately, not only or not until now for MedTech, but it might get more important for MedTech in China. This means that until now, the medical devices in class 1 and 2 were already allowed to be sold on Taobao, JD, and Pinduoduo, some of the most biggest e-commerce platforms in China. And only specialized e-commerce platforms were allowed to sell medical devices in classes 2 and 3. But since COVID-19, some things have changed and we see a lot of development in this area and a lot of companies getting active in the area of sales of class 3 medical devices online. Some companies where you would not really expect it, for example, point 2, you see Fresh Hippo, which is a supermarket chain selling food, or other companies like Huawei, the famous smartphone manufacturer. Of course, e-commerce is a really big chance as it makes it easier to sell your products direct to customers and it makes marketing easier. But the problem is that e-commerce also makes everything easier for counterfeiters and makes it easier for them to get their products online and to the customer and also to customers that believe that they might have bought an original product. We see several counterfeiting trends in the last years. For example, digitalization of counterfeiting. Of course, counterfeiters are using the same channels that original manufacturers are also using. So they're getting more digital, same as normal manufacturers get more digital. But in recent years, most of the counterfeiters are not small backyard companies. They often have global supply chains. They have global production and sales, and sometimes they even have legal departments working for them. They use legitimate marketing, so that it's really hard for the end consumer to know which product is illegal and which is legal. Sometimes, it's really hard to distinguish for them. Counterfeiters also use fake certificates and so on to make the customer really believe that they are buying the original product. Also, the counterfeiters get better and better in avoiding lawsuits. This means, for example, they don't have products on stock, which makes raids unsuccessful, as if there is no stock, the raid also won't find anything. Also, they are registering IP rights and sometimes even use these IP rights against the original manufacturer of products. This is also a really important topic in regard of embedded software and digital products. There are more and more softwares being stolen or illegally used by counterfeiters, and there are ways to protect yourself from that. There is a way of registering your embedded software or your software in general in China for copyright, as a copyright, and then you can use this copyright to fight anybody using the software. And yeah, this is something that we definitely suggest to do in China, and to be aware of people using your software, because it's sometimes not obvious from the product. The product might look very different, but the software inside can still be the same, and this results in really big market losses if your advanced software is used by somebody else. You can also use the way to protect your IP, which is trade secrets. And it has become easier in China to protect trade secrets. It's still far from being easy, but it's easier. And this is a good way to protect IP, which is evolving very fast. For example, fast evolving softwares, and things like that, or products with a very, very short product cycle. So this is also a way of protection that should definitely be considered for China. So what conclusions can we draw? In general, as Chinese market is still growing, there are huge chances for companies in China. There is a high demand of products in China. So it's definitely worth to try to get your products on the Chinese market. There will be an increasing competitive pressure, as Chinese government is doing a lot to promote their Chinese companies to get more innovative, to produce more high-tech products. And there is also one big risk, which is counterfeiting in China. It still is, and it will probably still be for a long time. And this is also something that should definitely be taken into consideration before entering the Chinese market. So what should you do? Before entering the Chinese market, do a really thorough market research. China is not the same like other countries, and there might be other channels for marketing and other channels to contact your customers, to get in touch with your customers. And also the customers might be different, or the demand might be different than in other countries. Also make sure that you have reliable partners in China, distributors, producers, manufacturers, anybody you work together in China. Make sure that you know that you can trust them, as we have many cases in which it is the partners doing counterfeiting on the products. Have a strong IP portfolio and make sure you have it before you enter the Chinese market, because after you enter it might be too late. This means not only registering patents, but also registering trademarks and using them. Build yourself a brand in China. And from the very start, show every counterfeiter that you implement your rights, that you will have a lawsuit if they use your IP rights, that you will stop them from using them. Because if you don't make that known very early after entering the Chinese market, there will be so many companies trying to copy your products that it's really hard to stop them all. So make sure that you have proper IP protection from the very beginning. So thank you for your attention. I hope this was interesting for you. I hope you got some new information. If you have any questions later on, please let me know, and I will definitely answer them.
Entrepreneurship, technology, and innovation in MedTech.
Hi everyone, so welcome to an interesting MedTech World panel. And today we're going to talk about entrepreneurship, technology, and innovation in MedTech. So I am Dr. Stefan Budicic. I am the co-founder at Digital Health Malta. And today I'd like to introduce you to three very interesting individuals. We have Prof. Russell Smith, who's a professor of entrepreneurship at the University of Malta. We have Dr. Conrad Attard, who is the Deputy Dean of the Faculty of ICT. And we have, last but not least, Prof. Philip Farrugia, who is an Associate Professor at the Faculty of Engineering. So, kicking off this discussion, I'd like to start off with Prof. Smith. And Prof, so how can we accelerate and scale up research in MedTech, especially in Malta? What is the practical way to do it? You come here with a wealth of experience. How can we get started?
Well, I think it's quite a challenge in any university, in any country, in any region, because it's almost like a bottomless pit that you can throw money into. So one has to be very clear about what are the objectives. I think we're talking here about MedTech, and we're talking about technology and innovation. And innovation for me really means converting ideas into invoices. So let's be absolutely clear. This is about a process whereby we take research findings that come out of academic research typically, and are then converted into something of commercial value. And that value is both for the owners of the intellectual property, usually the employer of the inventor, which is often the university, for example. But we need to make all of that work right through to the customer. So it's very much a confused area where people think it is a way of funding research for research's sake. That's not the case. I would defend to the death the right of academics to do research, but this is a very specific type of research which has got to lead ultimately to a commercial return. And that means selling one of two things. There are only two things you can sell, a product or a service. And that has to solve a problem for the customer. So that's what we have to focus on. How can we accelerate? By making sure that researchers are clear about whether they're doing research of a commercial nature or research just for the interest of research. Sometimes it's a confused picture, Stefan.
Yeah, I think it's, when you start this discussion, you explore and you mentioned the word bottomless pit, and I really appreciate that comment. But looking towards Conrad's experience now, and Conrad comes from very interesting faculty, which is right in the middle of all of this. So what are your thoughts, Conrad, about this?
Well, I come from the Faculty of ICT, so it is very relevant to this area. But I must admit that the faculty's role is to reach out to other faculties and to address research in a multidisciplinary way, and empowering other faculties with their own knowledge so that ICT is more relevant in the area that we're working in. I agree with the way you introduced and addressed the question that has been answered. I would have extended in that obviously research might have different stages. There's the research which can be commercialized, and the research which is part of a puzzle, a web, which would need a number of international as well as local researchers to work together. And sometimes this can be challenging for us because we are giving a contribution but not necessarily always seeing how this might be translated in an entrepreneurial way and obviously be commercialized. But our ambitions are there. In fact, some of our projects reflect that, how we are working with industry, and our industry is not only the IT industry where the development of the systems are happening, but it's also the industry where we are actually working hand in hand with hospitals, with professionals coming from the different disciplines to learn more about this area and therefore be more on board and to collaborate even further.
Yeah, in fact, you mentioned something very interesting that really caught my attention, the word puzzles. And I think when I think of the engineering and ICT, I think they're a bit of a puzzle as well, and they fit with each other. And so, Philip, from your experience, how did you see all of this fit? And you have quite a lot of experience actually scaling up and creating puzzles of your own. Can you tell us more about them?
Yes, sure. So I totally agree with my colleagues. Actually, this area requires knowledge in various disciplines because a MedTech product is multidisciplinary. In fact, our faculty collaborates with other faculties and also with a range of industries. And I strongly believe that to scale up the research in this area, we need to create clusters, especially when it comes to SMEs. In this way, we can also attract foreign direct investment in this area, because if people out there see that in Malta we have this momentum, this critical momentum going forward in this area, of course, one would be more interested to take up some ideas and commercialize them internationally.
In fact, Philip, you have something exciting to show us. Can you show us? Because now we'd like to kind of see a bit as well. What's happening out there? Because it's useless talking blah, blah, blah and mentioning that you have to do this. But in reality, what are the exciting projects that are happening out there? Maybe you can show us, Philip. I'm not sure.
Yes, sure. Okay, so basically this is one of the projects that we have.
Okay, cool. Let's see. I'm really curious. Oh, okay. It looks like a bird there.
So basically, it's a penguin.
It's a penguin. Oh, wow.
So it was developed as part of the funded project by the Malta Council for Science and Technology, and is a therapeutic device aimed for children between 3 to 6 years who have problems in communication. And also, it is aimed to support speech-language pathologists during their sessions in order to make the therapy even more exciting for children.
You have to tell me, though, who was your inspiration behind that?
Actually, it came from my daughter, because at the age of 3, she had some problems in communicating. Okay. And of course, as a parent, when I attended the sessions during the therapy, I have noticed that she didn't have that excitement during the therapy. Also, as a parent, I didn't have any means to monitor the progress that the child is doing. So with this device, it is possible to monitor the progress that the child is doing between one session and another.
Bellezza, like that's how they would say it in Maltese, and I would say it now. But you also have like some really small thing that you have managed to bring with you?
This is, on the other hand, a very small device.
Wow.
It goes at the tip of the endoscope, which goes inside the human body, and it is made of 2 different materials. Usually the process was done in 2 stages. So first you first you produce the inner component, which is an optical component, and then you mold around it the other part. And we managed to produce that at one single shot, as you can see over there. So it's a very small part. It's good to mention also that at an international level, we are collaborating in a 4 million European project. It's called Prime VR2 project. It is an ongoing project. And the aim of this project is to develop a bespoke controller to help people during the therapy in a series-based environment. So that is our aim. And we have 3 target users. We have people with dystonia, people who have suffered injuries due to sports, and also post-stroke patients.
Wow, simply wow. And but now actually I know someone else who has some more interesting projects as well. And Conrad, maybe you can tell me more about it as well, you know? Especially in MedTech, like what are you up to? Like
so we're shifting from children to elderly now, because
the other end of the spectrum.
Yes. So one of the major projects which I lead is SPEM in healthcare, which was recently shortlisted as one of the best practices that will be shared with the European Union about how we can conduct research in a particular way.
Okay.
It basically focuses on the quality of life of both carers as well as the people with dementia, and therefore we are addressing the early stages and even the stages which follow on personalized health. So personalized health through pervasive computing contributes to learn more about the people with dementia, allowing us to help carers to take more informed decisions. So that's the interesting project, and we're doing it by creating an open access data set which will allow the community of researchers that are working in different parts of this type of research to have another tool to be able to conduct the research. That is only one of them, because SPEM is the big umbrella of a number of different initiatives, which include obviously how then we will adopt this open access data set, which will allow us to create tools such as having a surface top, which allow carers to see and understand through different history patterns what the people with dementia are going through. So that's a major challenge that we're trying to address.
Yeah, I mean, even considering the increasing burden as well of mental health in today's world, and dementia being also a very important aspect of all this, this is very, very critical. Like, we went from one end of the spectrum to the other. But Prof, I think what's interesting about you when you come to looking at research project is that you have an overview. You're starting to see, you're starting to explore. Any interesting projects, maybe something you're working on and that we don't know of yet, maybe some hints?
Well, I think the first thing to say is I find it quite humbling listening to Philip and about the way in which he responded to the problem that his young daughter had. God bless her, and I hope that it's helped. And I think that this is what we're talking about today. So let's make no mistake. The use of engineering and IT in particular as technology to make a way forward for people with a challenge, I think is why we need to be here. And I think that's a really important thing to say. So what do I think in terms of projects? I think we have, with the example that Philip showed us, a clear example of a product. There may well be in the various things that Conrad was talking about, a number of services. So we have to be clear about what it is and what that problem is that the person has, who could then come into the group of customers. Okay. So first of all, customers. What do we mean by that? Well, there are three components to that we all need to realise. They are the buyers, the brokers, and the beneficiaries. And in our area, in the medical area, sometimes the beneficiaries, the patients, aren't actually the buyers. It's provided for them. So we have to be clear and come back to this idea of the puzzle, the jigsaw, how all the pieces fit together. So our research is trying to look carefully at what are the pieces that need to be fitted into the system. And it is a system. A lot of people talk about ecosystems, and it's not a phrase I'm particularly happy with using. I prefer the environment within which the enterprise operates. Funnily enough, being Professor of Entrepreneurship, entrepreneur is a word I don't like either, in the sense that this is a word in French means in-between taker. So hardly Richard Branson at Virgin. So I think there's a lot of misconception, and the first thing I would say where we're working it's really important to take forward is to ensure that everybody who comes through your departments understands the process of entrepreneurship, enterprise, the environment, how it works. So ultimately, I think that those of us in academia who have the privilege to teach and to do research are going to be effective in commercializing something that can benefit others, such as the device that Philip's just demonstrated. So for me, the active area that we're working on is creating a model that will allow people to do this using software tools to help them make that happen. So our bit of edutech will revolve around that. So a long answer to your question, Stefan, but I think that this is all coming together now in the way that we're not part of different systems. We are within the system, and we have to make sure that becomes integrated and effective within the environment.
In fact, when you start talking about these things, Prof, I also start to wonder, because I see a lot of potential in Malta. And what are the strengths and missing gaps to take Malta to the next, to the next level? And how would you tackle that within the next 5 years? And I think you are the right person to answer this question here. So we start off with you, Prof.
Okay. Well, look, thank you. I think the reality is that we are making progress, and we're putting in place a number of initiatives that are helping make all of this happen. So this is by no means a challenge that I don't see can be overcome in moving forward. It's true to say, however, that in Malta, the financial position is less well developed than in other countries. For example, in England, where I came from, and the companies I led from the University of Oxford, we were very privileged and fortunate to have a lot of finance available for investment. It's not the same here. So we need, and I'm not to detract from what Philip said about attracting, investment from overseas, but I would like us to see us developing investment within Malta in a more tax-effective environment. So there are things that we can do to help encourage investment that was certainly done in the UK 15, 20 years ago. And there are things that we could follow and build on. So for me, to do it properly, it's got to be planned properly, and you need to know how much money you're going to spend. We currently, as academics, never have enough research in our budgets to do what we need to do, so we need investment from outside. So rather than foreign direct investment, I don't really care so long as we get the money that we need. So for me, Stefan, the key thing is to getting the environment more friendly towards investment. And not talking about banks here, they're not relevant. Not talking about venture capital, they're much later. We're talking about high net worth individuals, sometimes called business angels, people who can help individuals like Philip get that product, which is clearly important, onto the market.
Okay, thank you. 2 minutes each, Conrad and Philip. Tell us, what are your thoughts about this from your experience?
Yes, I can say that I agree with Professor Smith about this perspective, and through the effort that we do is to spend time with individuals that can invest. PEM is an example because it started off by an individual company who decided to fund this research and believed in it through RIDT, and we have even a structure. But then obviously there are a number of gaps that we're addressing. One of the gaps which we felt we needed to do is how to, and we're translating it into a degree course in digital health, is to address this gap, and designed with the practical aspect, with the idea of having a good dose in this degree, that individuals that will participate or come to attend this course will also live the technology, be motivated not only to replicate what exists, but to find new ways of how to do things in a different way. It doesn't mean that we don't already do so. I even can, we're experiencing even one of our students that is researching in digital health and in the degree of blockchain, and he's already working so that will become an IP with a particular company, so that it will be at one point commercialized.
Super. Philip.
Okay, so building upon what my colleagues just mentioned, I think we need more funding, especially when you were speaking about medical devices. To take this to market, you need certification. So it's not just having the funds for doing the basic research, to investigate what your end users would like from your product, to develop the product, to test the product, but also that will be the last step, which I feel it's missing at the moment, to take it to the next level. Now, to take it to that level, you need a substantial amount of funding. So if we scale up the level of funding, which at the moment it's good, but it's not good enough. It needs to be amplified. I think we can get towards that step. It's also good to mention that in recent years, as an academic, I have seen a growing interest by our students to pursue a postgraduate degree in fields related to medical products. So that is good because you are equipping the workforce with skills required in this field, which, as I said before, it's multidisciplinary. Another aspect which I think is very important is to address the gap which is currently, I feel it locally, when it comes to certification, to knowledge in Malta about how to certify a medical product, how to carry out intensive intellectual property search to ensure that there is no product relevant to yours. Okay, so these are aspects which are very important, and I feel this is these areas which we need to address in the near future.
Yeah, taking that into consideration, I even had recently a chat with Philip, and to test to test on actually on animals, we're looking at nearly $250 million to actually get there. So more funding, more innovation, more contribution, more communication. And I think that is what will be our ingredients for success in entrepreneurship, technology, and innovation in MedTech in Malta. Thank you.
Thank you all for your advice with regards to investment. As I'm sure you all know, the market is never as simple as it looks, and those interested in making moves will undoubtedly gain a lot of insight from industry experts such as our panelists. Before we get into the next section, I'd like to thank our sponsors, Fennec and Fennec Advocates. We're of course now going to be looking at future trends in the sector and how technology such as virtual reality is going to be shaping the industry. With that, let's go into the next panels.
VRX, how virtual therapeutics will revolutionize medicine.
Well, thank you so much for the opportunity to be with you today and to speak about our research using virtual reality in clinical practice. I'm going to get us started with my first slide, which is a picture of me with one of our patients at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center who have used virtual reality. And we've now used VR in over 3,000 patients at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center. And today I'm going to briefly share with you some of the stories of our clinical applications of VR and my own personal experiences going through this process as a physician, learning how VR can augment traditional medical therapies. Now we've, as I said, used virtual reality in many different patients, and because this is a visual art, I'm going to start with a few pictures. This is a picture of a young man who's graciously allowed us to use this image, who has sickle cell anemia. And moments before we took this picture, he was in the midst of a very painful experience from sickle cell anemia. But at this moment, he's in virtual reality in a helicopter flying over fjords in Iceland. And you can just see the expression on his face that for the moment anyway, his experience has changed. This is another one of our patients who has liver disease. And at this moment, she is in Hawaii, although she's of course in a hospital bed and has been experiencing a great deal of pain. And in a few minutes, I'm going to show you some brief videos of both of these patients using virtual reality. Now, we've been using a variety of different virtual reality headsets, and I hadn't even, frankly, heard of virtual reality until about 6 years ago when Walter Greenleaf, who is a professor at Stanford, came into my office and he introduced me to virtual reality. And he put a VR headset on my face, and this is the first thing that I saw. All of a sudden, a conference room turned into this scene, and this is my first-person view of being on a window washer rig going up the side of a 50-story building. And I started to realize that I was getting a little bit scared and was a little short of breath and getting a little anxious. And this is me looking around and noticing all these details being 50 floors up over this rotary down below with these cars driving around. And I noticed the sunlight and I noticed the details like the paint splattered on the floor. I was getting a little bit anxious, but at least I felt confident that that railing was there and I was secure. And just as I was feeling confident, they threw the railing right off of the window washer rig. I got anxious and they said, go ahead and jump off that building. And I thought, no way, I'm not going to jump off this building. I'm going to die. And they said, well, you know that you're not really standing on the side of a building. And I said, well, you know, I think I know that, but my brain isn't convinced. My brain thinks that I'm actually about to die. And the only way I was able to do it is I had to cheat. I looked through the headset and I could see the carpet, just a little bit of carpet down below. And that was enough to break the illusion and give me enough confidence to take a baby step off of that building and fall 50 stories all the way down to my virtual death. And then everything turned white. And I thought, oh my God, this technology can hijack your brain. And it could be used for evil, but maybe we can also use it for good. Maybe we can use it to take advantage of this capacity to change the mind and change consciousness, but for positive reasons. Now, that's the first time that I died in virtual reality. Now, I want to tell you the story of the second time that I died in virtual reality. It was at the University of Barcelona, where I visited Professor Mel Slater. And he is a professor of virtual reality. And he's been doing research for many years on the impact of virtual reality on human consciousness. And what he did is he put me in this room, which is a nondescript room with black curtains, and there's a chair and a coffee table. And they asked me to sit down in that chair and kick my feet up on the coffee table. And there I am with some motion sensors on my ankles and on my wrists. And that's Dr. Slater's postdoc, Ramon Oliva, who is about to put a headset over my head. And when he does, this black room turns into this sort of beautiful looking, rather nice living room where you can see a chandelier and you can see some furniture and you can see some really nice stuff. And as I'm looking around, I noticed that those are some legs. Those look like my legs. And the next thing they asked me to do is to start moving my legs around on the table. So they asked me to start moving my legs around, and they drew these blue lines and asked me to trace out the lines. And as I moved in perfect synchrony, these legs moved. And I started to wonder, whose legs are those? Are those my legs? Because they sure look like my legs and they move like my legs. But I was thinking that somewhere in this room, there was a computer running thousands of lines of code that was convincing my brain that that was my body. Now, the next thing he did is he dropped these balls from the ceiling. And as the ball hit my body, I can physically feel it because there was a vibration motor in the suit that I was wearing. And it literally felt like I was now this body. My brain had achieved full body ownership, as Professor Slater calls it. Now, what happened next is really even hard for me to describe in words. I'll do my best to describe it, showing you this picture, but it's hard to describe. What happened next is all of a sudden I detached from my body. I physically separated from my body and started to float up slowly to the ceiling. Those balls followed me and I can still feel them, but I looked down at that body that I had just occupied and I noticed that it wasn't moving anymore. It was motionless. It was vacant. I had had a complete out-of-body experience. I had died. And I'll show it to you again because it's so astonishing to have actually felt having this out-of-body experience. And I realized that passing away, dying, doesn't need to be a catastrophic thing. It could actually be kind of mystical, almost a spiritual event. Now, Dr. Slater has studied this and has published this paper, A Virtual Out-of-Body Experience Reduces Fear of Death. And in this study, he looked to see if people who were exposed to this virtual reality experience had a lower fear of death. And he was able to demonstrate in the study that people did have a lower fear of death. Now, I'm still afraid of dying, but having gone through this experience, it made me rethink what death is like and that it doesn't need to be catastrophic. So these two stories that I start with emphasize that VR is a tool that profoundly modifies our perception of the world around us and our perception of the world within us. And if we can use it to recalibrate unhealthy perceptions, then VR can become a radical new therapy, potentially to improve quality of life as well. Now, this is an example of how we've been doing this. What I'm showing you here is a 360-degree video of dolphins swimming. And when we put this in a headset, you can feel like you're with these dolphins. You can hear the music, hopefully, behind my voice. And what we do with patients who are in the hospital is we give this to them so they feel like they have been separated from the hospital. I had a patient, for example, with severe abdominal pain, and she couldn't really figure out what the reason was. And the patient had many tests and CT scans and lab tests, and nobody knew exactly why she had pain. So we put this headset on her, and after about 4 minutes of silence, she began to cry. And I asked her, "Are you okay?" And she said, "Yeah, I am." And I said, "Well, what's wrong?" She said, "I think I know why I have this pain." I said, "Really? Tell me more." And she said, "I think it's because of my brother." She said, "My brother died of stomach cancer, and I feel like I'm going to die that way too." And I said, "But you know, we've looked in your stomach and you don't have cancer in your stomach." And she said, "I know that. I keep hearing you guys say that, but I've not been willing to accept it. But these dolphins, they're telling me I need to move on with my life. I need to accept it." She said, a year of therapy and I never would have come to this conclusion. I thought that's amazing. And this is an example of how being in virtual reality can change the way you think, even if it's just long enough for you to have new insights about your own mind and about your own body. So what's happening in the brain in somebody, for example, who has anxiety, or in this case, who has pain? What you're looking at here is a famous study from Hunter Hoffman at the University of Washington in the US, who is experimenting with virtual reality and pain. And what you're looking at is a functional MRI scan of the brain of a research subject who on the left is experiencing pain and on the right is experiencing pain but with virtual reality. And you can see the difference. On the left, there's this yellow, almost like a fire of signals in the brain. On the right, there's fewer signals. But it's not just that there are fewer signals, it's also the location of those signals. The signals on the left are up in the sensory cortex where you feel the severity of the pain, but also in the middle of the brain, which is in the limbic system. That's the emotional center. So it appears that virtual reality reduces both the physical aspect of pain and the emotional aspect of pain. And so we know that's important because there are two components of pain. Buddha called this the two arrows of pain. He said the first arrow is when you get hit with an arrow and it hurts, but the second arrow is the self-inflicted wound. This is when you look at the first arrow and you worry that you're going to die. You worry about what it means for your future. That's the emotional component of the pain. And it's important because virtual reality, it looks like, can reduce both types of pain. These are two studies that demonstrate that. On the left is a study of people with severe burn injuries undergoing dressing changes of their burn wounds. And on the right is a study of women undergoing childbirth. And in both cases, they're randomized to either receive virtual reality or not to receive virtual reality. And in both cases, use of virtual reality reduced both the worst pain, but also the time spent thinking about pain and the unpleasantness of the pain. Interesting, in this burn study, people in virtual reality reported having more fun during a dressing change, which is a curious outcome. Same thing over here, less time spent thinking about the pain and the unpleasantness. So both the sensory, cognitive, and the affective components of pain were reduced with virtual reality. And this is a study that our group published that was led by Melissa Wong and Kim Gregory from our obstetrics group, again demonstrating larger reductions in pain in people randomized to a Lamaze style of virtual reality during childbirth compared to a control group. So we've been using virtual reality at Cedars-Sinai. This is our hospital. It's the largest hospital in the Western United States. And if you go inside into a room like this, it's a lovely room, but all day long our patients are looking up at the ceiling like this. Every so often somebody like me comes by and then disappears and comes back again, maybe not smiling. This is what life is like in the hospital room. So we've been evaluating how can we do better than that. Maybe we can allow people to escape the four walls of the hospital to go to fantastical destinations, like to be underwater or to be swimming with fish or reaching out here for a blue whale that's coming across her visual field. And we've been talking with our patients and learning from them about what works and what doesn't work. And we've been learning that some patients have very specific ideas of how to interact with this technology or where they want to travel to. Some people, for example, would love to go to Antarctica. I want to go to Hawaii or go into an ice cave or maybe on a safari. So we've been experimenting with different destinations for our patients. Now, this is an example, very briefly, of two of our patients using virtual reality. So we'll see if it helps with the pain or not. Mm-hmm. You'll tell us.
Yes.
And we'll go from there. Okay, any questions about that?
Pull that down over your eyes now.
Should load up.
Whoa.
What do you see?
Horses.
Yep, okay. And over the bridge. Is that working?
Yes.
What's happening now?
The helicopter, waterfalls.
Mm-hmm. Have you ever been to Iceland?
No.
With the music and everything, it's real peaceful. Oh, it's people. Hey. Oh, cool.
So what'd you think?
It's pretty relaxing.
Uh-huh.
Especially with the music and everything, and then the different scenery. Like, there was this one part where it was like a waterfall. You're sitting in a cave,
right?
And it's a waterfall right next to you. Almost made me forget I was here. Like, cause you're there.
Right.
It's like you're really there. You're hearing the waterfall, and everything is like you look around and it's the whole scenery.
Right.
It's like you're immersed in it.
How did it make you feel?
Relaxed, very relaxed.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't thinking about the pain.
You weren't?
No, I wasn't.
Really?
I was just thinking about being there
Uh-huh.
and having a good time.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
We'll let Dr. Herman know.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
Good, okay.
Yes, but I really did like it. I enjoyed it really much.
Excellent.
Thank you so much
You're
for
welcome.
picking me.
So there's really no substitute from just hearing from our patients, but we decided we needed to do more research on this as well. And this is an example of a study where we looked at 140 patients who got randomized in the hospital, either to a virtual reality library where they could experience many different virtual worlds, or they were randomized to watch a health and wellness relaxation channel on the television set in their hospital room. And when we compared them over their hospital stay, we found that those in the virtual reality arm had a larger drop in pain compared to those who were randomized to the television arm. And it was especially notable in the patients with the highest amount of pain, with scores of 8, 9, or 10. There we found VR was especially effective for their pain. These are examples of some of the visualizations that we're using now in our patients. The software has become extremely sophisticated and beautiful. So I could talk for quite a lot longer about many different applications of virtual reality. Unfortunately, I don't have time, and I'm going to finish up my talk now. But these are some examples, and I cover all of these on our website. This is our website, virtualmedicine.org. and virtualmedicine.health, where you can explore more, see more videos, and see our research. And I'm also very excited to announce the release of my new book. It's called VRX, How Virtual Therapeutics Will Revolutionize Medicine. This is available now for pre-order and will be available on October 6th. This is a review of all of the science of virtual reality for medicine with stories from all of our patients from around the world, in the North America and Asia and Europe and all over the world, using virtual reality. So with that, I want to thank you very much for your attention and for the opportunity to present with you today. If you're interested, you can follow me on our Virtual Medicine Conference Twitter account, or my personal Twitter account, where I very frequently will post about virtual reality in medicine. And thanks to the organizers again for the opportunity to speak with you today as we go through a list of all the different people who have contributed to our research at Cedars-Sinai. So thank you again very much, and I appreciate the invitation.
Virtual reality, a digital health tool to improve patients' therapy experience.
Hello everyone, I'm Valentino Megale, CEO at Softcare Studios, and I'm happy to join the MedTech World Conference and present to you how virtual reality can play a meaningful role as a digital health tool to improve patients' therapy experience. I will talk about this technology and its potential based on the experience that we have at our startup, Softcare Studios. So Softcare Studios is a digital health startup developing virtual reality solutions to improve patients' adherence to therapy and speed up the work routine of the medical staff. It starts from patients' mental well-being, and it offers the opportunity to improve their experience as a digital tool and not invasive tool. So we started 3 years ago in Rome, in Italy, and we went through different accelerator programs on an international level. We also signed important commercial partnerships with pharma companies like Merck and Roche, and we have been selected in 2018 as the best e-health startup in Europe by the European Commission. At the moment, we release on the market our first project, Tommy, dedicated to pediatric patients in collaborations with doctors, psychologists, and patients' foundations. So, starting from what we did on the market and in the hospital supporting our patients, let's start to understand why virtual reality is a meaningful digital health tool. To understand this, we need to start from understanding how virtual reality works and how does it impact our mind and our mental well-being. First of all, virtual reality. What is this technology? It is a digital technology designed to simulate the sense of presence in a virtual scenario, in a place which is different from the physical place where we are with our physical body. So it is basically a mental, a subjective sensation of being there in the virtual scenario, obviously with our mind. This is possible thanks to the hardware that we use to experience virtual reality scenarios. Basically, virtual reality headset that provide the process of immersion inside of the digital scenario thanks to the optical illusion of stereoscopy. So virtual reality is a cognitive process, a digital technology that is designed to target and influence our mental conditions, our mental processes. It is made for our brain. And what is the value of virtual reality? The value is that it offers us the opportunity to experience any kind of interaction in space just with the headset, wherever we are, whenever we need that. So it provides an experience on demand that can provide value in very different sectors, from entertainment to gaming to education to remote work, and obviously also in the healthcare field. But why virtual reality is a digital health tool? To understand this point, we need to understand how our mind works. So based on the World Health Organization, our health should be understood and should be interpreted as a dynamic state that involves not only our physical body, but also our mental conditions, our social conditions, and spiritual conditions. So it is a holistic view of our health condition. So when we speak about health, we need to involve both our body and our mind. Our mind and all the cognitive processes that compose our mind are deeply impacted by what we experience. And what we experience first starts from our sensorial stimuli. Any kind of sensorial stimuli that are coming from the external world are processed by our brain and converted in a more complex structure that is called perception. Perception and what we perceive from the surrounding world is evaluated by our brain as a potential opportunity to catch or a danger or risk to avoid. Based on this evaluation, our brain triggers in us specific reactions that can be motor reactions, mental reactions, emotional, social, and behavioral reactions. All this process is called psychomotor loop, and it is the basis of our daily life and survival. So, what is important for respect to the virtual reality is that we can design any kind of virtual scenario, and we can think about interactions inside of that scenario. If we design well the virtual reality experience, based on the psychomotor loop, we can trigger specific reactions and guide the reaction of the users towards a goal which is meaningful for an expected outcome. And this depends from the setting, the specific settings that is meaningful for us. For instance, in the healthcare field, we can design specific tailored virtual reality scenarios able to guide the user towards the outcomes of the health intervention. So since the beginning of the 90s, virtual reality had been used in the sector for a variety of applications. It had been used to manage pain, to reduce pain perception. It had been used to support patients with anxiety, to treat phobias, to engage and motivate people during psychomotor rehabilitation, or even to speed up patients' care and educate patients about the challenges and the conditions that he's going to experience during medical treatments. And it all started with the pioneering studies of Dr. Hunter Hoffman, who was working with a project, Snowword, dedicated to pain management in polybarred patients. So starting from this great variety of application, at Software Studios, we started from the potential of virtual reality to improve patients' therapy experience. So obviously, whenever we undergo a medical treatment, it is always a stressful condition, it is always a stressful and painful experience. And anxiety, pain, stress, it all results in patients trying to avoid therapy and even causing delays and inefficiencies in the work of doctors. So the moral of the story is that a patient that is better experiencing therapy is also a patient that is more collaborative, and it is a value not only for the quality of life of the patients itself, but also for the quality of the care and of the entire medical treatment. So based on this, since 2017, we developed and released on the market our first project, Tommy, which is a virtual reality gamified experience designed in collaborations with doctors and psychologists and dedicated to pediatric patients undergoing stressful medical treatments in oncology, dentistry, and orthopedics. It has been designed to engage children, reduce their anxiety and pain perception, and make them more collaborative with the medical staff in order to speed up the specific medical treatments. It is also designed to engage both patients, the children, and their parents in collaborative sessions. So even if we use virtual reality, which is something isolating the user in a virtual scenario, if well designed, it can be used to promote and trigger a better quality of communication and relationship in the hospital setting. Starting from Tommy, we are scaling this model and applying this model to target new kind of patients in new specific clinical settings. So our goal in the long term is to provide a suite of different immersive contents able to improve the adherence to therapy of different kind of patients. But this is the application of virtual reality in the clinical settings in the hospitals. But today we are in 2020. And today we all are experiencing the challenge posed by the COVID pandemics on a world scale. And the condition that is the daily routine of patients inside of the hospitals, isolation, loneliness, and stress, we all experience that during the lockdown period and also beyond. So today, beyond the pandemic of the virus, there is another pandemic of isolation, loneliness, and mental health care that is challenged by these conditions. So virtual reality has been and is and will be used as a digital tool to overcome the challenges generated resulting from this pandemic. It has been used, for instance, to provide and promote the continuity of medical trainings in the hospitals, even during the social distancing conditions generated by the COVID. So it is a tool, a digital tool that can be used to defy the physical distance that we are all experiencing now, but can also be used to promote the social cohesion, ensuring the continuity of all the activities of our daily life, from the education to work to healthcare assistance. So today we have the technologies that can really help us also in this particular time of our history. We have these tools. The tools provide the features that can provide meaningful value in healthcare and beyond. What is needed to bring this technology at the disposition, at the use of society, is more education about it. So we are here today also to spread the potential of this technology, show that it can be really used in the daily life. Thanks again for your attention. I'm again Valentino Megale, CEO at Software Studios. If interested, please, these are our contacts. We are happy to contribute again to this event. and available for any of your questions. Thanks again, and good luck to all.
The medicine of things.
Hello, I'm Ryan Grech, one of the co-founders of Digital Health Malta, and I would like to welcome you to this panel entitled The Medicine of Things, which will delve into the intersection between Internet of Things as well as medicine. Joining me today are Dr. Dia Falson, an associate at Fenech & Fenech Advocates, who practices mainly in tech, media, and telecom. He regularly consults in the fields of intellectual property, IT, as well as privacy issues. I would also like to welcome Mr. Kenneth Terribila, who is a senior technical sales engineer at Melita, with years of experience in telecoms, data centers, and IoT solution. So, over the past couple of years, I think IoT usage in the different industries has been growing, and in some instances has been quite integral in changing the way that we live, play, and work. And this has recently made its way bit by bit into the healthcare industry, and I want to kickstart this discussion with you, Kenneth. Now, what is IoT? What is Internet of Things?
First of all, Ryan, thank you for the invitation to join this panel this evening. Let's kick off the subject. So, Internet of Things is basically how we can communicate with our devices, whereby each device can send information to a central system, and then that information can be used for its benefit. In this case, we are here discussing how we can use IoT for medical solutions. Being, for example, you can track a specific machine, such as an X-ray machine within a hospital, to monitoring of a patient, to a third-party wearable solution. So the scope is extremely vast and can begin from one small sensor to a big machine.
Okay, so say you have someone who is diabetic and they need to obviously maintain, quite strict blood sugar control, because if it goes too low, then he or she will experience weakness, may also lose consciousness. Or, if you have someone who is also diabetic, they want to maintain adequate control of their glucose, because it can cause long-term damage to the body tissues. How can an IoT solution help in this case?
Look, it's a very, very good example which you mentioned. A good case in IoT, which is currently being looked into heavily, is glucose monitoring for patients who are diabetic. And what makes an IoT solution different than any other form of solution is the following. So let's say we have a wearable device which can monitor the glucose within a patient. Okay? Now, an IoT device is wearable, so it is a non-invasive form of monitoring. Let's say the patient's glucose suddenly goes low or suddenly goes up. If it goes within a parameter that the patient, for example, can fix by himself, then this IoT device can send a signal to the patient, either via smartphone app or some other means of solutions. If it is a wearable, it can vibrate, and the patient knows that, listen, there is something is wrong. So they can either increase or decrease or do the test to confirm the reading. If, for example, on the other hand, there is a drastic decrease or a drastic increase, which the patient himself cannot control, then it can send alert either to a third party, a guardian, or a hospital or a clinic, someone that can send his specific location and telemetry, so they can know, listen, this patient who is in this location needs medical assistance ASAP. And the next question which comes along is, but why IoT? IoT can give us solutions which give us prolonged battery life. So we can have a sensor with, for example, 3 months battery life, 6 months battery life, because it is not something which uses data constantly, but the scope is that when necessary, the device sends data. And here we're not speaking about sending a large file or a large image. We just want the data to be there when necessary. This is only sending a small file. Listen, the reading is up, the reading is low.
That's very good. Okay, so I think from what you're saying, it can be applied to a wide variety of different chronic diseases, and it certainly looks like it may actually be part of the solution to kind of decrease the costs of healthcare, possibly reduce errors, and I think ultimately make everything a bit more efficient. So ultimately, what we are dealing with is personal data, really, and I think it can be considered one of the most valuable forms of data out there. I wonder whether and this is open kind of to both you, whether you can offer some insight into the movement of data from kind of the device to the cloud storage for analysis. And, it practically offers the opportunity, I guess, for hackers to be more creative, so as to speak. So my question really is, what about security of IoT devices?
No, I think if I may, Kenneth, I think before speaking about like the data aspects and the personal data aspects, let's take a step back and look at IoT like from a general perspective. When you have an IoT device, at its core, it is communicating, because otherwise, without the communication aspect, the IoT device can be a bit useless in this particular application, which we're speaking about the medical field here. So when you're speaking about a device which is constantly, or rather on demand, broadcasting something, then you'd need to look at the whole regulatory aspect of it, and the regulatory landscape for radio communicating devices is already out there. So that's one aspect of the IoT device, which is the regulatory framework which governs all the devices which operate electronically and which are broadcasting signals. So that's one aspect of the framework. And then obviously when we're adding this extra feature in it, so this is not just an IoT consumer device now, it can be a professional IoT device which is handling medical personal data. Now if it's handling personal data, which means data which relates to a specific identifiable individual, and especially if that data is medical, or is the actual term is like it's health data, so it's health data concerning a particular individual. Then of course the regulatory framework in that field, which in the EU, as you'd know, is the GDPR, then that provides additional safeguards to regulate the health data. So we're not just speaking about your average fridge freezer or your oven. We're speaking about like certain specific things which are highly regulated. So the risk assessment there would need to be on a much more on a better scale, even from a security standpoint. So as you said, and in fact there are various initiatives, because this is something that we need to mention. Regulation of IoT, even in the EU, is still at its infancy. So there isn't like there are like a variety of laws which are trying to be applied to the IoT landscape, but there are more laws which are being enacted, and even the EU Commission, and there are even ENISA, which is the European Agency for Cybersecurity. They're all looking into this space, so expect things to develop further. One point which we can also mention here is that if, let's say, we have a security attack on a system where suddenly all the devices start saying, listen, this patient needs assistance, this patient needs assistance, this patient needs assistance, it can cause a total mayhem to the healthcare system. Because like if we say, listen, if a person needs assistance, we need to send an ambulance, and suddenly everyone needs an ambulance, then who really needs an ambulance and who doesn't? So we are here, it's not a matter of, like what you said, it's not a matter of having a refrigerator or an oven, but we are speaking about health. So it's of utmost importance that security mechanisms which are being developed do not just encrypt the data, but encrypt the system itself, that it cannot like suddenly send triggers which are false triggers. Exactly. And that obviously boils down to, listen, it's a matter of security versus health, and here we are speaking that if a system falls down, it can break the healthcare system, technically. Mm-hmm. And I think, Ryan, if I may as well, this ties in with some incidents that we've seen in the consumer IoT field, where a lot of IoT devices in the consumer landscape have been subject to DDoS attacks, which basically is distributed denial of service. I'm sure Kenneth can expand further on this, but basically, because these devices were not designed with high-level security frameworks in place, then they were subject to hackers simply turning them into like their own bots and overloading a particular system. And obviously you cannot have that within the medical sphere, and that is why, as I said, the regulatory landscape is fast on their tail, because even with consumer devices they want to include some security, some basic level security, let alone with these medical devices, which obviously now we're not speaking just about a data breach, this is about the safety of a particular patient. So you have different frameworks acting together, you have the safety, product safety, you have the individual safety, and also of course the breach in data.
That's great. So I think if I may, I want to move on to something maybe which is a bit more topical. So something relating a bit to COVID-19 at this point. So I want to talk a bit about contact tracing. So a good number of countries are now making use of some form of contact tracing app, and now we are sort of starting to get some information about the actual usefulness of these apps. I think I was reading an article a couple of days ago which kind of said that, for example, in France, where you have a population of around 67 million, only around 68 people informed the app that they were infected, and only 14 users were actually alerted that they might be at risk because of close contact with someone who was infected. In the meantime, running in parallel, I think we are seeing some companies that are implementing IoT solutions which make use of physical hardware rather than pinging from your phone. Maybe maybe you can elaborate a bit on how these things actually work, and in your opinion, what advantages they might confer over your standard contact tracing app?
Look, the benefit of IoT is that it is a developing technology. So it is being used, especially in the current times, to how can IoT be used to track a patient, or say, listen, in this case, contact tracing. So this company, what they did was that, let's say I have a form of a badge. I can wear this badge when I go into work. I can put it on my work lanyard. I can put it on my shirt. I can pin it in. But as soon as I went to work only, I put it in. Okay? Now, the most basic form of contact, or rather social distancing, that this app can provide is that if, for example, I come into close contact with Deo, this badge can flash, so it shows a light. So physically, we know that myself and Deo are in close contact to each other. So we know that, listen, something is wrong. So either I step back or he steps back. This case, for example, can be used in school children, because it's simple to tell the children, listen, if there is a bulb, a red bulb, then you know that you are too close to proximity to someone else, so step back, or like someone is wrong. That is one form of basic sensor technology. But how can IoT make this development useful for contact tracing? Okay? Now, let's say I'm wearing a badge, all my colleagues in the same office are wearing this badge, and we can sense that I have been in contact with my person sitting opposite me, for example, for 2 minutes. I can be in contact with my manager, for example, for 1 hour. I can be in contact with someone else only for 10 seconds. So each beacon has its own information, okay? Each sensor has its own information. Now, they can send it to a centralized form of system, and this centralized system then can send it to the cloud or other localized storage. And if someone tests positive, in this case to COVID-19, for example, they can know that, listen, myself, Kenneth, I was in contact with Deo for 2 seconds, for example, that day, but I was in contact with someone else for a whole hour. So if I'm positive, it's a likely scenario that the other person needs to go, for example, to get a swab test. But in the case of Deo, if I was in minimal contact with him, it might not be the case. So they can use that form of technology for contact tracing at a workplace. And the benefit of this, when you compare to the app, is that when I leave the office, I literally remove the badge, and that's it. It is no longer checking my information. It doesn't have to use my smartphone. There is no risk of, listen, if I'm giving it access to my smartphone, what form of privacy do I have at home? What form of privacy do I have outside of the office? And then if I go back into the office, I put it back on, and it starts checking again. A benefit of this is that IoT, the device that is using IoT to send the information, can be used in areas where the typical mobile device does not have, for example, LTE signal, because IoT can use different forms of technology that can penetrate the ground further, so they can be used underground. They can be used in areas which aren't easily accessible. Okay? And like this, we're making use of contact tracing using an innovative way, without using technically the smartphone app, so people might actually want to use it more than having that risk of privacy being invaded.
So I think this is quite an interesting way of dealing with contact tracing. I mean, it certainly looks quite advantageous. One of the things which maybe comes to mind is that most people nowadays have a smartphone, whereas this would require, selling this beacon to every single individual. And with this, maybe I will turn the conversation to you, Deo. It seems like maybe, like Kenneth was saying, it might be more accepted within the general population in terms of privacy. But how do you see it in terms of privacy issues when you compare it to the app?
No, I think the issue with this kind of solution isn't technological, of course, because technology can do whatever you want. You spoke about like whether people were using the smartphone app or whether it wasn't successful. We don't have perhaps that kind of information locally, but of course the problem with that is that it was voluntary, and I think we mentioned in some previous Digital Health Malta event that the issue with the smartphone app is that it's voluntary, so obviously you won't get the use case benefit out of it. Now, if we're speaking about a device which the employer, so to speak, because Kenneth mentioned the use within an industry, within an employer perspective, whether the employer imposes it upon you, and obviously then it stops being voluntary, so we cannot really compare it to the smartphone app launched by the health authorities, which is entirely voluntary. And I think the issue is with the specific IoT device, what data would it be sending? Because if we're speaking about just that small IoT device which simply pings or simply lights up if you're in close proximity, then perhaps that's purely anonymous data and it doesn't even fall within the realm of GDPR, because if it's completely anonymous, the data, then it doesn't even fall within it. But if we're speaking about then data within a bracelet which perhaps generates a heat map, for instance, because as Kenneth said, like it would know whether I am in too close proximity, then we'd need to look at how it is generating that heat map. If it's generating that heat map because it's tracking us through the GPS signal, then perhaps people, the risk assessment there may be a bit too intrusive on the people involved, because really and truly you'd need to ensure, for instance, that it's only tracking you within the boundaries of your workplace. And even if it does that, there are still some locations within the workplace where you wouldn't want to be like completely monitored, like for instance if you're using like certain private personal facilities, the bathroom. So these are risk assessments, and these are legitimate interest assessments, we call them, that need to be carried out before implementing such a solution, because even though the data passed can be minimal, but we'd need to check the specific use case scenario there, because you can make it as complex as it can be, And it's important that, especially in an employer-employee relationship, the employer is seen as having the most power, because he can impose certain things. So that is where this would be an issue.
Exactly. Maybe one final thing, because I think our time is soon running out. Quickly in 30 seconds, Dale, maybe any insight in what's yet to come in the future landscape of regulation within the EU?
No, as I said previously, the EU and the EU Commission, and there are even antitrust measures and competition studies which are being made in the IoT sphere, because as you know, IoT can be quite centralized, and you have a number of companies which are consolidating a lot of data, and definitely that is something to follow, because the EU Commission has just launched an investigation which covers both covers EU, US, and Asian companies to see exactly what this kind of.
Thanks. So I think certainly from this conversation, I think that the future looks bright for IoT, and I think it has quite a big role to possibly play in medicine as well. And from this brief discussion, I can see how, provided the correct security framework, we can possibly advance research and, well, ultimately continue making people safe and healthy, because that's our ultimate role in healthcare. Unfortunately, that is all we have time for today. It's been great having you on, and I want to thank you both for being here.
Thank you for your invitation. Thank you.
It's a matter of life and sex. Tech.
I was raised believing and living a powerful truth. My health is my wealth. By the time you hear this, I am hesitant to say, post-coronavirus, we are living in a world where. So instead, let me share with you a snapshot of our world today, where global, threat to humanity has blown up the sexual health and technology industry. COVID-19 has unshackled ironclad taboos, but it's also exposed our industry as a positive impact on preventable healthcare. It is not safe to move, to play, to travel, to kiss, or to even make love without precaution. So hopefully this won't surprise anyone when I tell you that sexual health is no longer just a medical conversation. COVID-19 has forced us to think about our healthcare as preventable and not just reactive. Today, I want to talk to you about patient proposition versus private proposition. But before I get into that too deeply, let me try and deconstruct what that really means. I recently read an article about the participatory economy, whereby consumers demand that we shift the way we engage with them, from transactional to listening to their human-driven needs. So when I say patient proposition, I mean the old transactional way. And when I say private, I mean responding to the human needs of the consumer. Historically, sexual health has been categorically excluded from our health priorities. In fact, for the past decade, I've had a magic trick where I could empty out a boardroom in 30 seconds simply by saying the words safe, sex, condoms. Sexual health innovation hasn't been a priority for the medical profession. So there needs to be a shift, a balance of power that needs to be understood in order to transition from the patient to the private proposition. Let's take sexually transmitted infection. Our industry's black sheep. STIs are considered a disease and treated accordingly. Now with COVID, sexual health and technology is forcing behavioral change. Imagine a world where your STI testing kit lands at your doorstep. Your samples are safely and securely sent to the lab, and your results available at your fingertips. And now imagine a world, a digital world, where you can share that health status. Test, verify, share. Imagine a digital world where you can declare yourself free from COVID. Free to play, free to move, free to kiss, free to make love. It is here. The sharing revolution is here. It's time to break out of the medical chamber when it comes to conversations around sexual health. Our industry needs consumer-focused communication to intersect at the points of our actual human lifestyle needs. For this to happen, innovation does not stop in the lab. The power play is to transform your patient proposition and create a private proposition that responds and follows the road to behavioral change. So I can buy my STI kit when I buy my beauty box online. Meeting contemporary people's needs means placement in mainstream channels. The more we do this, so the narrative around sexual health becomes normalized, and we shift behaviors towards a healthy sexuality. When you look at the future of your sales in sexual health, it will lie beyond your existing tunnel vision approach, because we know that when a patient proposition adapts for the participatory economy, they become the brand engines for change. They boldly redefine the lexicon that consensualizes that sex is something to be explored, that preventable healthcare is sexy healthcare. This is how to harness the roadmap from lab to unlocking the consumer lifestyle journey. That is the key. And this is really a matter of life and sex tech.
There you have it, full day of great panels on medical technology. Went over everything you could think of, starting from regulation and business, all the way to how virtual reality is shaping the future of the medical sector. Thank you so much to the viewers for staying with us. Thank you to the sponsors and speakers for supporting and attending our event. We had hundreds of attendees viewing, and we look forward to seeing you all next year. I want to finally thank our sponsors, the Malta Tourism Authority, and with that, thanks for tuning in.